Chapter 271. Cristiano Ronaldo's hat-trick. Spain triumphs over Portugal. Given the evenly matched contest in the first half, spectators anticipated an equally fierce battle in the second half. However, the unfolding events diverged from their expectations. As the second half commenced, Spain accelerated the pace of the match, launching a relentless assault on Portugal's goal. Lin Quan, who had previously relied on teamwork, noticeably increased his individual breakthroughs in the second half. Portugal appeared somewhat unprepared for the sudden shift in strategy, particularly as Spain's focus shifted toward the central area of the pitch. In the 51st minute of the second half, Lin Quan executed a wall pass with Iniesta in the midfield, surging toward the edge of the penalty area. After evading the challenge from Moutinho, who slipped at a crucial moment, Lin was poised to unleash a shot. Unfortunately, Moutinho's misstep caused him to inadvertently trip Lin, resulting in Spain being awarded a well-placed free kick just outside the penalty area. Rising from the ground, Lin positioned himself at the ball, intending to take the free kick himself. Given the proximity to the penalty area and the presence of a defensive wall, a direct shot was fraught with risk, as it would likely be thwarted. Thus, Portugal's players concentrated their efforts on marking the Spanish players within the box. It seemed Lin had devised a plan, as he engaged in a brief discussion with Busquets before the kick. The latter nodded in agreement and swiftly moved into position on the right side of the Portuguese penalty area. Busquets' movement caught the attention of the Portuguese defenders, necessitating that they assign a marker to him. However, Spain boasted several aerial threats, including Ramos, Pique, and Diego Costa, all of whom required vigilant marking. As the number of players to monitor increased, chaos ensued within the penalty area. Lin retreated while signaling for a tactical play, prompting several teammates to dart about the opposing box, seizing the opportunity while the defenders were distracted by the movement of his teammates. Lin executed the free kick with remarkable speed. Initially, many expected Spain to orchestrate a set piece following Lin's conversation with Busquets and his tactical gestures. Yet, as the ball soared from the pitch, the crowd was left astonished. It was a direct strike toward the goal. The Portuguese wall sprang into action, with Ronaldo on the outermost edge feeling a rush of air as the ball zipped past him. Suspended in midair, he turned abruptly to track the ball's trajectory. In Ronaldo's line of sight, the ball followed an unusual path, descending abruptly as if on an elevator, ultimately finding the back of the net. As the ball nestled in the goal, the goalkeeper's attempt to intervene arrived a fraction of a second too late. Had he been a moment quicker, he might have deflected it. The crowd erupted in jubilant celebration as the ball crossed the line, fists clenched and voices raised in exhilaration. The third goal had been scored. Spain had regained the lead. Moreover, the goal was scored by Lin Quan. Following his strike, Lin Quan placed his hand beside his ear, making a gesture of listening. This was a call for applause from the fans present. The Spanish supporters, along with a multitude of neutral spectators, were already exuberantly shouting. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's gesture, they increased their fervor. Although the match was immensely thrilling, leaving the audience exhilarated, prior to Lin Quan's goal, there lingered a sense of something missing. Finally, with Lin Quan's goal, the fans felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This match was not merely a contest between the Portuguese and Spanish teams. It also represented a personal duel between two football titans, Cristiano Ronaldo and Lin Quan. Having already scored 2 goals in the first half, it would be remiss for Lin Quan, one of the protagonists, to remain absent. Observing Lin Quan's goal, the other protagonist, Ronaldo, wore a look of resignation, shaking his head as he watched Lin Quan's silhouette. However, this sentiment was swiftly cast aside as Ronaldo glanced at the time. There was still ample opportunity remaining in the match. In the second half, Spain's offensive efforts proved far more threatening than in the first. Merely 2 minutes after Lin Quan found the net, in the 55th minute, he surged down the left flank. As he appeared poised to cut inside the penalty area, the Portuguese defense sent multiple players to converge upon him, aiming to intercept the ball at his feet. In the confined space of the penalty area, amidst the chaos of numerous feet, Lin Quan's dribbling appeared somewhat unsteady, yet he maintained possession. However, with so many defenders in his path, he found himself devoid of a shooting angle. Consequently, Lin Quan executed a delicate chip pass to Isco, positioned centrally in the box. Isco, caught off guard by Lin Quan's ability to deliver the pass in such a scenario, missed an opportunity for a direct shot. Had he taken the time to adjust for a strike, the defenders would likely have been well positioned. Thus, Isco opted to return the ball, sending it to the edge of the penalty area in a manner reminiscent of a clearance. There was initially no one in that space, but suddenly, a figure clad in white emerged, striking the ball without taking a touch, unleashing a superbly executed low drive. The football sailed past the Portuguese goalkeeper's reach and nestled into the net. In the 55th minute of the second half, Spain's right-back Nacho scored their fourth goal, altering the scoreline to 4-2. In a mere instant, Portugal conceded 2 goals, leaving their players dazed and bewildered. Not only them, but even the Spanish fans in the stands felt a sense of disorientation. Just moments ago, the score was 2-2, and now, only a few minutes later, it had transformed to 4-2. The unexpected joy left them questioning the reality of the situation. Some discreetly pinched their thighs to confirm they were not dreaming, and upon realizing it was indeed real, they exhaled in relief. Indeed, one should not hastily draw conclusions about a team's strength based on a few inconsequential warm-up matches. In this encounter, I observed that the Spanish team performed admirably, quite contrary to the pre-match skepticism voiced by many. Admittedly, while this iteration of the Spanish squad may lack the star power of 4 years ago, their play is more cohesive and team-oriented. It is true that the previous Spanish team boasted numerous standout players, whereas this squad has but one prominent figure, around whom the team clearly orbits. I must take a moment to commend Lin Quan, who has taken on the mantle of leadership for the national team for the first time. His performance today was nothing short of impeccable, perhaps even overly selfless. Indeed, I share the sentiment that had Lin been a tad more self-serving in the first half, Spain would have likely taken the lead much earlier. Lin Quan truly astounds me. Without further ado, let us delve into the game. Having watched this match, do you now favor Spain or France? Given Lin Quan's outstanding display, my inclination certainly leans toward France. Haha, my friend, you are quite the character. You nearly caused me to pull a muscle. Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions. After all, France has yet to take the field. We ought to await their performance before making any comparisons. On the pitch, Nacho's goal granted Spain a substantial advantage. In the ensuing minutes, they showcased their renowned possession play, exhibiting remarkable patience and maintaining control of the game. Portugal's attempts to counterattack felt futile, akin to striking a punch into cotton, as Spain deftly neutralized every effort. As the match approached the 70th minute, with the outcome seemingly secure, Bosque began to make substitutions. He first replaced the veteran Iniesta with Thiago from Bayern Munich. At 34 years of age, Iniesta's stamina has waned, and considering the numerous matches still ahead, it was prudent to rest him for the greater good of both himself and the Spanish team. After observing the flow of the game post-substitution with no apparent issues, Bosque opted to replace Diego Costa with Asensio 7 minutes later. Costa, carrying an injury and not in his prime, needed to be preserved for the challenges that lay ahead. Bosque held on to the final substitution, reserved for Lin Quan, yet he hesitated, fearing that removing the absolute core of the team might lead to chaos on the field. Concerned that the players would be at a loss without their leader, he refrained from making the change until the 86th minute win. With only a few minutes remaining and a 2-goal lead secured, he finally utilized the last substitution, bringing on Vasquez for Lin Quan. Although Lin scored but once in this match, he was integral to all 4 of Spain's goals. Bosque's decision to replace him just before the conclusion of the game was deliberate, allowing him to bask in the adulation of the home crowd, a fitting tribute to an outstanding performance. Lin Quan evidently grasped the intentions of the head coach. Upon seeing the substitution board raised by the 4th official, he smiled and exchanged high-fives with several teammates, then jogged to the sidelines. After sharing a celebratory gesture with the substitute, Vasquez, he stood outside the touchline, clapping to acknowledge the fans in the stands. From the moment he began to exit the field until he took his position on the sidelines, the stadium resonated with fervent applause. The discerning eyes of the fans can easily distinguish a player's performance, and the enthusiastic ovation clearly signified their approval of Lin Quan. "Wow, your applause is louder than all of us combined," exclaimed Iniesta and Diego Costa from the substitutes bench, teasing him. Among them, Iniesta felt no jealousy towards Lin Quan's warm reception from the fans. He understood that winning the audience's admiration was straightforward. One simply needed to conquer them through talent and performance. In contrast, Diego Costa harbored a tinge of envy. He felt that, as a non-native Spaniard, he was treated differently by Spanish fans. Otherwise, why would he, who scored 2 goals, receive less applause than Lin Quan? In truth, this was merely his overthinking. Spanish fans were indeed supportive of him. However, a significant portion of the audience comprised neutral fans from Ukraine and around the world, primarily drawn to Lin Quan and Cristiano Ronaldo. Though Diego Costa was undeniably skilled, he had yet to reach the status of a superstar, which naturally resulted in fewer cheers from these fans. Bosque had believed he was cautious enough, yet shortly after Lin Quan's departure, Cristiano Ronaldo scored again in the 88th minute, elevating his tally to 3 goals and narrowing Spain's lead to just 1 goal at 4-3. Goodness, Ronaldo seems to be on fire this match. A hat-trick in the World Cup. There's still time. Portugal might not be out of it yet, chuckled the commentator, speculating that the Spanish coach must be regretting his decision. Had he known Ronaldo would score again, he surely would not have substituted Lin Quan. The anxiety was palpable, not just for one individual, but for countless Spanish fans around the globe, who, upon seeing the player clad in Portugal's number 7 jersey on their screens, began to feel a sense of dread. Is this really how a 33-year-old player should perform? Completing a hat-trick in the World Cup at this age? Some even took the initiative to verify, discovering that Ronaldo's recent goal had shattered World Cup records, making him the oldest player at 33 years and 130 days to achieve a hat-trick. At such an age, with such remarkable form, it seemed that Ronaldo still had plenty of fuel left in his tank. Rumors have circulated that Cristiano Ronaldo has had a falling out with Real Madrid and is likely to depart from the Bernabeu this summer. Initially, fans were skeptical about Ronaldo's prospects for a transfer due to his age, but after witnessing his performance in this match, they were compelled to reassess their opinions. At least based on Ronaldo's display in the current World Cup, his abilities remain undiminished, still residing at their zenith. Consequently, acquiring him transcends mere commercial value. His addition can genuinely enhance the team's immediate competitiveness. Realizing this, clubs interested in the legendary Cristiano have begun to take action, causing Cristiano's agent Mendes' phone to nearly explode with calls. Despite Ronaldo's stellar performance, the overall strength of the Portuguese team was starkly lacking. During the added time, after Quaresma squandered a golden opportunity, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. After a grueling battle, Spain ultimately triumphed over Portugal with a score of 4-3, albeit narrowly. Although his team lost, Ronaldo faced no criticism. Rather, he garnered praise from various media outlets and fans alike. Even Vicente Del Bosque, the head coach of the Spanish team, publicly commended Ronaldo in the post-match press conference. Cristiano is indeed an exceptional player, and through this match, he has demonstrated his prowess to the world. Chapter 272, Messi's Misfortune. Lin Quan's serendipity. The reporters were intrigued by Del Bosque's public admiration for Ronaldo and curiously inquired about his assessment of Lin Quan's performance within his own team. Upon hearing the question, Del Bosque turned to the inquisitive journalist, his head instinctively held high with pride, and proclaimed, "Lin is the god of football." A wave of astonishment swept through the room. While the reporters anticipated that Del Bosque would lavish praise on Lin Quan, they were taken aback by the magnitude of his commendation. The god of football? Such a figure has never graced the realm of soccer. In basketball, however, Michael Jordan is often referred to as the god of the sport. In the annals of football history, there have been 2 legendary kings of the game. Yet even they could only be crowned as kings, not deified. Del Bosque's lofty evaluation of Lin Quan came as no surprise. His comments quickly spread across major media outlets, igniting fervent discussions among the public. Many questioned the validity of Del Bosque's assertion, pondering how Lin Quan could be deemed a deity in the sport when he is not even considered a king. A mere 22-year-old. What right does he have to surpass the likes of Pelé and Maradona? Pelé not only led Brazil to 3 World Cup victories, but also wielded immense personal influence, significantly shaping the global development of football. Some war-torn nations even ceased hostilities just to witness Pelé play. Does Lin Quan possess such influence? Comparing Lin to Pelé seems utterly unfair. Let us consider Maradona instead. Despite the controversy surrounding the Hand of God, Maradona single-handedly led his team to World Cup glory, an achievement far more substantial than Lin's triumph with Spain's already illustrious squad. Unless Lin Quan leads the current Spanish team to victory in this World Cup, I do not believe his accomplishments with the national team can rival those of Maradona. There is considerable dissent regarding the deification of Lin Quan. While he has indeed garnered numerous accolades both for his national team and club, there are others who have excelled beyond his achievements in these realms. Moreover, his relative youth incites a subconscious aversion among many, who find it difficult to accept that someone so young could surpass the esteemed legacies of Pelé and Maradona. The football world often adheres to a hierarchy based on experience, where seniority can indeed serve as an advantage. However, not all voices are opposed. Many resonate with Del Bosque's perspective, asserting that Lin is indeed a god of football. Though only 22 years of age, Lin has been active for 6 years, during which he has led his teams to secure a World Cup, a European Championship, 4 Champions League titles, and 4 league championships. Notably, each of these triumphs was achieved with him as a pivotal player, if not the very cornerstone of his teams. None of these victories were incidental. It could be argued that without Lin, the Spanish national team and Manchester City would find it exceedingly challenging, if not impossible, to achieve such success. In the realm of football, who else can boast such accomplishments aside from Lin? Comparisons between Messi and Lin are frequent, yet at Lin's current age, Messi had only managed to secure 2 Champions League titles and 3 league championships, with no World Cup or Copa America to his name. Moreover, of the 5 titles Messi earned, 2 league titles and 1 Champions League title were not obtained as a primary contributor. He truly earned only 1 league title and 1 Champions League title as a central figure. In terms of accolades, Lin significantly surpasses Messi. While personal abilities may be harder to assess, in their encounters, Lin has rarely faced defeat against Messi, whether at the club or national level. Before Lin's emergence, many esteemed figures in football were quick to designate Messi as the next football king. Yet, after Lin demonstrated achievements that were more formidable and dominant than Messi's, the narrative shifted to discussions of experience and age, an apparent double standard. Supporters of Lin have presented compelling evidence, utilizing data to confront those who question his merit. While some fans may have recognized Lin's prowess, they were astonished by the extent of his brilliance. It was only at this juncture that people began to realize that since departing from Barcelona in 2012 and making his mark in the Bundesliga, Lin has nearly dominated the entire football landscape. Despite his youth, Lin has already attained heights that many could only dream of reaching in a lifetime. Many have been swayed by these statistics, and even if they do not support the idea of Lin as a deity, they are less likely to vehemently oppose him. Lin has heard about this ongoing debate, yet he remains largely indifferent to it. When a reporter interviewed him about this issue, Lin Quan humbly remarked, "Achieving greatness or becoming a king is not something I should contemplate at my age. For me, the most important thing is to perform well in the next match and secure every possible victory." This modest and humble demeanor has garnered him considerable admiration. The football world has its fair share of prodigies who rose to fame at a young age. Yet many of them have faltered under the weight of external praise and adulation. Many feared that Lin Quan might follow in their footsteps, but since his debut, he has endured such flattery for 6 or 7 years, rendering him immune to it. The online discourse surrounding Lin Quan's potential for greatness inadvertently drew comparisons to Messi, leading to immense attention on Argentina during another match that evening. Argentina found themselves in a relatively fortunate position, as their Group D did not contain particularly formidable teams. Aside from Croatia, the remaining 2 teams appeared incapable of posing a significant threat to Argentina. However, in a surprising turn of events, Argentina's first match ended in a shock draw. After a grueling 90 minutes, they were held to a stalemate by Iceland, marking the most significant upset of the tournament thus far. This is Argentina we're talking about, a traditional powerhouse and the semi-finalist of the last World Cup. Their opponents, Iceland, were making their World Cup debut and hailed from a small island nation with a population of less than 300,000. Prior to the match, all predictions favored Argentina, with many expecting a resounding victory over Iceland. The outcome, however, left them utterly astonished and resulted in significant losses for numerous gamblers, leading to crowded rooftops in despair. Argentina started the match strongly, with the previously underwhelming Agüero scoring first, breaking the deadlock just 19 minutes in. Yet, Iceland displayed remarkable resilience, leveling the score merely 4 minutes later. In the second half, Argentina was awarded a penalty, but Messi's attempt was heroically saved by the opposing goalkeeper, causing Argentina to squander a golden opportunity to secure victory. Consequently, this disappointing start, coupled with the missed penalty, cast a shadow over Argentina's prospects for advancing from the group stage. With only 3 matches in the group stage, a loss to Croatia in the next game could significantly jeopardize Argentina's chances of progressing. In the aftermath, major media outlets led with headlines about the match. As Argentina's star player, Messi bore the brunt of the criticism, facing relentless scrutiny from both media and fans alike. Following the public condemnation of Messi, many could not help but draw parallels to Lin Quan. In stark contrast to Messi's dismal performance, Lin Quan undoubtedly shone with brilliance. Thus, many who had previously doubted and opposed Lin Quan's path to greatness found their convictions wavering. At times, even when one remains inactive, the blunders of opponents can fortuitously lead to one's own ascendancy. In response, Zhang Xiefeng expressed his admiration. After the intense criticism directed at Messi, many fans began to ponder the potential outcomes if Lin Quan were integrated into Argentina's lineup. Iceland is indeed an impressive team, certainly not to be underestimated. Prior to Spain's second match, an inquisitive journalist seized the opportunity to interview Lin Quan regarding Argentina's game, eager to hear his insights. Rather than seizing the moment to exacerbate matters, Lin Quan provided a fair and objective evaluation. Indeed, Iceland is not a weak team, as evidenced during the 2016 European Championship, where Cristiano Ronaldo's Portugal faced significant challenges against them. The unfortunate English team was even eliminated by Iceland in the round of 16. Although Iceland has a small population, their current national team boasts a plethora of promising talents. Therefore, one should not dismiss them as underdogs based solely on their population size or historical performance. If one were to apply such logic regarding population, the enigmatic Eastern powerhouses would surely dominate. However, that is not the case. Both of these mysterious Eastern nations have struggled in football. While Lin Quan's remarks were certainly fair, their timing seemed to convey a sense of leniency towards Argentina. In the fierce competition to determine the next football king and the sport's foremost figure, it was surprising to hear him speaking up for a rival. Fans, upon hearing this news, were left at a loss for words. It is no wonder that he has garnered such a substantial following, with his character and vision. It is no surprise that he attracts many admirers. Lin Quan's fairness and refusal to take advantage of others' misfortunes have won him considerable goodwill among fans. The World Cup is undoubtedly the pinnacle of football events, and one could argue it stands as the foremost occasion in all of sports. Consequently, the number of viewers for World Cup matches is immense, with many casual fans joining in the excitement. Among these individuals, some may have never heard of Lin Quan before. Yet in recent days, the media has been flooded with coverage about him. It is nearly impossible to overlook. Upon delving a little deeper, many of these individuals quickly developed an admiration for Lin Quan. Some appreciate his formidable talent, others admire his character and grace, while some fans are captivated by his handsome appearance. In a flash, Lin Quan's follower count on Weibo and Twitter surged, surpassing the remarkable milestone of 100 million. Such rapid growth left even Lin Quan himself astonished. The World Cup's magnetic allure is indeed formidable. Previously stagnating follower numbers have skyrocketed by tens of millions in just a few short days, with only one round of the World Cup completed thus far. If this trend continues, his follower count could potentially exceed 200 million or even 300 million by the tournament's conclusion. The number of followers on social media is closely tied to the financial value of a player's endorsement contracts. The greater a star player's following, the more willing sponsors are to offer substantial sums. At this juncture, Lin Quan found himself unable to attend to trivial matters, for the second round of the World Cup was about to commence. The tournament comprises 8 groups, with matches following the sequence of these groups. Typically, 2 to 3 matches are held each day, culminating in a week's worth of competition. Spain's second match was scheduled for June 21st, facing off against the Iranian team. Despite Iran's historical prowess as a traditional Asian powerhouse, they have consistently faltered on the grand stage of the World Cup. Having never advanced beyond the group stage in past appearances, the Spanish squad regarded their opponents with a sense of disdain, a dismissive attitude that nearly led to dire consequences. As the first half concluded, the score remained 0-0. The formidable Spanish attack found itself stifled by Iran's resolute defensive formation. Aware of their inferior strength, the Iranian team adopted a compact defensive strategy. Spain attempted various tactics throughout the first half, but could not breach their opponent's defenses. As frustration mounted, the players grew increasingly anxious, their impatience detrimentally affecting their cohesion and further dulling their offensive capabilities. Conversely, having withstood Spain's relentless assaults, the Iranians began to gain confidence, even launching counterattacks. Although these efforts bore no fruit, their willingness to engage in offense was a troubling signal for Spain. Bosch, observing from the sidelines, grew increasingly anxious as the match progressed into the second half, with the situation remaining tense. Spain's prospects of scoring appeared grim, indicating a clear malfunction in their offensive strategy. Resolving to act, he made decisive substitutions. In the 65th minute, Spain replaced two players, Iniesta and Vázquez, with Coque and Asensio, both of whom were affiliated with the Madrid Giants. Their introduction brought about a marked improvement in Spain's attacking dynamics. Coque's vigorous runs and incisive movements, coupled with his robust interception abilities, liberated Lin Quan, allowing him to engage more actively in the offensive play. With Lin Quan advancing, the pressure on Iran's defense intensified. In the 74th minute of the second half, Lin Quan delivered a masterful through ball to Diego Costa, who deftly maneuvered into the penalty area. Although he stumbled, deflecting the ball off a defender, it fell near the edge of the box. Isco surged forward to take a shot, yet his attempt ricocheted off a defender. After making the cross, Lin Quan found himself sprinting forward, and by sheer happenstance, the ball landed fortuitously at his feet. Without a glance at the goal, he instinctively unleashed a powerful strike. To everyone's astonishment, this shot transformed into a stunning goal of remarkable quality, catching the goalkeeper unprepared as the ball found the back of the net. 1-0. Spain had finally breached their opponent's defenses. Beside the pitch, Bosque, witnessing his team finally score, was nearly moved to tears. It had been a challenging journey, yet they had managed to find the net at last. In crucial moments, it was Lin Quan who made the difference. Chapter 273. Another tragedy for Argentina. Messi faces harsh criticism. Typically, teams that rely on counterattacks often succumb to further goals from their opponents once they fall behind, driven by an urgent desire to equalize, leading to a complete breakdown. Such a scenario unfolded for the Iranian team. After trailing, they found themselves cornered, compelled to launch a desperate counteroffensive. However, against a formidable side like Spain, a failed resurgence can have dire consequences. In the 65th minute, Carvajal delivered a cross from the right flank, assisting his club teammate Isco in scoring, thus altering the score to 2-0. By the 74th minute, Spain executed a brilliant passing sequence in the attacking third. Diego Costa, successfully evading the offside trap, received an assist from Lin Quan and sent the ball into the net. The score escalated to 3-0, signaling the end of Iran's hopes. Recognizing the match's outcome, Bosque utilized his final substitution, replacing Lin Quan with Rodrigo from Valencia in the 75th minute. As Lin Quan exited the field, he was met with a standing ovation from the crowd. His performance was exceptional, contributing a goal and an assist, playing a pivotal role in breaking the deadlock for Spain. Without his goal, securing victory against their opponents might have proven far more challenging. With this win, Spain celebrated their second consecutive victory in the group stage, advancing a round early and securing the top position in their group. In a subsequent match within the same group, Cristiano Ronaldo continued his explosive form, scoring just 4 minutes into the game and leading Portugal to a 1-0 triumph over Morocco, marking their first victory in the group stage. Thus far, all 4 goals scored by Portugal in this World Cup have been attributed to Ronaldo. In what might be his final World Cup, he has delivered an extraordinary performance. Given that Portugal's last opponent is the comparatively weaker Iranian team, their chances of progressing to the round of 16 appear substantial. In stark contrast to the smooth sailing of Lin Quan and Ronaldo, Messi's situation is considerably more dire. In this round, Messi's Argentina was decisively swept aside by Croatia with a score of 3-0. Messi's performance remained lackluster, while the Argentine team was wholly dominated by Croatia. Led by Modric and Rakitic, the Croatian squad delivered a resounding victory, showcasing their formidable strength to the world. Croatia has swiftly emerged as the tournament's dark horse, shining brightly in the competition. I have long asserted that Croatia should not be underestimated. In the last European Championship, they defeated the world's #1 team, Spain. Indeed, had fortune not been against them, facing Portugal in the round of 16 and being dragged into a penalty shootout, they would have surely advanced even further. During the previous European Championship, the Croatian team faced formidable opponents in the form of the reigning champions, Spain, and the illustrious Portuguese squad. They triumphed over Spain and managed to draw with Portugal, yet ultimately succumbed to defeat in a penalty shootout due to unfortunate luck. Such commendable results against the top 2 teams in Europe clearly indicate that Croatia is far from a mere underdog. With a stroke of better fortune and a more favorable draw, they might have advanced to the quarterfinals or even the semifinals. While the World Cup boasts an array of elite teams exceeding those in the European Championship, The group stage of the World Cup may not necessarily present greater challenges than that of the European Championship, given Croatia's current display of prowess. Their progression to the round of 16 seems assured. The lingering question now is how far this dark horse can journey in the World Cup. As the world inquired about Croatia's remarkable performance in astonishment, numerous journalists began to report on the disappointing fate of Argentina. In their opening match, Argentina was held to a draw by Iceland and subsequently fell to Croatia. After 2 rounds, Argentina found themselves with a mere point, languishing at the bottom of their group. Meanwhile, Croatia, with 2 victories, had already secured advancement and claimed the top spot. Nigeria, with 1 win and 1 loss, stood second with 3 points, while both Iceland and Argentina had 1 draw and 1 loss, with Iceland's goal difference placing them ahead of Argentina. The unexpected position of Argentina, a favorite to win the World Cup, at the bottom of the standings, shocked everyone. Who could have foreseen such a dismal performance from Argentina? Could they possibly be eliminated in the group stage without a single victory, facing the humiliation of an early exit? The legendary Diego Maradona, present to support his national team, was nearly overcome by a heart attack as he witnessed his beloved team being overwhelmed by their opponents. The image of him gripping his hair, eyes wide with disbelief, was captured by journalists and fans alike, circulating widely across the internet after the match. One can't help but feel sympathy for Maradona. Surely he must have thought that having Sampaoli at the helm was a mistake, wishing instead for his own guidance. However, while Maradona was a brilliant player, the prospect of him coaching is questionable, especially considering the state of Argentine football during his tenure. In a related anecdote, the Al Wasl club in the UAE, lured by Maradona's fame and past achievements, invested heavily to appoint him as their coach, only to witness their downfall under his leadership, resulting in his dismissal. This situation seems incredulous, raising the question of whether Maradona's coaching abilities are truly so lacking. The internet erupted into a cacophony of humor and memes surrounding Maradona. Alas, while many lament his plight, my heart goes out more to the gamblers, who may find themselves financially devastated tonight. Following Argentina's draw with Iceland, a number of gamblers were already contemplating despair. With this latest defeat to Croatia, the atmosphere on the rooftops is likely to grow even more tumultuous. Truly, it seems to be the apocalypse for Argentina supporters. The Argentine team suffered a defeat, and although the blame does not rest solely on Messi's shoulders, as the captain and star player, he inevitably bears the brunt of criticism and is often seen as the scapegoat. On the very day of Argentina's loss, the internet was rife with vitriol directed at Messi and the national team. Insults such as dwarf, coward, and other derogatory terms were hurled at him. Even the head coach, Sampaoli, shifted blame during the post-match press conference, stating, "I am always seeking the best positions for my players on the field. Each player has a responsibility." Yet we could not establish a connection between the team and Messi. He further remarked, "I believe we are still decent, but we need to demonstrate cohesion. I hope we can improve." This statement placed Messi squarely on the pyre of public disdain, leaving him in a precarious position. Critics have long branded Messi as a detrimental force, asserting that he is disconnected from his teammates on the field and fails to fulfill a leadership role, ultimately dragging the team down. Indeed, those who champion Messi often claim that his exceptional abilities outstrip his teammates' comprehension, leading to poor synergy. However, one must consider the Spanish team. Why is it that players like Isco seamlessly integrate? At the core, it reflects a lack of skill rather than an abundance of excuses. Throughout these 2 matches, Isco diligently played the role of a supporting player, allowing his teammates to shine. His selfless approach, sacrificing personal statistics for the benefit of the team, has not gone unnoticed by fans. This raises a poignant question. Why can Isco perform this way while Messi struggles? Amidst the relentless barrage of criticism and insults, Messi feels utterly exhausted, once again contemplating retirement from international duty. In his club environment, he enjoys a harmonious rapport with his teammates, playing with ease and freedom, truly relishing the joy that football brings. Yet, returning to the national team feels burdensome, as though he bears an immense weight upon his shoulders, making every step arduous. Rather than experiencing the joy of football, he often finds himself subjected to blame, with some accusing him of lackluster effort for the national team, suggesting that his heart belongs to Spain, given his dual nationality. Such allegations wound Messi deeply, for his love for the Argentine national team is genuine. He sincerely desires to lead the squad forward. However, he finds himself unable to do so. while his teammates possess considerable talent. They struggle to achieve the synergy necessary for cohesive play, with many holding their own ideas that create an awkward dynamic on the field. The coach's remarks were not baseless. Indeed, the Argentine team lacks unity. Yet, due to Messi's prominence, he becomes the focal point of criticism, overshadowing the shortcomings of others. Messi has attempted to play a supportive role, but with limited success. When he endeavors to step into the spotlight, his teammates often prioritize their own glory, neglecting to pass him the ball. He feels overwhelmed by the situation. This time, Lin Quan refrained from voicing his opinions, acknowledging that Messi indeed played poorly. As the leader of the team, his inability to manage even the locker room reflects a significant dereliction of duty. The dynamics within the Argentine squad are intricate, rife with various factions, but which national team is devoid of such divisions? The Spanish national team, for instance, harbors the long-standing rivalry between the Barcelona and Real Madrid contingents. Lacking the support of the head coach and instead facing betrayal, while being isolated by teammates on the pitch, Lin's tenure as captain can only be deemed a failure. Upon learning of Messi's predicament, Guardiola took the initiative to come forward, offering a few words of fairness in support of Messi. It is evident that he still holds a deep concern for his once-favored protégé. However, compared to the past, their bond has waned significantly, primarily because Lin has entirely supplanted, if not surpassed, Messi's stature in Guardiola's esteem. His intervention stems from a sense of nostalgia rather than a current allegiance. After 2 rounds of matches, the advancement scenarios for each group have become largely clear. In Group A, the host nation Russia and Uruguay both secured 2 consecutive victories, thereby advancing to the knockout stage. Their upcoming direct confrontation will ultimately determine the first place in Group A. As for Egypt and Saudi Arabia, both find themselves in a dismal position with no victories, relying on their final match against one another to salvage their dignity. In Group C, the French team has lived up to expectations with a flawless start, winning both matches and advancing a round early. Their next contest will be against Denmark for the Group S top position. Currently, Australia holds only 1 point, but maintains a theoretical chance for advancement. In their next match, they must triumph over Peru while hoping for a French victory against Denmark. Otherwise, elimination awaits. Peru, with 0 points, has already been eliminated a round early. Group D presents a more chaotic situation, with Croatia having already secured advancement, while Nigeria, Argentina, and Iceland still harbor hopes of progressing. Among them, Nigeria, with 3 points, has the most favorable scenario. A draw in their next match will suffice for them to advance based on their goal differential. Conversely, Iceland faces a challenging path. They must defeat the group leaders, Croatia, while also relying on Argentina to overcome Nigeria, ensuring that Argentina does not win by too large a margin, or else their superior goal differential could lead to Iceland's elimination. Argentina, however, finds themselves in the most precarious position. Even a victory against Nigeria in their final match does not guarantee advancement. Should Iceland also triumph over Croatia, the likelihood of Argentina being ousted increases significantly due to their inferior goal differential. Thus, the last match is indeed a matter of life and death for Argentina. In truth, Argentina is not the sole favorite to falter. The previous World Cup runners-up, Germany, have also exhibited dismal performances in this tournament. In their opening match, Germany unexpectedly succumbed to Mexico, although they secured a victory against Sweden in the second round. The red card received by key defender Boateng has cast a shadow over their defensive line. In contrast to Argentina's dire predicament, the situation for the German team appears somewhat more favorable. They at least hold 3 points in hand, and should they triumph over South Korea in their next match, they will secure the final qualification spot. The German squad is brimming with confidence for this encounter. Lowe, during a pre-match interview, expressed their resolve to learn from the lessons of the previous 2 games, promising that the world will witness a true German machine in their next performance. The anticipation is palpable, stirring curiosity among spectators, though the outcome remains uncertain. Should they unexpectedly falter against South Korea, it would certainly provide a spectacle. Aside from these traditional powerhouses and favorites, Lin Quan also pays particular attention to Group G's matches. This group features not only Belgium, led by De Bruyne, but also the resurgent 3 Lions of England. With the other 2 teams in the group proving relatively weaker, both teams have currently secured 2 consecutive victories, and their final match will determine who claims the top position in the group. Naturally, due to De Bruyne's influence, Lin Quan finds himself more inclined to support the Belgian squad. The Red Devils boast formidable prowess on paper, though it remains to be seen how far they can advance. It is noteworthy that, compared to other Asian teams that have essentially been eliminated early, Japan currently shares the top spot in Group H alongside Senegal. Harboring significant hopes of progression, Japan has amassed 4 points, and as long as they avoid a devastating loss in their final match, their chances of advancing appear robust. Chapter complete. Chapter 274. Advancing to the round of 16. The schedule for the World Cup remains remarkably tight. Taking Spain's Group B as an example. The first round of group matches commenced on June 16th, followed by the second round on June 20th, and the third round on June 26th. 3 matches were completed within 11 days, averaging a game every 4 days. On June 25th, the concluding match of the group stage commenced in Group A. The host nation, Russia, failed to continue their previous winning streak. During this match, they gifted an own goal and subsequently received a red card, ultimately suffering a 0-3 defeat to Uruguay, thus advancing to the round of 16 as the second in their group. According to the tournament's knockout stage format, the hosts will face the top team from Group B, which has already been determined to be Spain. Hence, the emotions of Russian fans were quite complex after the match. While they rejoiced at their team's advancement to the round of 16, they were also apprehensive about facing the reigning champions. However, this outcome cannot be attributed to external factors. The blame lies solely with themselves. Had they managed to secure a victory against Uruguay in their earlier match, they would have avoided the formidable challenge posed by Spain. Conversely, the sentiment among Spanish fans was entirely different. Upon learning that their next opponent would be Russia, they were filled with delight. The host nation is not particularly strong, often regarded as a second-tier team in Europe. Given the performance they exhibited in their match against Uruguay, overcoming Spain poses a significant challenge. Thus, encountering such an opponent in the round of 16 is a considerable advantage for the Spanish team. Although the forthcoming adversary may not possess formidable strength, Basque does not underestimate them due to their perceived inferiority. In a strategic move during the final match of the group stage, Basque deliberately rested a significant number of key players, opting for a lineup that was a blend of semi-starters and substitutes. The intent behind this decision was unambiguous: to afford the primary athletes ample time to recuperate, ensuring they are sufficiently energized for the impending contest. It is imperative to remember that this is the World Cup. No opponent should ever be taken lightly, particularly during the knockout phase. A single misstep could irrevocably alter one's fate, leading to lifelong regret upon reflection. Such a tournament, defined by its do-or-die nature, is inherently fraught with unpredictability. Anything can transpire. Even with a pronounced advantage, one must not exhibit any complacency until the opponent has been decisively vanquished. Yes, coach. The players are evidently cognizant of this truth. The quadrennial World Cup symbolizes the pinnacle of honor within the realm of football. Given the brevity of a player's career, few have the luxury of multiple 4-year spans to squander. Thus, seizing every opportunity is paramount, for in the next 4 years, they may not even find themselves on the grand stage of the World Cup again. Spain's opponent, Morocco, has already been eliminated from the tournament, rendering this match a matter of pride for them. Perhaps it is precisely this lack of psychological burden that allows the Moroccan players to play with remarkable ease, performing far better than in their previous 2 encounters. Every participant in the World Cup celebrates what this event signifies for them, which consequently places immense psychological pressure on all players during matches. Excessive mental strain can induce tension, leading to distorted movements and accelerated fatigue, among other adverse effects. If, under normal training conditions, their prowess could be rated at a perfect score of 100, the overwhelming pressure on the field might reduce their performance to a mere 60. This is exemplified by a certain Eastern national team, where the players exhibit a notably poor mentality. However, the Moroccan team on the field, liberated from such psychological constraints, showcased their full potential. In the 14th minute of the first half, Morocco took the lead, momentarily surpassing the defending champions. Following the goal, the Moroccan players were elated, as this marked their first goal of the tournament, scored against the reigning champions. Should they secure victory in this match, they could exit the World Cup with their heads held high, regardless of their earlier elimination. On the other hand, the Spanish team, having conceded a goal to the bottom-ranked team in their group, wore expressions of dismay. Thus, they rallied in retaliation, swiftly equalizing the score in the 19th minute of the first half. Saul delivered a splendid cross from the flank, assisting Isco in executing a decisive strike. This goal was executed with remarkable finesse, prompting even the key players seated on the bench, such as Lin Quan, to rise in applause for their teammates on the pitch. Although the field was primarily occupied by substitutes, the caliber of those who made it to the Spanish national team as reserves is certainly not to be underestimated. After Spain equalized, they gradually began to dominate the match, their offensive plays becoming increasingly fluid. The opponents, evidently aware of this shift, swiftly altered their strategy to adopt a more aggressive approach. Beginning in the 22nd minute, Morocco's frequency of tackles and fouls escalated dramatically, committing 7 fouls and receiving 4 yellow cards within a mere 9 minutes. The sight of Spanish players tumbling to the ground was a frequent occurrence, much to the dissatisfaction of Spain's head coach, who rushed to protest to the fourth official, asserting that the opposing team was not playing fair. "Hey, did you see that? They are deliberately targeting our players, aiming to incapacitate them." Bosque felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Such tactics from the opposition were proving to be quite troubling for Spain. While Morocco, already eliminated, had little to lose from accumulating cards, the stakes were much higher for Spain, who still had knockout matches ahead. Should one of their key players sustain an injury due to these tactics, it would significantly impact their forthcoming games. Unfortunately, Bosque's protests bore no fruit. As the opposition continued their brutal play, under the threat of such aggressive tactics, the Spanish players appeared noticeably hesitant, opting for more cautious passes in their own half and reducing their forward advances considerably. Consequently, their relentless siege on Morocco could not be sustained. Fortunately, Morocco's offensive efforts were equally lackluster, leaving both teams unable to alter the scoreline. The spectators, struggling to stay awake, found Spain's possession-based tactics somewhat hypnotic, especially as they frequently passed the ball in their own half with minimal attempts to advance. Morocco, on the other hand, was eager to attack but found it difficult to regain possession. During the first half, Spain's possession rate soared above 80, with the ball seldom finding its way to Moroccan players. It is no wonder that many claim that the possession tactics of Barcelona and Spain serve as a defensive strategy. There lies the truth. Shortly after the second half commenced, Bosque made a series of substitutions, replacing key players like Thiago and Alba, leaving only 3 main players on the field. This afforded Morocco an opportunity to counterattack. And in the 81st minute, they capitalized on a mistake from the Spanish team, scoring again and changing the score to 2-1. The Moroccan players were elated, and the fans in attendance applauded their efforts. After all, everyone loves a tale of David triumphing over Goliath, a story of the underdog overcoming the odds. Moreover, given the soporific nature of Spain's possession play, not booing them was already a generous gesture. Bosque, hand to his forehead, contemplated the implications of conceding a goal at such a critical juncture. Was defeat imminent? Although the outcome of the match was not of paramount concern, losing would not affect their advancement as group leaders. It still weighed heavily on his mind. However, the thought of possibly losing to the team at the bottom of the group stirred an unsettling feeling within. At this moment, Bosque glanced towards the substitutes bench, contemplating whether to bring Lin Quan onto the field. With over 10 minutes remaining, including stoppage time, he pondered if Lin Quan could help equalize the score. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Spain scored. Carvajal delivered a cross from the flank. Isco's shot was parried by the goalkeeper, and Asensio, ever alert, followed up to net the ball. Upon witnessing this goal, Bosque abandoned the idea of substituting Lin Quan. A draw was acceptable, after all. In the 87th minute of the second half, Spain made their final substitution. David Silva, who had been recovering from injury and had not played until now, was brought on to regain his match rhythm. Silva is a pivotal player for the Spanish team, and in the knockout stages, they would need him to step up. Thus, Bosque fervently hoped for his swift return to form. Once on the pitch, Silva was vibrant, showcasing his exquisite skills and exceptional awareness. During stoppage time, after combining with Isco in a 1-2 exchange, Silva surged into the penalty area. Unfortunately, despite his shot eluding the goalkeeper, it was dramatically cleared off the line by an opponent's defender. Ultimately, the match concluded in a 2-2 draw, allowing Spain to advance to the round of 16 with a record of 2 wins and 1 draw. While Spain's match concluded, Portugal's game was still ongoing. Cristiano Ronaldo missed a penalty in this match, failing to extend his consecutive scoring record. However, Quaresma once again emerged as a hero, scoring Portugal's sole goal. As the match entered stoppage time, Portugal's fans began to celebrate their impending victory. Yet, just as they popped the champagne, Iran was awarded a penalty in the second minute of stoppage time. Iran's number 10, unlike Ronaldo, did not falter and confidently converted the penalty. Both teams found themselves at an even footing. Now, should Iran score again, Portugal would face elimination, and the previously stellar Ronaldo would become the scapegoat for the team's exit. The atmosphere in the stadium was electric, with fans from both sides on tiptoe, straining their necks to catch every moment, holding their breath. This penalty invigorated Iran's morale. And realizing their chance to advance to the knockout stage, they launched a fervent assault on Portugal's goal, seizing the final moments. All they needed was one more goal to break the curse of never advancing from the group stage. In response to Iran's relentless offensive, Portugal fortified their defense, employing tactical fouls and substitutions to waste time. After enduring several tense minutes, the match finally concluded when an Iranian winger's shot found the side netting. In the end, the match ended in a 1-1 draw. Both teams finished with a record of 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss, their goal differentials identical. Thanks to Cristiano Ronaldo's hat-trick against Spain, the Portuguese team advanced to the knockout stage, edging out Iran on goal difference. Upon confirming their progression, the Portuguese players erupted into jubilant celebration on the pitch as the referee's final whistle blew. In stark contrast, the Iranian players seemed utterly drained, collapsing in various positions on the grass, their World Cup journey once again coming to a premature end. As has often been the case, they failed to progress from the group stage, yet this time it felt particularly agonizingly close. Upon learning the outcome of the match involving Portugal, the Spanish players were taken aback. Clearly, Portugal possessed a significantly stronger squad than Iran. However, the Iranian team showcased a robust playing style, with commendable defensive capabilities and a well-structured offense, proving they were no mere pushovers. Underestimating them solely because they are an Asian team would indeed be a grave miscalculation. Spain had narrowly escaped a mishap in their previous encounter with them. Thus, it is imperative never to underestimate any opponent on the field, nor to become complacent. Had Cristiano Ronaldo converted that penalty, much of the ensuing chaos could have been avoided. Bosch, ever keen on emphasizing the importance of respecting opponents, reiterated this point to his players after hearing the results from the adjacent match. His foremost concern was that some of the Spanish players might become complacent due to the team's historical achievements, leading to arrogance. Such a mindset could lead to disaster. Especially considering the overall decline in Spain's prowess, they could ill afford to be presumptuous. With a week remaining until the round of 16, Bosch granted the players a day off, allowing them time to spend with their families. Shortly after the national team departed, their entourage, primarily composed of their wives, was quick to mobilize. The players had been in Russia for over half a month, and it was time for them to engage in some much-needed personal time. Compared to some teams with stricter regulations, Spain's approach was relatively lenient. After all, excessive repression is counterproductive. Rather than allowing players to sneak off and potentially create scandals, it was better to let them enjoy time with their wives and girlfriends. Upon announcing this news, Bosch was met with exuberant cheers from the players, who vanished in an instant. He shook his head in exasperation, realizing he had forgotten to remind them to exercise moderation. Considering that many of these players were dating models or celebrities, possessing both beauty and physique, he surmised that any reminders would likely be in vain. Let them be. As for him, he would find a place to enjoy a drink and unwind. Chapter 275, Messi's despair. Argentina faces elimination on June 29th at the Kaliningrad Stadium. The highly anticipated match between England and Belgium was about to commence, with both teams engaging in their final warm-ups on the field. After concluding his training session, Belgium's midfield maestro Kevin De Bruyne approached the sidelines, seizing the opportunity to hydrate while casting his gaze towards the stands, seemingly in search of a familiar face. A phone call he received prior to the match had informed him that someone would be attending to watch the game, encouraging him to perform admirably. This call piqued De Bruyne's curiosity, leaving him eager to discern whether the individual was jesting or truly present. Upon a week of searching, De Bruyne finally spotted his target seated in the front row, close to the pitch. A smile illuminated his face as he discarded his water cup and strode purposefully towards the individual. A photographer, adjusting the broadcast camera, noticed De Bruyne's movement and, intrigued, followed his direction with a glance. What he saw took him by surprise. There, in the stands, were Lin Quan and Pep Guardiola, father and son. Without a moment's hesitation, the photographer pivoted the camera to capture Lin Quan and Guardiola. The audience, previously oblivious to their presence, gasped as their images appeared on the large screen. Lin Quan's appearance raised questions. Was he there to scout the opposing team? The two competing sides, Belgium and England, were indeed formidable contenders in this World Cup. Belgium, often referred to as the Red Devils of Europe, held a lofty position within FIFA's top 5 rankings. England, having endured a dismal performance in the previous World Cup, experienced a resurgence this time, advancing from the group stage and possibly eyeing a spot in the quarterfinals or even semifinals. At that moment, De Bruyne entered the frame of the broadcast. His face lit up with surprise as he reached the barrier, engaging in cheerful conversation with Lin Quan. Their interaction appeared delightful, culminating in a fist bump, with Lin Quan making a gesture of encouragement. Observing this camaraderie, the audience realized that Lin Quan had come specifically to support his friend. The earlier concerns of Belgian and English fans were alleviated, as they understood that there was no cause for alarm. The bond between Lin Quan and De Bruyne was evidently strong, having forged a friendship since their time at Werder Bremen, which now spanned 5 or 6 years. It seemed as though they had rarely been apart. There had been a brief separation when De Bruyne returned to Chelsea after leaving the Bundesliga, only to be sidelined for a season before joining Manchester City. They were the type of players who complemented each other perfectly. Without one, it would be challenging for the other to reach such heights. This sentiment was echoed by many, as De Bruyne was known as Lin Quan's finest wingman, providing countless assists and key passes. Conversely, Lin Quan served as De Bruyne's most effective attacking partner. Without Lin Quan, De Bruyne's assist rate would significantly decline. Occasionally, one encounters unreliable forwards who, despite being presented with golden opportunities, managed to squander them. One forward, with the surname C, even exclaimed that he was quite knowledgeable in this regard. The match is set to commence shortly, with both teams, after a cautious period of probing, launching fierce assaults on their opponent's goal. On paper, both sides possess considerable strength. Analyzing statistics such as possession rates, shot counts, and instances of dangerous attacks, it is evident that their capabilities are evenly matched, creating an atmosphere ripe with potential for either team to triumph. After observing the unfolding action, Guardiola leaned back, exuding a relaxed demeanor as he remarked, "Indeed, neither team is adopting a conservative strategy today. Both are playing with great fervor, with numerous attacks and shots on goal. It will come down to who can seize the opportunities." With both teams having already secured advancement, the players' mindsets are notably relaxed, allowing them to fully exhibit their prowess. In the first half, England appeared to control the flow of the game. However, Belgium posed a greater offensive threat, with England's defender Cahill executing a perilous clearance that prevented the opponent from taking the lead. As the second half commenced, Belgium intensified their efforts, increasing their pressing in the midfield and accelerating their attacking rhythm, aiming to exploit any errors from their rivals. This strategy quickly bore fruit. In the 51st minute, Fellaini intercepted the ball and distributed it to De Bruyne. With a keen eye, De Bruyne delivered a surgical pass that sliced through 3 defenders, penetrating England's backline and assisting Hazard in scoring. The majority of the credit for this goal belongs to De Bruyne, as his pass was nothing short of exquisite. Witnessing this penetrating delivery, even Lin Quan and Guardiola in the stands could not contain their applause, not to mention the ecstatic fans present. Following Belgium's lead, the Red Devil supporters fervently chanted the names of Hazard and De Bruyne, their excitement palpable as they basked in pride for their nation's exceptional talents. In response to falling behind, England immediately launched a vigorous counterattack, with Kane and Vardy unleashing a series of threatening shots. The English team, attacking with the ferocity reminiscent of the Three Lions, made their presence known. In the 66th minute of the second half, Rashford created space outside the box and unleashed a long-range shot that equalized the score at 1-1. If the match were to conclude at this moment, it would favor England, as despite identical goal differentials and total goals, England's fewer yellow cards would grant them the upper hand in advancing from the group stage. In a decisive moment, De Bruyne once again emerged as a key player. In the 88th minute, he capitalized on a free kick opportunity, delivering a stunning shot that found the net, restoring Belgium's lead. At this juncture, the cheers for De Bruyne resounded above those for Hazard, establishing him as the preeminent hero in the hearts of Belgian fans. A few minutes later, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. With an impressive performance marked by a goal and an assist from De Bruyne, Belgium triumphed over England, securing their place in the round of 16 with a remarkable 3 consecutive victories. The momentum of the Red Devils is formidable, even surpassing that of the Spanish team. It is no wonder that many had high hopes for them prior to the match, listing them as one of the favorites to claim the championship. After witnessing their performance in this match, the number of supporters for this viewpoint is likely to increase. Following the conclusion of the match, Lin Quan joined De Bruyne for a meal. If all goes as expected, their next opponents will be either Japan or Colombia. The results of Group H will only be revealed tomorrow, leaving Belgium's adversary yet to be determined. However, it matters little, regardless of whom these two teams face. We are confident in our ability to prevail. Fresh from defeating England, De Bruyne exuded confidence, showing no regard for these potential opponents. Both Colombia and Japan are no pushovers. One must be cautious not to falter. If, by chance, they were to lose to Japan, it would certainly be a spectacle. De Bruyne shook his head resolutely. Rest assured, we will not halt our progress until we have personally vanquished your Spanish team. Oh, such bold words. You're not suggesting that Belgium's goal this time is the World Cup trophy, are you? With a hint of pride, De Bruyne puffed out his chest. Of course. The championship is our sole ambition. Lin Quan gave De Bruyne a thumbs up. Well said. Such ambition deserves recognition. We shall meet on the field. See you on the field. With the conclusion of the last group match, the list of the 16 teams advancing to the knockout stage was unveiled. Notably absent from this list was the German team, the runners-up of the previous World Cup. Germany suffered a shocking defeat, losing 0-2 to the bottom-ranked South Korean team in the final round, marking the biggest upset of this World Cup. This loss directly dashed their hopes of advancing to the round of 16, making them the first favorites to be eliminated. The exit of the German team sent shockwaves throughout the entire German football community. Post-match, Germany's head coach Loh publicly announced his resignation during a press conference, taking responsibility for the defeat. However, whether replacing a coach will resolve the issues and troubles faced by German football remains a significant question mark. In contrast to the self-destructive misfortune of the German team, another squad, Argentina, found themselves in dire straits but clung to a glimmer of hope, managing a thrilling 2-1 victory over Nigeria in the subsequent match, thus securing their ticket to the next round. In this match, Messi, who had been subdued in the previous two games, finally found the net. Not only did Messi's revival elevate his own performance, but the spirit and attitude of the other Argentine players also markedly improved compared to earlier matches. If one were to compare the previous iteration of Argentina with the current team, they would seem like two entirely different squads. According to gamers, the Pampa Eagles are a classic example of a team that cannot perform unless they are at full strength. Undoubtedly, Argentina's advancement to the round of 16 can be attributed not only to their commendable performance in overcoming their opponents, but also to a critical factor. Croatia, having already secured their place in the knockout stage, did not relent. Their victory over Iceland in the final round was pivotal. Otherwise, it might have been Iceland progressing instead of Argentina. As the roster for the round of 16 was unveiled, the matchups for the subsequent stage became largely apparent. The World Cup's matchup rules dictate that the first-place team from one group faces the second-place team from an adjacent group. The first in Group A confronts the second in Group B. The first in Group B faces the second in Group A, and so forth. According to this arrangement, Spain's opponent is the host nation, Russia. Argentina will face France. Portugal will contend against Uruguay, and Brazil will go up against Mexico. The inaugural match of the round of 16 pits the first from Group C against the second from Group D, namely, France against Argentina. Both teams are among the favorites to clinch the championship, with their odds ranking within the top 5. It is indeed a lamentable circumstance that such formidable teams should encounter each other at this early juncture, as it signifies that one of them will inevitably bid farewell to the World Cup stage following this match. Nonetheless, for the fans, the opportunity to witness such a titanic clash at this stage is a source of immense delight. The match itself did not disappoint the expectations of the spectators. Right from the onset, the French team launched an aggressive assault, with Mbappé repeatedly challenging Argentina's defensive line, leaving them somewhat perplexed. In the 13th minute of the first half, after winning the ball in their own half, France swiftly counterattacked. Mbappé surged into the penalty area, provoking a foul by Rojo. The referee issued a yellow card to the Argentine defender and awarded a penalty. Griezmann converted the opportunity, putting France ahead with a score of 1-0. The tens of thousands in attendance were awestruck, captivated by the exhilarating sight of Mbappé's electrifying pace. His speed was indeed remarkable, rendering Argentina's defenders unable to keep up. The speed detection equipment recorded Mbappe's sprint at an astonishing 39.2 km/h. The revelation of this figure sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. While his swiftness was anticipated, the extent of it was beyond expectation. Truly a wild stallion unleashed. With such extraordinary velocity, how could Argentina's fullbacks possibly contain him? Mbappe proved to be a formidable challenge, and Argentina struggled to devise effective countermeasures. In just the first 20 minutes, Argentina incurred 2 yellow cards and conceded a penalty due to his relentless assault, an epitome of being on the back foot. Yet, after weathering this tumultuous period, the Argentine squad began to mount a counteroffensive. In the 41st minute of the first half, Angel Di Maria brought the teams level. Merely a minute into the second half, Messi assisted a teammate to score again, flipping the score to 2-1 in favor of Argentina. Just as the Argentine fans exhaled in relief, preparing to celebrate a potential victory, the situation on the field dramatically shifted. In the 57th minute, Matuidi delivered a precise pass, and Hernandez crossed from the left flank. Pavard, positioned just outside the right edge of the penalty area, executed a half volley that altered the score to 2-2. 7 minutes later, the French team returned with renewed vigor. Pogba sent a diagonal ball, and Hernandez crossed from the left once more. Matuidi's shot from 12 yards was blocked, but Mbappe, seizing the opportunity, dribbled into the small box and executed a low shot that found the back of the net, bringing the score to 3-2 as France regained the lead. Yet, the French onslaught did not cease. Merely 4 minutes later, Giroud provided a through ball, and Mbappe, in a one-on-one situation, calmly slotted the ball into the far corner, further extending the lead to 4-2. Within a mere 11 minutes, France had netted 3 goals, with Mbappe contributing 2. His name rapidly spread across the globe, transforming him into a household name. The Argentine players gazed in disbelief at the bright red scoreline, bewildered by the sudden turn of events after having led just moments ago. The astonishment was not limited to the Argentine squad. The fans in attendance shared the same shock. Even the supporters of the French team were taken aback by the sheer audacity of their side's performance, which left their opponents utterly stunned. Even now, reflecting on those fleeting 10 minutes, they find it hard to believe how wild the sequence was. After all, this was Argentina. Following the setback, Messi tirelessly sought opportunities to equalize. Yet the French defense stood resolute, offering little in the way of chances. In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, Messi delivered a diagonal pass into the box, where an unmarked Aguero headed the ball into the net, narrowing the score to 3-4. However, this goal came far too late. Ultimately, propelled by Mbappe's extraordinary display, France triumphed 4-3 over Argentina, advancing to the quarterfinals. Chapter completed. Chapter 276. Messi faces criticism. Diego Costa's unsportsmanlike conduct. Had someone told Argentine fans and Messi supporters before the World Cup that Argentina would fall in the round of 16, they would undoubtedly have been deemed foolish. Yet, after witnessing Argentina's dismal group stage, the notion of their early exit seemed more palatable to many. Moreover, falling to the formidable French team rendered the outcome more justifiable. Nevertheless, local Argentine fans struggled to accept this result, and naturally, the lion's share of blame fell upon Messi. In the aftermath, criticism of Messi poured in from all directions. Some fervent Argentine supporters took to the streets, publicly burning Messi's jersey. Others gathered outside his residence in Argentina, brandishing signs demanding his departure from the country while hurling insults. To those individuals, Lin Quan believed they might simply be misguided, but Messi, as a prospective footballing monarch, could not afford to be seen as ordinary, making the scrutiny he faced all the more understandable. It is no surprise that he managed to provoke such ire. The temperament of some fans, akin to vodka, ignited with the slightest spark. The Russian goalkeeper Akinfeev has ventured from his goal. Diego Costa, seizing the opportunity as the central path lay open, attempted to score at the near post, yet Akinfeev, seasoned and swift, closed his legs and crouched to secure the ball. Throughout Messi's decade with Argentina, I have yet to witness a singular remarkable performance from him. Though many hail him as the world's finest player, this accolade seems to hold true only within the confines of Barcelona. At least on the national stage, he has failed to substantiate his prowess. I am loath to criticize a player's attitude, but if a player prefers the comfort of his club, perhaps he ought to withdraw from international duty. The host nation this time boasts considerable strength. While they may not rival Brazil of 2014, they are certainly superior to South Africa of 2010. Detractors do not engage Messi's supporters in debate. Instead, they clutch at the sore point. If Messi is truly so formidable, why does he not dare to leave Barcelona and prove he is not merely a product of the system? What a predicament. Diego Costa stumbled momentarily, awkwardly driving the ball into the penalty area. This criticism places Messi in a decidedly precarious position. Isco received the ball and delivered a diagonal pass to the center, as Costa surged into the opponent's box, orchestrating a rapid counterattack for Spain. Regrettably, Spain had already prepared for such maneuvers, anticipating their adversary's strategy. Fans supporting Messi deemed the host's comments nonsensical and utterly unfounded. Messi's greatness requires no validation, for anyone with sight can attest to it. Furthermore, the referee's influence on the match is profound, capable of determining the outcome directly. If he cannot prove himself on the international stage, it appears that his only recourse may be to depart from Barcelona. So many have arrived. I had assumed today's stadium would be entirely occupied by Russians. Not only ordinary fans expressed disappointment and even anger at Messi's performances, some esteemed figures from the Argentine national team have also stepped forward to criticize him. This mirrors the disdain seen from fans of Serie A regarding their national players. A certain player excels at his club, yet becomes malleable and ineffective on the national team. This inevitably raises suspicions about their commitment. On July 1st, at precisely 5 p.m., the Luzhniki Stadium in southwest Moscow was filled to capacity. With over 80,000 fans in attendance, the vast arena brimming with spectators. Moreover, it is unlikely that Barcelona would willingly release Messi. Thus, the probability of his departure from the club remained slim. As Russian players advanced, they found themselves at a loss against the well-prepared Spanish defense. A single stone creates ripples. Kempes is a titan in Argentine football, the key figure who led the national team to its first World Cup triumph, holding a stature and legacy in Argentine football that rivals even that of the legendary Maradona. However, under the pressure from the Spanish fullbacks, the quality of crosses from the opposing wide players diminished, easily collected by De Gea. They did not gather together, which made it difficult for their cheers to unite, rendering their voices susceptible to interference from the opposing side, resulting in a lack of momentum. Initially, this perspective did not garner much attention. But as the Argentine national team suffered consecutive defeats in the World Cup and Copa America, Messi's performance for the national team faltered significantly, suggesting that he would not perform outside the Barcelona system. They could only pin their hopes on the defensive prowess of Ignashevich. As he passed by Ignashevich, he overheard an utterance of trash in English from the opponent. The defense in the center was excessively dense. Their attempts yielded no opportunities. Was this a mockery of his strength? Over 10,000 fans traveled thousands of miles from a population of over 40 million to watch the match. It truly was an exaggerated feat, with Kempes leading the charge. Others unleashed a barrage of criticism towards Messi from all angles. It was not the kind of exaggeration associated with outstanding performance, but rather the kind linked to dismal displays. The host's remarks, widely disseminated across television and social media, quickly ignited a significant uproar. Diego Costa flashed a radiant smile and retorted, "Your strength is impressive," almost rivaling that of my 80-year-old grandmother. The host was merely a jester, seeking fame by riding the wave of controversy. Over the past decade, numerous professional players from top leagues, including the likes of Ronaldinho and Henry, have vouched for him. Surely those players possess greater insight than these mediocre hosts and commentators. Is it true? Such a number? Unless they came solely to watch a match. Otherwise, staying in hotels for 10 to 20 days, coupled with expenses for food, drink, and ticket purchases, it is normal to spend thousands of euros during a World Cup. For the vast majority of Spaniards, this amount is considerable, yet they willingly spend it to support their national team. The latter swiftly turned, keeping pace with Diego Costa, attempting to use physicality to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. Ignashevich, incensed, pushed him away. Players like Cristiano Ronaldo and Lin have proven themselves across different teams, whereas Messi has only demonstrated his prowess at Barcelona. Thus, those who boast about Messi should reconsider if he can prove his capabilities elsewhere. I will apologize for my statements today. Otherwise, please acknowledge this reality. Messi is merely a system player. Without Barcelona, he is nothing. For weaker teams, if they can secure a perfect start, they can retreat to focus on defense and counterattacks. On the positive side, the opposing team's strength is not formidable, as Spain avoided a stronger second-place team in their group. Diego Costa appeared indifferent to Ignashevich's reaction, yet he was secretly observing the opponent's expressions. Russian fans felt embarrassed, as this was their home ground, but it seemed their numbers paled in comparison to those of their adversaries. Some Russian fans took the initiative to lead the charge, organizing fellow supporters to chant and cheer for their players on the field. However, the Luzhniki Stadium did not enforce any segregation, resulting in a mingling of fans, with Spanish supporters clad in red jerseys surrounding the Russian contingent. This provoked a sense of irritation, prompting Diego Costa to resolve to teach the opposing team a stern lesson in the forthcoming match. Compounding matters. Amidst calls from Argentine legends for Messi to retire from international play, his prospects with the national team appeared bleak. Had it been seasoned veterans from the Premier League, such provocative remarks would hardly elicit anger. Instead, they might have been met with even more scathing retorts. The referee had already placed the whistle to his lips, poised to call a foul against the Russian players at the moment Costa fell. It became evident that football held a far greater significance in the hearts of the Spaniards than one might have imagined. Lin Quan experienced an epiphany. No wonder Spain's football prowess was so formidable. Such an electric atmosphere around the sport would surely cultivate exceptional talent. As the match commenced, the referee swiftly signaled the start. At that moment, most Russian players found themselves within the Spanish half, leaving them little time to retreat defensively. De Gea, seizing the opportunity, hurled the ball with remarkable strength to a teammate on the flank. In hindsight, had he known this would transpire, he would have feigned injury with a dramatic fall and roll. The downside was that the opposing team was the host nation, with every stadium effectively transformed into their home ground, potentially benefiting from favorable officiating. It seemed that the earlier shove had failed to topple the opponent, which led to mockery from the adversaries. Consequently, he had no choice but to distribute the ball wide, seeking opportunities for a cross to break through. Seeing the opponent genuinely enraged filled him with delight. Fans supporting and opposing Messi engaged in heated verbal battles both online and offline. Lin Quan did not share a profound connection with Messi, having interacted with him only a few times, and thus felt no sympathy for Messi's plight. However, Ignashevich evidently underestimated Costa's reputation for unsportsmanlike conduct, which was notorious. Once the match commenced, the Russian team, leveraging their home advantage, attempted to launch an assault on Spain. Reports indicated that over 100,000 Spanish fans had traveled to support their team during this World Cup. Given Spain's economic struggles, which were far from those of other Western European nations, it seemed unlikely that many fans could afford such an expense. What a predicament! As I sought to engage him emotionally, he might very well approach me for an autograph after the match. Upon learning of Messi's situation, Guardiola felt a pang of sympathy and intended to call to offer consolation, only to discover that Messi's phone was already turned off. After speaking, he erupted into laughter, laden with sarcasm. Upon reflection, it was indeed striking how exaggerated Messi's performances had been on the international stage. Unbeknownst to others, Diego Costa had already anticipated this maneuver. His push not only failed to topple his opponent, but also inadvertently allowed the adversary to escape his defensive grasp. Witnessing his shot being thwarted, Diego Costa struck his thigh in frustration. He was not merely tugging at the jersey. He had even grasped the flesh beneath. As Messi's team faced their third defeat in the World Cup, the chorus of skepticism reached a crescendo. Spain favored an aggressive offensive strategy, leaving ample space in the backfield. Should they seize the opportunity to execute one or two efficient counterattacks, victory could still be within reach. Upon entering the pitch, the Spanish players were taken aback to see the stands teeming with supporters clad in red jerseys. Rather than pitying Messi, Lin Quan believed it wiser to focus their energy on the forthcoming match. Drawing the host nation in the draw was a mixed blessing for Spain. Noticing Diego Costa retreat, Isco curiously approached him. He shook his head, turned, and made his way back toward their half of the field. It was at this moment that suspicions began to surface among the public, with an increasing number of individuals endorsing this sentiment. As Diego Costa engaged in physical confrontation, he discreetly tugged at his opponent's jersey. It was indeed true that the host was an ardent fan of Cristiano Ronaldo, making it impossible for him to speak favorably of Messi. His words were fundamentally unsound. Ignashevich's command of English was mediocre, and it took him a moment to grasp the situation. Players were astonished. Spain's population was relatively modest at just over 40 million, significantly fewer than the populous nations of Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. Perhaps Messi was deeply contemplating the path he should take moving forward. However, for Messi, Now over 31 years of age, departing from the club he had called home for over a decade to join an unfamiliar team posed considerable risks. A host of a football program in the United States even labeled Messi a fraud, asserting that his success at Barcelona was solely attributable to his teammates, and upon leaving, he was swiftly returned to obscurity. The top stars I have encountered can succeed with any teammates. Such assertions could easily lead to a red card. The stadium could accommodate around 70,000 to 80,000 spectators, and it appeared that our supporters comprised nearly half of that number. The Argentine football legend Mario Kempes, in an interview with the Argentine authoritative media outlet Ole, openly criticized Messi for his lack of contribution to the national team over the past decade, even urging him to retire from international play. Of course, he was acutely aware that the foul occurred outside the penalty area, meaning that even if the whistle blew, a penalty would not be awarded. What did you just say to that guy? This was certainly a point of concern. The host's perspective was not novel within the football community. Long ago, some had postulated that Messi was merely a product of his system. Isco, in his naivety, appeared momentarily bewildered, seemingly believing the fabrications of the opposing side. Lin Quan, observing Isco, felt a twinge of sympathy for him, as well as for the opposing defenders. Being targeted by Diego Costa was far from a favorable situation. The chapter concludes. Chapter 277. What does it mean to be a distinguished graduate of the La Masia Film Academy? Throughout the first half of the match, the tempo remained firmly under the control of the Spanish team. They exhibited remarkable patience, meticulously passing the ball within the opponent's half, utilizing the width of the pitch to manipulate the adversary's defense, and striking decisively whenever an opportunity arose. Anticipating this scenario, the Russian team relinquished possession, compacting their formation to bolster their defense while awaiting counter-attacking chances. Thus, the match swiftly transformed into a practice in half-field offense and defense. In the opening 10 minutes, Spain's possession exceeded 85, with the Russians scarcely touching the ball. However, their defensive performance was commendable, successfully limiting Spain's opportunities. In the 11th minute of the first half, Lin Quan, while attempting to dribble past an opponent on the left side of the penalty area, was brought down, resulting in a free kick for Spain. The angle for a direct shot was challenging, prompting Lin Quan to signal his intent to deliver the ball towards the far post. As Lin Quan executed the pass, Costa anticipated the ball's trajectory and, leveraging the momentum of his opponent's forward push, intentionally stepped back. Consequently, the most dynamic point for Russia on the field was swiftly extinguished. It's all Costa's fault. He led me astray. I didn't trip him. He fell on his own. Yet, Diego Costa's face was indeed flushed, resembling someone who had just endured a beating. Lin Quan, curious about Costa's leg, found the redness on his face even more intriguing. What happened to your face? Upon witnessing Costa being assisted off the field, an oblivious Bosch hurried over to assess the situation. With a 3-on-6 scenario, scoring seemed implausible unless their coordination was impeccable or the opposing defenders made a significant blunder. However, having already fallen for a trick once, the opposition was unlikely to be deceived again. Lin Quan paused momentarily, secretly giving him a thumbs up. You, my friend, would be a loss to Hollywood. To be prudent, he even instructed the substitute forward to warm up. His intention was to provoke a fall, allowing him the chance to shoot. The referee, startled, rushed over to restore order. Ignashevich, naturally unwilling to let him pass, grasped his arm and pushed him back. Upon realizing the ball had crossed the line, Lin Quan raised his right hand, exuberantly celebrating with a triumphant fist pump. It must be said, the shot was executed beautifully. Observing Costa's cheeky demeanor, Ignashevich became furious, raising his fists as if to strike him. Both players were not without their antics, though Costa's experience clearly shone through. Upon noticing Lin Quan's gesture, he feigned an attempt to squeeze into the penalty area. Golovin, accustomed to the treatment of a star, found little to smile about at that moment. Isn't this truly a distinguished graduate from our La Masia Film Academy? Many players from both sides were oblivious to the unfolding drama. Upon seeing Costa suddenly collapse, they instinctively gathered around, presuming a conflict had erupted between the two. The shot nearly soared over the goal, grazing the underside of the crossbar before finding its way into the net. Lin Quan once again signaled at the back post, seemingly intending to replicate his previous goal. Regardless of whether this lad had been physical, his earlier impulsive behavior warranted at least a yellow card as a caution. If that were the case, then the Russian players could simply pummel the entire Spanish team and secure victory effortlessly. It was truly a pity. One could argue it was their best opportunity for a shot throughout the match. This scene left Busquets utterly astonished. Bosque was momentarily speechless, turning away to retreat, only to reconsider whether such an action would be too conspicuous. Indeed, Spain's first goal was contributed by none other than his backside. After Lin Quan delivered the ball down the flank, he noticed Costa sprawled in the penalty area, and a pang of concern struck him, fearing this chance would be squandered. It appeared that Diego Costa was indeed quite injured. Team physician, Golovin, after completing his pass, did not linger in the penalty area, but wisely withdrew outside, creating space between him and the defenders, thereby affording him room to maneuver the ball. "Do you wish to fight?" After uttering this, the elder felt a flush rise to his face, a pang of guilt washing over him. "Ahem, I did it myself," Bosque inquired. "How bad is the injury?" Yet upon witnessing the scene, he promptly showed a yellow card to Ignashevich. However, this action sparked a misunderstanding among the Spanish players. The team physician remarked, "It seems Costa is not injured." Furthermore, having endured Lin Quan's relentless training sessions, their defensive prowess had significantly improved, making it trivial to contend with a mere Golovin. Their ball possession surged, and by the 30th minute, the live statistics indicated that Spain's possession had soared to 90. After voicing his thoughts, Bosque swiftly adjusted the team's defensive strategy. "Speak plainly, I am prepared for anything." However, Spain showed no mercy, relentlessly pressing in midfield, causing their opponents considerable distress, resulting in a rapid loss of possession, forcing them to retreat to their own half. At that moment, Costa was engaged in a subtle tussle with the opposing center-back Ignashevich near the right post. The referee was initially in communication with his officiating team, inquiring about the sequence of events. Sighs echoed through the stands. Coincidentally, Bosque shared the same sentiment. Among the spectators, some harbored doubts regarding Costa's earlier injury. But as time passed with no sign of his return, their uncertainties were completely dispelled. The Russian fans in the stands rose in unison upon Golovin's shot, their eyes fixated on the ball. Who scored? As he sought out the architect of the goal, he noticed his teammates gazing at him in disbelief. Observing the Spanish players preparing to swarm Ignashevich, the Russian players brandished their fists, adopting battle stances. While this group of Spanish players might struggle against Lin Quan, they were indeed capable of containing Golovin. "You behave yourself. Could it be I who scored?" Regardless of how he got in. A goal is a goal once it crosses the line. 5 minutes later, Diego Costa limped back onto the field, and the crowd erupted into sporadic applause. During his exit, he had been groaning, as if gravely injured and on the brink of collapse. Could it be that this lad was attempting to feign a penalty? This was the initial thought that crossed Ignashevich's mind, but at that moment, he felt something strike his backside, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. However, Spain's defensive response was swift. As the Russian winger cut into the penalty area, 6 Spanish players had already retreated to the vicinity of their goal. The Russian number 11 surged into the box, attempting a shot, but it was firmly blocked by a Spanish player, nearly resulting in a loss of possession. It was truly a case of being suffocated by possession. Thus, upon receiving a pass from the number 11, he deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his foot, then curled it with the inside, soaring over De Gea's reach and heading towards the goal. Unexpectedly, before the ball could reach the opponent, Costa had already collapsed, clutching his face. To everyone's astonishment, the ball struck an opposing defender and ricocheted into the net. Could it be that was football? Perhaps consider joining the Spanish national team. I can assist with the naturalization process. I'm quite familiar with it. After their momentum was extinguished, they found themselves in a more passive and vulnerable position. Score 1. I demand a goal. Countless fans silently urged, hoping for the ball to find its way into Spain's net. As Lin Quan approached for the penalty, he noticed multiple defenders surrounding Diego Costa and altered his decision, directing the kick towards the near post. For the Spanish players, it was one thing not to see the foul, but now that it was evident, how could they allow such an affront before their very eyes? Costa, ahem, I was merely acting. With a 1-goal lead, Spain played with greater composure. In the 37th minute, Russia finally seized a remarkable counterattack opportunity. Thus, Bosque unreservedly assigned a dedicated player to mark him, denying any space for ball control. He observed that the opposing number 17 was exceptionally lively, as most of Russia's previous counterattacks had originated from his side. This time, in addition to Ignashevich, 2 other players lay in wait around Costa. The Russians could hardly touch the ball, reduced to despair as they watched it exchanged effortlessly among their opponents. Costa spoke in a tone only two could hear. Unexpectedly, as he retreated, he slipped and fell first. He then returned to advise the team doctor and Costa, "Give him a bit more treatment. Let us have him back on the field in 5 minutes." If the players were to erupt into a full-blown brawl here, it would be akin to rubbing FIFA's face in the dirt before billions around the globe. Boscame. Ignashevich had not anticipated such a turn of events, and, caught off guard, fell alongside him, although the goal was not scored by him. Upon witnessing the ball find the net, Costa sprang to his feet with enthusiasm, cheekily taunting the bewildered and guilty Ignashevich. "Hey, mate, that was a splendid goal. What just happened?" Ignashevich, in a state of confusion, turned to see the football nestled within his own goalpost. Some fans appeared touched by his unwavering spirit despite the setback, spontaneously offering their applause. He roared at the sidelines, expressing his profound dissatisfaction with the team's defensive performance. Despite having a numerical advantage, the defenders were inexplicably drawn to the ball, chasing it in a frenzy and neglecting their marking duties. The instant replay on the big screen clarified the doubts swirling in Ignashevich's mind. No more opportunities for them. Let's focus. Yet, some observant fans noted that Costa's injury was to his face, so why was he limping as well? Russian supporters had resignedly returned to their seats, still lamenting the earlier goal. Meanwhile, Russia's number 17, Golovin, aged 22, was in possession of the ball. "Approach him with the same tenacity you display in defense." Ignashevich, feeling both aggrieved and furious, attempted to explain the situation to the referee while trying to assist the fallen Costa. In the 44th minute of the first half, Spain earned a corner kick opportunity. With Costa unable to continue, Spain was left to contend with just 10 men. Noticing Costa's prolonged struggle to rise, the referee summoned a stretcher for him. Positioned in the center, Peak astutely sensed Lin Quan's intentions. As Lin prepared to take the kick, Peak swiftly surged forward, seizing the moment before the opposing defender could clear the ball, and delivered a powerful header towards the goal. Was it truly unfair? Ignashevich was on the verge of tears, feeling more wronged than ever. It was evident that the lad had feigned injury, and yet he, who had done nothing wrong, was the one receiving a card. Meanwhile, Costa, lying on the ground in agony, discreetly peeked through his fingers to assess the situation, feigning injury a while longer. Following their setback, Russia attempted a counterattack. How disgraceful to resort to such underhanded tactics. The goalkeeper had no chance against the deflected ball. His teammates were too close to the goal, leaving him no time to react. With players barely able to stand, only a yellow card was issued. At that moment, there were merely 3 Russian players near the penalty area. Just before he collapsed, he passed the ball back to Golovin. The ball arced beautifully through the air, narrowly missing the post as it crossed the goal line. Ignashevich was taken aback, suddenly recalling the object that had collided with him earlier. Witnessing the opponent's distress, even Ignashevich himself was astonished. Could it be that he had indeed struck him in the face? Otherwise, how could this player be so severely injured? If even the player himself contemplated such a notion, one can only imagine the thoughts of the fans. The goal was scored. Please, refrain from resorting to violence. Regrettably, their expectations were dashed. They seized the opportunity presented by the Spanish players, who were largely confined to their own half, launching swift long passes down the flanks to propel the ball into Spain's territory. Had they assigned even a single player to mark Golovin, the opposition would have struggled to connect, rendering any threatening shots impossible. Del Bosque's stature within the national team remains formidable, and coupled with his typically calm demeanor, the stars from top-tier clubs appeared as chastened children, bowing their heads in response to his roar. Although Lin Quan did not witness the incident clearly, his knowledge of Diego Costa led him to believe that the opponent either refrained from aggression or attempted it without success. Costa exhibited a level of skill that significantly surpassed that of his national teammates. Initially, some felt the referee's decision was overly harsh, yet upon seeing Costa's disheveled state, they came to view the yellow card as just, if not lenient. Noticing the opposing defenders lunging with urgency, he feigned a shot, deftly controlled the ball, and created space to pass it to the center. Consequently, the goalkeeper stood no chance of making a save. The score transformed to 2-0, and in the final minute of the first half, Spain extended their lead. Despite the remaining half yet to be played, the scoreline and the stark disparity in possession during the first half led nearly everyone to believe that Spain had secured victory. End of chapter 278. He is not merely playing football, it is pure artistry. You played exceptionally well in the first half. I take great pride in you. Perhaps due to his earlier outburst, Del Bosque entered the locker room and immediately lavished praise on the players. The defenders, who had felt anxious about the defensive lapse in the 37th minute, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. It appeared that the head coach had no intention of dwelling on the past. However, we are capable of performing even better. Yet, it soon became evident that their joy was premature. The emphasis lies not in what precedes those two words, but rather in what follows. Who do you believe will triumph? It is truly unfortunate for Cristiano Ronaldo. Had he managed to score in this match, he might have saved the day. It is pitiful, akin to being toyed with. Nevertheless, it is often the case that numerical superiority does not guarantee success. Thus, following the match, Guardiola arranged to watch the game with Lin Quan, anticipating the victor of the impending clash between Croatia and Denmark. Talents emerge in every era, each leaving their mark for centuries. As fans surveyed the landscape, they found that few young prodigies were truly worthy of the stage. Based on the first half's experiences, Spain's defense was not as formidable as anticipated. We have a genuine opportunity to breach their goal. The challenge now lies in their struggle to reclaim possession from the feet of the Spanish players. As the second half commenced, Spain maintained their first half strategy, suffocating the Russian players with their relentless possession and passing. After 65 minutes, seizing the opportunity presented by the declining stamina of the defenders, Lin Quan began to assert himself. Upon receiving the ball, he made numerous attempts to dribble past his opponents. Although they had long been aware of Lin Quan's impressive dribbling skills, they were taken aback by the extent of his prowess. The defenders, acutely aware of their near mistakes in the first half, listened intently, witnessing the disarray of the Russian players within the penalty area. Many fans felt a pang of sympathy for them. Fortunately, the opponent's ability to capitalize on opportunities was lacking. Had they faced a more opportunistic team, such as France, Spain would have likely conceded a goal during Russia's first half attack. Even Russian fans were no exception to this sentiment. However, Lin Quan's teammates struggled to release the ball promptly, resulting in a waste of their energy. Many had not even left the training base, let alone indulged in leisurely activities like shopping or dining. Most of Lin Quan's successful dribbles had occurred in midfield, with fewer incidents near the penalty area. Naturally, if they could exert a bit more effort and bring home the World Cup, all other memorabilia would be rendered unnecessary. To address this issue, an adjustment in the team's passing points was required. Initially, the Russian defenders were quite vigilant against Lin Quan's breakthroughs, yet after over 60 minutes of play, such attempts had become scarce in the vicinity of the penalty area. The Russians felt as though a noose was tightening around their necks, constricting them slowly and leaving them gasping for breath. At this juncture, they were somewhat hesitant to commit further fouls, as Spain's possession play was taking place in their half, meaning each foul would grant the opponent a free kick opportunity. Consequently, within 5 minutes, the referee issued 2 yellow cards to Russian players, effectively curbing this unsportsmanlike behavior. Not just the players, but even nearly 70-year-old Bosque felt a surge of adrenaline, his face flushed with excitement. Lin Quan deftly maneuvered past 4 opponents, finally breaching the Russian defense. In a moment of sheer brilliance, facing the advancing goalkeeper, he chose to dribble past him rather than take a direct shot. Both Russian players and fans were left in stunned silence, while spectators in the stands could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. France's midfield maestro Griezmann appeared quite impressive, exuding the aura of a true leader, and may well progress further in his career. After scoring such a magnificent goal, one could only wonder how the opposing players would retaliate. Although it remains unspoken, the question of who follows Messi and Ronaldo is no longer a mystery. The high-priced acquisitions of Coutinho and Dembele by Barcelona must possess some merit, or else they would not command such hefty fees. Perhaps they too hold promise. As for France's Mbappé, he seems poised to evolve into a generational superstar. Bosque, displaying understanding, graciously granted the players another day off to unwind. With the opponents hesitant to commit fouls, Spain swiftly seized the initiative. Following Portugal's defeat to Uruguay and Spain's victory over Russia, a fervent discussion erupted online. Numerous instances arose where forwards, upon witnessing their teammates in the backline recover possession, would surge forward in anticipation of a pass. If the midfielders falter, why not allow the defenders to venture forward and take a chance? When confronted with a densely packed defense, The team could rely on the individual prowess of their star players to create openings by disrupting the opponent's defensive line through dribbling and breakthroughs, thus generating goal-scoring opportunities amidst the chaos. Thus far, Spain has successfully completed 22 dribbles, contributing to their somewhat frantic response when facing counterattacks from rivals. As for Croatia, Coach Del Bosque exerted considerable effort in urging his players to focus on their defensive duties. Furthermore, Spain's forward-heavy formation left their backline exposed, making them susceptible to swift counterattacks from their opponents along the flanks. Although their own team regrettably became a mere backdrop, witnessing the birth of such a goal was, for them, a worthy return on their ticket investment. After Lin Quan's goal, he dashed ahead while his teammates fervently pursued him from behind. Even De Gea, 100 meters away, was seen wildly raising his fists and charging forward in exultation. At just 22 years of age, Lin, in his current form, could dominate the football scene for at least another decade, which implies he might participate in 2 more World Cups, unless another player of his caliber emerges. The forthcoming years may see Lin reigning supreme. After 4 years of maturation, he may be poised to challenge for the status of a superstar, though it remains uncertain whether he can lead his team to redemption in this World Cup. Over time, complacency or a sense of numbness may have set in. In this match, Spain exhibited numerous dribbles, with Lin himself attempting 12, successfully completing 9 and failing 3. Following their match against Russia, the entire Spanish squad returned to their training base. The last 2 direct free kicks nearly found the net. One struck the crossbar and deflected out, while the other was narrowly saved by the goalkeeper. This topic left fans of Ronaldo feeling quite melancholy. Before the match commenced, Guardiola opened the discussion. As the Russian coach made his remarks, several attacking players nodded in agreement, drawing on their experience against Spain's defense, aware of its vulnerabilities. This raised concerns among many about whether, in the aftermath of Messi and Ronaldo, or even after Lin's retirement, football would witness the emergence of players of their caliber again. The audience held their breath in anticipation, with nearly everyone fixated on the red figure within the penalty area. In an earlier match, the traditional South American powerhouse Uruguay triumphed over Portugal with a score of 2-1. Should the disgraced Russians resort to foul play and injure him, Spain would suffer a significant loss. Thus, among the trio of footballing giants, Messi, Ronaldo, and Lin, only Lin remains as a solitary bright star. Even amidst a throng of people, confined within the narrow confines of a restricted area, Lin Quan exhibited a remarkable agility, dribbling, spiking, and changing direction with extraordinary speed. Our defense could undoubtedly have performed better. Moreover, Lin Quan's free kick execution has improved significantly, elevating his overall performance. These 2 goals instilled a palpable fear in the Russian players, dissuading them from committing fouls near the 30-meter danger zone in front of the penalty area. Prior to Lin Quan's goal, the Russian team had already succumbed to despair. Once he scored, the outcome of the match was no longer in doubt. The increasingly frantic Russians began to escalate their physicality during challenges. However, the goal came too late. And with the Spanish team tightening their formation, their defensive intensity surged, rendering the Russian counterattack ineffective, with the score firmly settled at 3-1. Following their victory over the opponent, Spain became the 3rd team, after France and Uruguay, to advance to the quarterfinals. Nonetheless, the opponent's passing and ball control were formidable, maintaining a pass success rate exceeding 95, making it nearly impossible to regain possession. It turned out he had not even exerted his full strength until now. The Russians, having caught their breath, seized a fleeting counterattack opportunity in the 85th minute, scoring a goal that salvaged some dignity. In the face of his swift movements, the opposing defenders seemed to be operating in slow motion, unable to keep pace with his rhythm. Even if they managed to seize the ball, they were immediately beset by the opponent's relentless pressure, making it exceedingly difficult to pass the ball safely and swiftly. Such distinctly characterized and unique players are becoming increasingly rare. Lin Quan responded without hesitation. As European football becomes ever more systematic, players have become increasingly well-rounded, akin to products manufactured on an assembly line. While Bosque emphasized defense, the coach in the adjacent Russian locker room was focusing on offense. According to the match schedule, the next game was set to occur in 7 days. In the 77th minute, Lin Quan once again surged into the penalty area, eluding 1, 2, 3. For defenders, fans in the stands were left awestruck. Is this the prowess of the world's best? It felt as though he was not merely playing football, but creating art. This time, he was resolutely charging towards the opponent's penalty area. As anticipated, the first issue Bosque addressed was the team's defensive concerns. Thus, when Lin Quan truly charged forward with the ball, the opponents appeared somewhat flustered. Not only Lin Quan felt exhilarated, his teammates were even more animated than he was. This goal was a tremendous morale booster. Even though it wasn't scored by themselves, the entire team felt invigorated. What does it mean for a divine being to descend upon the earth? They felt they were witnessing a miracle. Almost carrying the ball into the opponent's net, Lin Quan, after scoring, placed his hands beside his ears, joyfully sprinting around the field. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, with nearly all the fans rising to cheer for him. The Russian team had limited attacking opportunities in the first half, leading to a degree of complacency among the Spanish defenders, many of whom eagerly ventured forward to participate in the attack. Their tackles and fouls have surged dramatically, although the referee has shown some leniency towards the hosts. Such blatant and frequent infractions cannot go unaddressed. Since arriving in Russia, aside from the previous occasion, there has been scarcely any personal time for the players. However, reflecting on this now is futile. Cristiano Ronaldo is already 33 years old, and by the next World Cup, he will be 37. It remains uncertain whether he will still be playing, rendering this match potentially his farewell appearance in the World Cup. Both Messi and Ronaldo are titans of the football world, boasting vast fan bases and generating considerable discourse. If memory serves correctly, Croatia's last achievement was the runner-up position, meaning they reached the finals. During this period, they had ample time to adjust their form, recuperate physically, and gather information on their opponents. The 15-minute halftime soon came to a close, and both teams returned to the pitch. After Lin Quan's departure, Spain's formation began to contract, and their offensive threat diminished swiftly. Once Bosque regained his composure, he promptly made a substitution, replacing Lin Quan with a more defensive player. According to the World Cup match rules, Spain's opponent in the quarterfinals would be the victor between D1 and C2. With each free kick, the Spaniards would earnestly devise tactics for distant kicks. They aimed to loft the ball into the penalty area for taller players to contest, while closer ones were taken directly on goal. Alas, had B. Silva not squandered that open goal, the outcome might have been different. However, other fans did not share this sentiment. The era of Messi and Ronaldo has ultimately drawn to a close. They attempted to struggle and seize the ball from the feet of the Spanish players. This was not only to allow him to receive the crowd's adulation alone, but also for his protection. In this match, Ronaldo failed to score, and his team was eliminated in the round of 16. Portugal's overall strength is indeed inferior to that of Uruguay. Ronaldo has done his utmost to thwart him. A single defender is simply insufficient. It requires multiple players to encircle him. The ball was intercepted by a Russian midfielder, who, seeing the opponent closely marked and lacking the opportunity to turn, opted to pass back to the defender, who then launched a long ball forward, finding their striker who scored. After all, one cannot return empty-handed from such an event. At the very least, a photograph should be taken, a check-in made, and a few souvenirs brought back to serve as mementos of this World Cup. Although they did not score, such attempts consumed considerable time and kept the pressure on the Russian goal, constantly testing and even tormenting the goalkeeper's nerves. Given this context, Croatia is undoubtedly favored to win this match. Denmark is not without its strengths, making it challenging for Croatia to secure victory easily. Guardiola also harbors confidence in Croatia, believing their midfield to be formidable. However, Croatia has its weaknesses, and with their opponent being a strong European team, this match may prove to be fiercely contested. The chapter concludes with an unusual match, where Spain's opponents were Denmark. Despite Lin Quan and Guardiola's greater confidence in Croatia, it was Denmark that scored first. Remarkably, this goal came swiftly. Just 50 seconds into the game, Denmark earned a throw-in. Their left-back, Knudsen, executed a powerful signature overhead throw, propelling the ball directly into the penalty area, a throw-in that effectively served as a corner kick. Denmark's central defender, Simon Kjær, leapt high but failed to make contact, inadvertently deceiving the nearby Croatian players. The ball, untouched, found its way to the far post. Denmark's midfielder, Delaney, seized the opportunity before the opposing defenders could intervene, taking a few steps to the right before passing to a teammate. Another Danish central defender, Jorgensen, received the ball and shot decisively, although the angle wasn't particularly challenging. Fortune favored him. Oh, it seems the outcome was indeed determined. At the moment of Jorgensen's shot, Two defenders were positioned in front of him, one attempting to intercept alongside the goalkeeper, yet the ball slipped through their legs and rolled into the net. If 3 consecutive penalties were missed, it would certainly evoke some amusement. Rakitic, a friend on the national team, yet a rival in the club sphere, patted Modric on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. Thousands of ecstatic fans flooded the streets and squares of Zagreb, Croatia's capital, waving flags and celebrating exuberantly. Modric, having redeemed himself with a penalty goal, finally exhaled. The tension that had gripped him began to ease. Upon rejoining his teammates, he offered apologies one by one for his earlier missed penalty. The match proceeded into the most ruthless phase of the penalty shootout. The early goal posed a significant risk. If Denmark's strategy revolved around counterattacks, Croatia found itself in peril. However, he quickly recovered from the shock, barely noticing Schmeichel's positioning, and with a half-turn shot, he lifted the ball from the ground, grazing the post before finding the back of the net. The crowd erupted into cheers upon realizing what had transpired. Guardiola, taken aback by the early goal, could not help but shake his head in amusement. This match was truly captivating. It must be said, such a choice carried immense risk. Should they miss, Denmark's morale would undoubtedly plummet. The third Danish player stepped up and confidently converted his penalty. Observing the Croatian player's demeanor, Lin Quan remarked to Guardiola, "Regardless of who the next opponent may be, tonight belongs to the Croatians." Today's match was spectacular in every conceivable manner. The two turned to the field, witnessing Croatian goalkeeper Subasic discard the ball in excitement, letting out a fierce roar, while the fourth Danish player, Sean, stood before him, consumed by remorse. The fans of the Danish team were ecstatic, believing victory was assured. However, just as everyone anticipated that Croatia would seize the match due to their opponent's blunder, the fourth Croatian player also missed his penalty. Among the spectators, many shared the same hopeful sentiments as Guardiola and Lin Quan. "Hey, Luka, I see right through you. You're doomed." He silently vowed to exert every ounce of effort, leaving no room for regret. Mandzukic was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a fortuitous gift from the opponent. Could it be that this match would hinge solely on luck? After 120 minutes, Guardiola found himself in a state of bemusement. "We've ended up in a penalty shootout. Was my prediction truly that accurate?" The second to step up for Denmark was their captain, Kjær. Under immense pressure, he aimed for the top right corner of the goal with a powerful strike. Both teams returned to a level playing field. "Let us go. The outcome of this match has been determined. It matters not when victory is achieved." The atmosphere on the field was palpably tense, with cameras capturing the Croatian coach burying his head deep in his knees, unable to witness this crucial moment. They even harbored the confidence that not even the reigning champions, Spain, could breach their impregnable defense. According to the rules of throw-ins, the player must lift the ball above their head to throw it. Under such conditions, launching the ball over 30 meters seems almost superhuman. For teams proficient in heading, having a player skilled in throw-ins would significantly enhance their offensive arsenal. Just moments ago, Schmeichel had thwarted an opponent's penalty, and upon seeing his old acquaintance Modric step into the box, he provocatively challenged him. Such a solid defensive foundation was the greatest assurance for Danish fans in believing they could triumph. Guardiola couldn't help but chuckle. The match had devolved into chaos, with neither side making headway in their territorial battles, yet both managed to score amidst the unexpected. However, the referee dismissed his protests, deeming the goal valid. Penalties inherently test a player's mentality. Once their composure is shaken, the likelihood of a poor performance escalates, thereby diminishing the goalkeeper's chances of making a save. At this moment, Croatia sent forth their third penalty taker, Modric. As he approached the box, the stands erupted with murmurs of concern. Many fans feared that the pressure would overwhelm Modric, causing him to falter after his earlier miss. How many penalties had been taken already? The Danish players and fans alike were struck with dread as they witnessed the god of love miss his first penalty, their expressions shifting dramatically, as if doused in icy water. Jorgensen, with a single kick, pierced through the opponent's defenses, showcasing remarkable shooting prowess. Is it time to leave? The penalties aren't finished yet. Shall we wait a few more minutes? Following the previous round, where both teams scored flawlessly, the players seemed to have settled into a more stable mindset. After the fourth penalty was missed, it felt as though Denmark had already been sentenced to a slow demise. Eriksen from the Danish squad was the first to take the shot, only to squander it. Schmeichel misjudged the direction, diving to the right side of the goal. Had he remained stationary, he might have thwarted the attempt once more. At this moment, the eyes of the entire stadium were fixated upon him, while countless Croatian fans watching from their screens silently offered their prayers. Although the probability of saving a penalty is below 30% when a goalkeeper is in exceptional form, such probabilities can be disregarded. Facing a keeper in such remarkable condition, even the opponents would feel a twinge of dread, burdened by immense psychological pressure. A mere 120 minutes prior, the score stood at 1-1, and it remained unchanged. Both teams delivered a captivating performance, collectively unleashing 30 to 40 shots. Yet none found the back of the net. What was happening? Was the opposing goalkeeper operating under some enchantment? Within just a few moments, he had saved 2 penalties. It was astonishing to witness the physical prowess of that Danish fullback. It became glaringly evident that Denmark had once again failed to convert a penalty. Guardiola had initially favored Croatia, but upon witnessing their early setback, he felt a pang of uncertainty. At this pace, would the match not end with 6, 7, or even 8 goals? This match was truly intriguing, as both goals had taken me by surprise. Alas, it seemed that the first penalty miss signaled impending doom. Witnessing Eriksen's shot being parried by Subasic, the Croatian side erupted in jubilation, as if they had already clinched victory. Some fans, who had just arrived at the stadium and had not yet settled in, were left utterly bewildered. The pressure now shifted to Croatia and the substitute Kramaric. With a deft change of rhythm, deceived Schmeichel and effortlessly slotted the ball home. However, Modric's penalty was saved by Schmeichel, and Croatia squandered the opportunity to eliminate their rivals. The cheers from the audience grew even louder. This match was exceptionally entertaining, with 2 goals scored in just 4 minutes. This illustrates why the pressure mounts as penalties progress, leading to an increased likelihood of misses. Finally, it was time for Croatia's 5th player to step up, Rakitic, the last to take the stage. Consider this: a throw-in in the attacking third is akin to a corner kick, granting them numerous more attacking opportunities than their opponents. Yet, it was evident that Denmark had no intention of adopting a defensive counterattack strategy. This particular shot was nearly impossible to save. Too close, too swift, and too angled. A genuine save attempt could very well result in a collision with the post. It simply had to go in. If this ball found the net, Croatia would advance to the quarterfinals. Everyone knew that this penalty would determine the fate of both teams. What was happening? I hadn't even settled in yet, and a goal was already scored. The stands erupted in fervor as the Croatian players charged towards Rakitic, with the slender Modric resembling a wiry monkey, raising his fists in excitement and leaping high into the air as if propelled by springs. If we include the penalty saved by Schmeichel during extra time, both goalkeepers' save rates for penalties exceeded 50% today. Among the spectators, several timid fans covered their eyes, including supporters from both Denmark and Croatia. The pass was poorly executed, intercepted by a Danish defender who had anticipated its trajectory. Then, amidst the hopeful gazes of the crowd, Croatia's number 19, Badalj, stepped up to take the shot, only to have it astonishingly parried away by Schmeichel. This left Croatian fans and players utterly stunned. Their clearance struck a teammate and ricocheted back, landing at the feet of the Croatian forward, Mandzukic. On the sidelines, the elder Schmeichel, witnessing his son's remarkable performance, flushed with excitement, clapped vigorously, unaware that his palms had turned red from the fervent applause. However, just as everyone believed Croatia's attack would be thwarted, a Danish defender offered a gift. Following the referee's whistle, he steadied himself for a run-up and unleashed a powerful shot directed towards the center. Having fallen behind early, Croatia knew they had to accelerate their efforts. Was that the 4th penalty saved? Denmark's defensive performance in this World Cup has been notably outstanding. Within a mere 3 minutes, Croatia swiftly equalized. Rakitic took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. Lin Quan and Guardiola, 2 neutral fans, were doubled over in laughter at that moment. Had the earlier missed penalty not occurred, the match might have already concluded. Although Schmeichel had moved towards the near post, he remained unmoved by the subsequent play. Kovacic chimed in, affirming, "Indeed, we agreed to shoulder the outcomes together. There's no need for excessive self-recrimination. After all, we are here to claim the championship. We cannot falter at this stage." Perhaps even they had not anticipated scoring so swiftly. In the 4th minute, after regaining possession, Croatia launched a counterattack. Rakitic dribbled into the penalty area before making a calm lateral pass. After a composed approach, he struck the ball firmly, catching Schmeichel off guard. and the ball soared into the net. Schmeichel protested to the referee, claiming that the opponent had paused significantly before the shot, which constituted a violation of penalty rules and should render the goal invalid. To witness such a match live is truly a stroke of luck. I sense that both goalkeepers are now in fine form. Perhaps we will witness another penalty save or two. Scoring a penalty is not newsworthy. Failing to score is what draws attention. Yet, with a powerful strike, he precisely hit his target, leaving Croatia's goalkeeper, Subasic, utterly helpless. This left both Lin Quan and Guardiola in shock. For Croatia, conceding to such an opponent poses a significant dilemma. It seems Croatia will indeed be your next adversary. During the overtime phase, the Croatian team was awarded a penalty kick. Modric cast a glance at the opposing player, but chose to disregard him. The expressions of both the Croatian players and their coach were somber, clearly indicating that they had thoroughly studied their adversary beforehand. Aware that they were up against a team with formidable defensive capabilities, Guardiola, applauding with enthusiasm, conversed with Lin Quan. Both teams returned to a level playing field, and the pressure once again shifted to the Danish side. However, even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. The Danish team, barely recovering from the brink of despair, found themselves unable to celebrate as their fifth penalty taker, Jorgensen, once again sent the ball directly into the arms of the opposing goalkeeper. Thus, Denmark had completed all 5 penalty kicks, scoring only 2 while missing 3. On the sidelines, the Danish coach was nearly apoplectic with frustration. Such an absurdity. Missing 3 out of 5 penalties, how could they possibly rise above this? Guardiola seemed intent on witnessing the final penalty kicks before departing, when suddenly a gasp erupted from the stands, followed by an even louder cheer. The comfort from his teammates warmed Modric's heart, deeply moving him. It was evident that engaging Croatia in an offensive battle was not a judicious choice. The lightning-quick goal left the spectators momentarily bewildered. Guardiola and Lin Quan had already risen to leave, but before exiting, they cast one last glance at the Croatian players, who were celebrating exuberantly on the field. This match had left a lasting impression on them. Indeed, Croatia was a formidable opponent and a splendid benchmark. Chapter 280, Spain vs. Croatia. The knockout stage continued to unfold with 2 matches per day, advancing steadily. By July 4th, the outcomes of all 8 matches had been determined. The list of teams advancing to the quarterfinals revealed another year of European dominance, with a total of 6 European teams, including the reigning champion Spain, making it through. All African teams had been eliminated during the group stage, and Japan, the sole representative from Asia, suffered a narrow defeat of 2-3 against the European powerhouse Belgium. Consequently, only 6 European teams and 2 Latin American teams remained on the World Cup stage. Although Brazil and Colombia, the remaining Latin American teams, were traditional powerhouses with commendable strength, the noise from the crowd was undoubtedly overwhelming. Lin Quan, known for his exceptionally high winning rate as a coach in both club and national team competitions, had led fans to coin the Lin Emperor's Law, succinctly summarizing it as, bet blindly on Lin Quan's victories. One could only conclude that Neymar was both the cause of triumph and the source of failure. Ultimately, the Brazilians were unable to turn the tide, succumbing to Belgium with a score of 1-2 and facing elimination. From such a distance, it was challenging to discern the players' movements, and matches lacking top-tier stars certainly did not attract as much attention as those featuring elite athletes. With Spain concluding their round of 16 match earlier, they enjoyed an additional day of rest compared to Croatia. As the match commenced, the illustrious Brazilian team swiftly launched an aggressive assault against Belgium. While the commentators on CCTV were methodically introducing the starting lineups of both teams, Spain's offensive thrust had already reached the fringes of Croatia's penalty area. Alarmingly, this English squad was not yet at full strength, possessing considerable potential for growth. Events like the Olympics, once celebrated, have lost their allure, as they require exorbitant financial investments that are seldom recouped. Spectators who witnessed this offensive display responded with fervent applause and cheers. Augusto, representing Beijing Goan, executed a magnificent header to help the Samba boys level the score. Subasic, who had exhibited remarkable prowess in the recent penalty shootout against Denmark, continued to display exceptional form in this match. De Bruyne advanced a few steps forward before unleashing a powerful shot. Brazil's fortunes appeared slightly favorable as they faced the European giants, Belgium. With such exhilarating play from the outset, the match promised to be thrilling. Interestingly, many in the crowd were not even Spanish supporters. Their jerseys varied widely, featuring Lin Quan's kit from his time at Werder Bremen, with a majority donned in his Manchester City attire. Although his positioning was suboptimal, his reflexes were lightning fast, as he swiftly leapt to thwart Lin Quan's delicate lob, narrowly deflecting the ball over the crossbar. He believed there were at least 3 fouls committed against him within the penalty area, had the head coach awarded a penalty. The outcome of the match might have been drastically different. Brothers, with front row seats offering a splendid view, one can intimately appreciate the remarkable performances of all players, particularly that of Lin Quan on the field. The score shifted to 1-0. However, it must be said that in this particular long-distance run with the ball, Lukaku's speed was indeed impressive. Brazil's midfield struggled to effectively intercept him, allowing him to advance into the attacking zone and distribute the ball to De Bruyne on the right flank. With Brazil's exit, this World Cup has truly transformed into an intra-European conflict. Following their ignominious exit in the last World Cup without a single victory, the Three Lions have remarkably transformed, showcasing not only exquisite gameplay, but also a revitalized spirit among the players. Among the quarter-finalists, Sweden is arguably the weakest European team. The audience had not yet prepared themselves, and many had not even grasped the entirety of this offensive sequence before it concluded. One cannot deny the formidable attacking prowess of the Brazilians. Their fervent offensive efforts created numerous opportunities. Brazil's strength surpasses that of Uruguay, while Belgium's capabilities are inferior to those of France. Given France's current momentum, there is widespread optimism regarding their prospects, including among football commentators and legends, with over 80% favoring France to overcome Uruguay. Is there no slow-motion replay? The score remains 2-0, and some female fans of the Brazilian team in the stands could no longer contain their tears. In this match, the Brazilian team executed numerous shots, yet the majority were long-range attempts from the periphery. Although they appeared menacing, they failed to convert these opportunities into goals. The midfield is paramount in determining the outcome of the game, and Croatia's midfield proved formidable. I have faith in their potential to cause an upset against Spain. Ultimately, the strength of each side will be revealed through the final score of this encounter. The result left the Brazilians in disbelief, with Neymar expressing significant discontent towards several controversial decisions made by the referee. This outcome rendered the Brazilian fans utterly perplexed. Once they regained their composure, the Samba squad launched a more ferocious counterattack. Unbeknownst to him, although his companions feigned indifference, they were, in fact, enviously captivated. The Uruguayans found themselves in dire straits, as their next adversary would be the relentless French team. As for Croatia, facing a highly favored opponent in this World Cup, they dared not let their guard down, having commenced their research on Spain's matches well in advance. In the 30th minute of the first half, after Belgium successfully defended against an opposing corner, Lukaku surged forward with the ball through the center. Subsequently, Sweden faced an expected defeat of 0-2 against England. It goes without saying that Spain is the team to beat. According to the Lin Huang theorem, when Lin Huang is present, betting on his team guarantees victory. Should Spain fall to Croatia, the trio of football giants would all face elimination. There is nothing like the comfort of home, lounging on the sofa, snacking on seeds, sipping cola, and enjoying the cool air conditioning. What could be more delightful? The Brazilian offense was relentless, achieving absolute dominance over Belgium for a time. Fans later humorously dubbed the Inter Milan forward duo of Lautaro and Lukaku as the tall and fast combination. 7 days have elapsed since the two teams last faced each other, allowing both sides to recuperate and optimize their physical and mental states. Their most recent encounter occurred during the group stages of the 2016 European Championship in France. Brazil's concession of a goal in this match underscored their inability to thwart the opponent's rapid counterattacks. Merely 13 seconds into the match, Spain executed a highly threatening shot. Coupled with De Bruyne's periodic high-quality free kicks, Brazil's goal faced incessant challenges. This afforded them ample time for rest and allowed the coaching staff to meticulously analyze their opponent's tactics, devising strategies accordingly. However, it must be noted that Lin Huang played in the midfield today. With him present, Spain would not suffer in that area. Moreover, the number of spectators drawn to the match directly impacts the organizers' revenue. Some fans from Asia donned red jerseys, which at first glance resembled Spain's kit, but upon closer inspection, appeared to be the national team's attire. Regrettably for them, their dominance did not translate into goals. How infuriating! The reigning champions Spain require no introduction, while the formidable teams of France, England, Belgium, and Croatia are all worthy adversaries. The score has now transformed into 20. Even more disheartening than this score is the fact that Belgium achieved the desired effect. These individuals are indifferent to the outcome of the match. Their sole concern lies with Lin Quan's performance. Not even Neymar could emerge to rescue the team. Who else could they possibly rely upon? Just as the Brazilians felt their prospects dimming, Coutinho discovered a gap in the opposing defense on the left flank, delivering a long pass into the penalty area. The World Cup remains one of the few major sporting events globally that can still generate revenue for its organizers. On July 8th, the final quarterfinal match was held at Luzhniki Stadium, featuring a clash between Spain and Croatia. At precisely 9 o'clock, the much-anticipated showdown commenced with the referee's whistle. As Brazilian fans yearned for their first goal, reality dealt them a harsh blow. In the 8th minute, Thiago Silva's shot struck the post, bringing Brazil ever closer to scoring. Witnessing Lin Quan's exquisite combination play with his teammates, the crowd erupted with excitement, with some fans eagerly capturing the moment on their phones and cameras, later sharing their triumph in fan groups. If that were the case, FIFA and the event organizers would surely be weeping in despair. This shot not only came as a surprise, but also possessed an exceptionally acute angle, coupled with impressive speed. Thus, even with a day's less preparation than Spain, their performance remained unaffected. It must be noted, however, that Neymar's repeated tumbles, while possibly meriting foul calls, were overly theatrical, leading to greater hesitation from the referee due to his history of diving. Given the familiarity between the two teams, they forwent the customary probing phase and immediately engaged in an offensive struggle. Indeed, the most crucial aspect is the cost savings. However, the Croatian team is remarkably strong, boasting players like Modric, which makes Spain's midfield appear less illustrious by comparison. According to the World Cup match rules, Sweden's next opponent will be England, as the Latin American giants failed to seize this vulnerable target. As the match reached the 75th minute, Neymar's follow-up shot within the penalty area was once again thwarted. The individual who initially flaunted their photos, upon realizing their lack of astonishment among group members, was visibly disgruntled. In the 12th minute, Belgium capitalized on a corner opportunity, resulting in Brazil's defensive midfielder Fernandinho inadvertently scoring an own goal, thus taking the lead. Neymar, Jesus, Coutinho, Paulinho, and Willian relentlessly attacked the opponent's defense. This goal significantly boosted Brazil's morale, prompting them to launch even more ferocious assaults against Belgium. This is truly absurd. A single World Cup, a European Championship for leagues, and the immense influence of 4 Champions League trophies have amassed a vast legion of fans worldwide. However, it seems that the referee, perhaps influenced by a preconceived notion of his propensity for theatrics, remained indifferent to Lin Quan's fall within the penalty area. As Lin Quan penetrated the box, Croatian defenders Vida and Lovren attempted to close him down, yet Lin Quan anticipated their moves, deftly stopping the ball and executing a delicate chip shot through the narrow gap between them. On that occasion, Croatia had triumphed over Spain, but Lin Quan did not participate, rendering the outcome an inadequate reflection of the true capabilities of both teams. If one could attend the match in person, who would prefer to remain at home? The French team did not disappoint, effortlessly overcoming Uruguay with a goal and an assist from Griezmann, thereby becoming the first team to advance to the semifinals of this World Cup. This time, both sides fielded nearly their strongest lineups without reservation. However, there was a general skepticism surrounding their prospects, as European teams displayed formidable strength in this tournament. This undoubtedly complicated Brazil's offensive strategy, as they hesitated to launch an all-out assault on their opponents. Lin Quan skillfully maneuvered past an opposing midfielder, laying the ball off to Iniesta in the center before continuing his forward run. Iniesta, anticipating the oncoming pressure from the opposition, delivered a pass, executing a textbook wall pass. Many fans had come specifically to witness him play in person. Yet, Coutinho and Augusto squandered numerous golden opportunities, rendering Brazil's attack fruitless. Although Brazilian goalkeeper Alisson reacted promptly to the initial shot, he was a fraction late, and the ball thundered into Brazil's net like a cannonball. Such a futile endeavor is naturally unappealing to anyone. Despite countless attempts at goal, they remained unable to break the deadlock. With such expenditure evident in their performance, one could ponder better uses for that money, be it sustenance, attire, or leisure activities. Speaking of which, who do you think will win this match? There were no close-ups of the action, yet Belgium's counterattacks were formidable, bolstered by De Bruyne, an exceptionally creative playmaker who consistently found his teammates with precision in the briefest of moments, instilling fear in the hearts of the Brazilians. Lautaro, standing at merely 1.74 meters, was tasked with height, while Lukaku, towering over 1.90 meters, brought speed to the equation. In this contest of strengths and weaknesses, Brazil's chances of overcoming Belgium appeared significantly greater than against Uruguay. With Messi's and Ronaldo's teams eliminated in succession, Lin Quan naturally emerged as the sole superstar of this World Cup. The electric atmosphere of the stadium and the opportunity to request autographs and photographs with favored players left fans yearning to take their place. However, attending the World Cup entails considerable expense, and with the demands of daily life, many find little time or energy to be present. Meanwhile, the match on the field continued to unfold with palpable tension. End of Chapter 281. The fatal weakness of the Spanish team. After being taken aback by Spain's initial onslaught, Croatia found itself somewhat apprehensive. They anticipated the match would be a scenario of the strong attacking the weak, with Croatia in a defensive stance. However, they were taken aback by the ferocity of Spain's offense. In the very first minute, while most Croatian players were still settling into the game, Spain nearly found the back of the net. The opponent's attacking prowess seemed not only strong but remarkably extraordinary. Nevertheless, Croatia's strategy today was astutely tailored. All 6 players in the midfield and attack, including forward Mandzukic, were adept at both offense and defense. They actively intercepted and contested in their own half, employing vigorous movement and intense physical confrontation to stifle the opponent's possession play. This tactic felt oddly familiar. However, if they failed to score in the first half, the outcome of the match could become uncertain. When Mandzukic moved, his teammates adjusted their positions accordingly. It appeared they were acutely aware of their seasoned players and hesitated to linger, acknowledging Croatia's resilience, which was evident to all. Given the absurdity of their recent penalty shootout against Denmark, no team would relish facing them in another such situation. With only 20 minutes into the first half, Spain still had ample time to maneuver. In Croatia, Modric assumed the pivotal role, while at Barcelona, Iniesta and Messi held similar responsibilities. Del Bosque, having attended numerous Atletico matches, was well acquainted with Simeone's tactical approach. According to the coach's pre-match directives, the teammates were undoubtedly positioned in defense, poised for action. Particularly in midfield, Modric resembled a firefighter, ready to bolster any area in distress. Following his success with Atletico, scrutiny of his abilities grew exponentially. Previously, Spain's offense had compressed Croatia's 3 lines too tightly. It was time to push outward to restore the necessary distance and elasticity among the lines. After their teammates had tirelessly contested for possession in their half, with limited success, it was even less likely that Modric alone could reclaim the ball from the opponent's feet. Guardiola had noted a World Cup statistic indicating that Modric's average running distance in this tournament exceeded 11 kilometers. Their pressing was not overly aggressive, and they were careful to shield their rear, ensuring no gaps were left exposed. Players like De Gea and Nacho, both born in 1990, were now 28 years old. Who claims that Spain's matches are hypnotic and soporific is utterly mistaken. Even in the absence of their forward, the impact on the defense was minimal. Through vigorous movement and pressing, they emphasized physical confrontation, preventing the opponent from comfortably receiving and passing the ball, thus increasing the likelihood of forced errors. The Croatian tactics evoked a sense of déjà vu. Indeed, combined with Spain's unique finesse, it felt as though the peak of the Matador era was making a triumphant return in those opening 20 minutes. Yet, just as Mandzukic charged in to seize the ball, Busquets executed a pass. They can occasionally launch a counterattack, demonstrating that they possess the ability to retaliate and are not merely passive recipients of blows. As for the offense, it's akin to taking a shot with or without a clear chance. Even a failed attempt can serve to intimidate the opponent and slightly alleviate pressure on one's own defense. Compared to the star-studded squads of Barcelona and Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid's roster lacks the depth of their rivals. Nevertheless, achieving such remarkable results in the league underscores the efficacy of their tactical approach. During a lull in the match's tempo, fans engaged in fervent discussions online. The style bore resemblance to a blend of the German and Brazilian teams, ferocious in attack, yet disciplined in structure. With their backs turned, should an opponent seize the opportunity to intercept the ball unexpectedly, it could lead to a scoring chance. Rakitic serves as a piece in the puzzle of a strong team, but cannot fulfill the role of a midfield linchpin. He is better suited to function as a supporting player, particularly if there are elite midfield maestros present. This is an astonishing statistic, considering Modric is already 33 years old, categorized as a seasoned veteran. However, there exists a distinction. Atletico Madrid employs an aggressive high-pressing strategy, while Croatia does not advance their formation as aggressively. Even their forwards tend to operate near the center circle, refraining from venturing too deep. Mandzukic is not one to dither. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolves to pursue the play. Spain's offense is not characterized by a thunderous presence with little impact. Their frontline coordination is razor-sharp, particularly the interplay between Lin Quan, Iniesta, Isco, and David Silva in tight spaces, rendering them nearly impossible to defend against. In contrast, Iniesta, who is a year older, has shown lesser mobility in this World Cup, prompting Basque to often place him on the bench due to his inability to sustain consecutive matches. Thus, after observing the first 20 minutes of the game, new fans were still chanting praises for Spain, marveling at the prowess of the defending champions. Indeed, they appeared eager to strike. Seasoned fans are well aware of Spain's playing style, while many new enthusiasts merely follow the trend for excitement. Upon witnessing the opponent's actions, Mandzukic hesitated momentarily. Although the score remained 0-0, the initial 20 minutes were undeniably thrilling, devoid of monotony. When Lin Quan received the ball again near the center circle, Mandzukic charged towards him with determination. It is worth noting Busquets' football intelligence. Though Lin Quan had not consulted him, he seemed to intuitively understand Lin Quan's intent. As he received the pass, he adjusted his position a few steps back into his half. This precisely the tactic Atletico Madrid employs against Barcelona in the league. Observing the opponent's momentary halt in attack, Croatia exhaled a sigh of relief. Although they had withstood the storm of relentless offensive pressure, the previous onslaught had indeed left them gasping for breath. To apply some pressure and prompt a response from the opponent, it is essential to maintain a forward momentum without allowing them the luxury of organizing their defense comfortably. Guardiola, observing from the stands, harbors a differing opinion. Having witnessed Atletico Madrid's matches and even faced them as a coach, he recognizes their conservative approach, with minimal advancement in positioning. Thus, the outcome of this match is unlikely to remain uncertain for long. Spain may either struggle to break through, falling victim to a counterattack, or find themselves dragged into extra time, ultimately facing defeat. Goals on the field often arise from the slightest mistakes of the adversary, and as Atletico capitalizes on these errors, their scoring opportunities naturally multiply. Lin Quan, while controlling the ball, glanced at the match clock. Simeone continues to employ a defensive counterattack strategy with a pressing defensive style. Having observed numerous Atletico games, Basque acknowledges Simeone's impressive coaching record that has garnered him considerable acclaim throughout Europe in recent years. If the standards were to be tightened, only Modric would remain as a standout. The offensive burden is indeed substantial. However, securing a goal in the first half would alleviate most concerns. Indeed, this match has me on the edge of my seat, completely devoid of sleepiness. At this thought, Mandzukic suddenly accelerated, akin to a cheetah honing in on its prey, darting swiftly towards Busquets. The over 80,000 spectators shared a similar sentiment with the Croatian players. Were it not for the goalkeeper's prowess and the team's unwavering resolve, they would undoubtedly find themselves trailing at this point. Yet, should he successfully intercept the ball, the reward would be exceedingly worthwhile. Therefore, the Spanish team must expedite the conclusion of the match, avoiding any scenario that could lead to extra time or a penalty shootout. Moreover, the opponents cannot be allowed to pass the ball freely in front of them. Simeone's tactical approach has proven effective in La Liga, presenting challenges even to esteemed clubs like Barcelona and Real Madrid. As Croatia refrains from attacking, they instinctively begin to push their defensive line forward. The assistant coach, Tony, inadvertently vocalizes this realization, awakening the team's understanding. No wonder it feels so familiar. They have seemingly borrowed tactics from Atletico Madrid. However, this is the first instance of such a strategy being employed in the World Cup. Ultimately, Croatia faces two possible outcomes. Either they succumb to the relentless onslaught of their opponents, conceding too many goals and facing elimination, or they withstand the pressure. Furthermore, Atletico's defense often involves high pressing, leaving their positioning inherently advanced. Once they regain possession, transitioning the ball from the back to the front requires little effort. as the coordination among their attacking players often leads to a swift shot on goal. Consequently, the speed and quality of Atletico's counterattacks significantly enhanced their scoring efficiency. While Spain's aggressive offense is primarily driven by the desire to avoid prolonged uncertainty regarding the match's outcome, it is precisely for this reason that a fervor for high pressing has swept across the entirety of European football, with numerous mid to lower-tier teams beginning to adopt Atletico Madrid's tactical approach. Spanish fans in the stands widened their eyes in astonishment as the opposing forward launched an unexpected attack, some even shouting to alert Busquets. Why has Spain's dominance in football waned in recent years? The aging of the squad is alarmingly pronounced. It is no wonder their performance has declined. Consequently, upon receiving the ball, he refrained from initiating an attack and instead focused on controlling the tempo. With unwavering determination, the Croatian players thwarted Spain's relentless assaults time and again. If the match were to extend into extra time, the aging Spanish players would struggle to keep pace, leaving them ill-equipped to match their opponent's fervor. After 20 minutes of ineffective aggressive play, Lin Quan realized that continuing in this manner would be detrimental to them. Such a vigorous onslaught, with an unwavering resolve to breach the opponent's goal, likely stemmed from a desire to avoid prolonging the match. For the veterans, physical stamina represents their most significant limitation. Moreover, as age advances, maintaining concentration becomes increasingly challenging, a fact that becomes more pronounced as time drags on. With his back to the opponent, Busquets appeared blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Lin Quan observed this keenly and, as Mandzukic approached, calmly passed the ball to the nearby Busquets. Today Spain played in a manner that was anything but quintessentially Spanish. Even seasoned players like Xavi attempted 7 dribbles in the first 20 minutes, which was indeed unusual. Spain's performance today was decidedly atypical. Among the starting 11, aside from Lin Quan, De Gea, Isco, and Nacho, the remaining players were all over 30. Their tactical execution was commendable, with high player morale and commendable defensive zeal, as well as notable cohesion. However, if tasked with functioning as the team's brain, his organizational and commanding capabilities fell short of the requisite standard. He merely seemed to engage half-heartedly, unwilling to expend energy on Busquets. Conversely, should he refrain from engaging, Busquets would create space and pass freely without hindrance. To be fair, Croatia's style is not reminiscent of Atletico Madrid's. Veteran fans furrowed their brows, beginning to analyze the situation seriously. Yet, should fortune favor them with a goal, they would feel justified in defending even more resolutely. One side dazzled with its attacking prowess, while the other displayed an admirable defensive performance. In the most precarious moments, the atmosphere around Croatia's goal was tense, as if a goal could materialize at any moment. The opponents were clearly aware of this, hence Croatia's focus in the first half lay predominantly on defense. Witnessing such an exhilarating match live was worth every penny. On the sidelines, Spain's coaching staff, upon recognizing the opponent's tactics, could only gaze in astonishment. The team's shortcomings were evident. They had relatively few top-tier players, with only Modric and Rakitic among the elite. The players were not merely engaged in man-to-man marking, but seemed rather to be controlling specific zones. The most discussed topic remains the unusual performance of the Spanish team, leaving one uncertain whether to continue following their progress. The Croatian players on the field exhibited no signs of suspicion, as Mandzukic jogged away from Lin Quan and approached Busquets. After a prolonged period of intense assault, the players were visibly fatigued, necessitating a brief respite to catch their breath. The few steps taken on the field were hardly noticeable, and it appeared as though Lin Quan's pass was overly forceful, prompting Busquets to retreat to receive it. Had Lin Quan not significantly reduced the average age of the Spanish team, their mean age would likely exceed 31 years. Yet this did little to alter their passive position on the field, as Spain's offensive was exceptionally fierce during this period. Upon noticing Mandzukic's approach, Busquets took the initiative to carry the ball back towards his own defense. Not only were their positions different, but their playing styles diverged as well. What was once a dominance of two rivals in La Liga had, over the years, been transformed into a three-way contest under Simeone's influence. Although the opposing lineup boasted a respectable average age, Spain's was even greater. After observing for several minutes, Guardiola discerned the characteristics of this Croatian team. Mandzukic seemed not to genuinely intend to seize the ball from the opponent, a fact evident from his movements. National team and club teammate Pique received a pass from Busquets, and as soon as he did, Mandzukic abandoned Busquets to charge forward. However, Pique was facing him and had already noted Mandzukic's advancing motion, so he proactively retreated upon receiving the ball, creating a safe distance. At this moment, Pique disregarded Mandzukic, lifted his gaze to assess his teammates' positions, and swiftly directed the ball towards a teammate clad in the red number 10 jersey. Chapter conclusion. The breakthrough goal from afar. Spain 1, Croatia 0. Pique's pass was executed with exceptional precision, both in strength and direction. Although his character may be subject to some controversy, his prowess is largely undisputed. As a quintessential ball-playing defender, Pique's passing ability is remarkably prominent, along with an outstanding sense of offensive positioning, which later led him to make several errors, often serving as a stepping stone for numerous forwards. Lin Quan sidled to one side to observe the trajectory of the ball. Without the need to decelerate or turn, he comfortably received it. Fang Zheng raised his sword, its momentum swelling dramatically, reminiscent of Su Hong demonstrating the Nine Heavens divine sword. He set aside his mechanical mask and tossed his rain cloak into the washroom, preparing to use a fireball spell to dry it. Uncertain when he would next be able to utilize it in such weather, he also removed the inner lining, opting for a clean replacement. Wei Qianxing, struck by a psychological blow, dared not confront Zhou Yi, while Yu Mei felt even less inclined to challenge him. Channeling all her frustrations into the delectable dishes on the dining table, the ghost shadow squad. If not now, then when? I roared, and instantly the canine-headed figures surged forth, with one approaching my side to prop me up, as I truly found myself devoid of energy. A sudden sound pierced the air, infused with joy, comfort, and an inexplicable, unique emotion. Ning listened to the almost audible crunching sounds nearby, realizing he was not entirely at ease with her presence, which soothed her heart. She inquired within, striving to break through to the second tier of her mental prowess, a sensation both profound and mystical. It is often said that life is fraught with hardship while death brings release, and this holds true. The departed find peace, while the living must bear the burdens of painful memories until their last breath. Yin Feng and Gong Chang returned to HH City, where Qi also sought them out. Recounting the circumstances of the situation, Yin Feng was astonished, never imagining that there were others clandestinely aiding her, and notably, individuals of considerable capability. This revelation complicated matters for them significantly. Donald surveyed his surroundings, extending his mental perception, choosing to locate a relatively lush tree nearby. He manipulated the wind element to disperse the scattered twigs and leaves on the ground, settling against the trunk while cradling Funga. Wei Qiansheng, exuding an air of authority, spoke with conviction, causing the boss to flinch in surprise, though his speech became more fluid. Jia cast a wary glance at Qingchuan, harboring a certain fear not of the steward's affiliation with the Bundi Manor, but rather of his formidable influence. A steward of the Bundi Manor, endowed with advanced demon cultivation, possessed a dual identity that instilled trepidation. This individual not only acquired the unparalleled immortal golden body and the nine-dragon demon idol from the god of black and white, but also learned the formidable solar true fire and innate yang qi from Yangding Tian. Simultaneously, he drew forth the nine-color thunder jade stone, wielding the exclusive divine weapon, the Hongjun ancestor sword, standing ready for any eventuality. Of course, these thoughts were beyond the capacity of the diminutive dragon to articulate, as he regarded these brothers merely as pawns. Shun Jialan squinted, her aura intensifying, observing quietly for a while before departing, her head throbbing. General Jin Yuan did not disappoint the emperor's earnest expectations. Shun Nian's words had been delivered in the most tactful manner. In the camp, the three scouts awaiting Chen Fei offered their respects before responding. The first to speak was one who had ventured to Luzhou City for intelligence gathering. Additionally, Zhou Xuanzi grappled with a perplexing question. Who could that master capable of sealing formations with ghostly energy be? Yin Ping gently reassured his younger brother, gradually succumbing to fatigue, and soon fell asleep alongside him. The final scene of the battle left the arriving Dugu Yang and Huangfu Zhe nearly petrified. The display of power was terrifying. The delegation comprised two individuals. One was short in stature, covered in grayish-white bristles, a retainer of the Red Flame Marquis, named Ho Ping, there to bolster the Red Carp's standing. Chapter 283. Did Lin Quan miss the penalty? No, this fellow is exacting revenge. On the field, both teams played with exceptional fervor, while fans in the stands employed every tactic at their disposal to engage in a contest of wills. The Croatian supporters sang their national anthem in unison, only to be interrupted by the Spanish fans who rallied together to counter with their own voices. Unfortunately, the Spanish national anthem lacks lyrics, making singing it impossible. Thus, they resorted to chanting the names of every player on the pitch. However, before the 11 names could be fully called out, the opposing national anthem had yet to conclude, prompting them to begin singing Song of Lin instead. This melody can trace its origins back to 2013, during Lin Quan's loan to Werder Bremen, when the fans of the Parrot Legion crafted a German song in his honor. Following Lin Quan's transfer to Manchester City, the City fans adapted this tune into English, resulting in both German and English renditions of the song. After Lin Quan scored, they intensified their assault on Croatia, aiming to extinguish any suspense in the match before halftime. However, his condition was not at its peak, as he limped slightly while moving. When the referee awarded a penalty, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd, accompanied by shouts of corrupt officiating. In such instances, should the referee be uncertain, he could rely on VAR for clarification. At that moment, both teams shared a singular focus: to vanquish the other. Spain's dominance remained as formidable as ever. On the sidelines, Bosquet's demeanor was not eased by the penalty awarded. One could only hope Spain would break through and reach the finals. An early elimination would be rather mundane. The Croatian players had initially pursued Lin Quan, but were bewildered to find the ball had vanished. Having been disoriented by Spain's swift succession of passes, they now saw Isco poised to shoot in the space Lin Quan had created, prompting them to rush towards him instinctively. Although athletes possess extraordinary metabolic capabilities, the accumulation of lactic acid in their muscles would inevitably lead to fatigue, impacting their performance. The referee promptly blew the whistle as Isco, David Silva, and others gathered around Lin Quan, concerned for his well-being. Lorentzov, evidently anxious, had executed a rather brutal tackle, sending Lin Quan sprawling. The players on the field were oblivious to the presence of the French coach, yet even if they were aware, it would likely go unnoticed. Deschamps chuckled, remarking that while external analyses could be heated, placing complete trust in them would ultimately lead one astray. Isco had intended to shoot, but, noticing the defenders converging on him, he instead delivered the ball to the most critical player, Lin Quan. Henceforth, he shall be known as the Prince of Diving. Seeing Lin Quan lying in the penalty area for an extended period without rising filled him with unease. The team had just conceded a goal, and the once neutral ground had transformed into a hostile arena, with the opposing fans' fervor unsettling them. Lin Quan silently commended himself, preparing to drive the ball into the penalty area when he was suddenly brought down by the opposing number 6 from behind. At that moment, the French team truly embodied the role of challengers, while the Spanish team stood before them as a towering mountain to behold. Lorentzov's foul occurred in a rather ambiguous location, near the penalty line, yet Lin Quan ultimately fell within the penalty area. Although, on a personnel level, this Spanish team appears significantly weaker than the one from 4 years ago. Under the orchestration and inspiration of Lin Quan, this younger Spanish squad has performed admirably, even exceeding expectations. The rationale behind this is quite straightforward. Lin Quan's integrity is impeccable. Whether in league play or international matches, he never resorts to theatrics, which leads the referee to trust him rather than suspect the opposing team of attempting to deceive for a penalty. Consequently, teams playing in a raucous home atmosphere often find it challenging to compete, as their home grounds are frequently referred to as fortresses. Observe his professional maneuvers. The aerial 720-degree somersault is indeed a feat of high difficulty, deserving of a perfect score of 10. As the referee blows the whistle, Lin Quan begins his run. While Subasic's eyes widen in anxiety, his focus heightened to the utmost degree. In contrast, the Croatian team, despite being in good form, finds their momentum stifled by their adversaries. Upon catching sight of Lin Quan, one player casts a scornful glance, seemingly disdainful of associating with someone of Lin Quan's caliber. In an inconspicuous corner of the stands, Didier Deschamps, the coach of the already qualified French team, cannot help but exclaim in wonder. The 2018 World Cup was the first to implement the VAR, Video Assistant Referee, system, which mitigated the risk of erroneous or overlooked decisions when referees are positioned poorly. Even if they triumph in this match, the next challenge will undoubtedly be formidable, let alone the prospect of defending their title. It appears that the Spanish team is poised to claim victory. Should they reach the semifinals, they will emerge as our greatest challengers. At this moment, The fervor generated by the fans serves as a potent motivator for the players, keeping their bodies in an elevated state of excitement, preventing any decline in performance due to the accumulation of metabolic fatigue. Observing Lin Quan's current form, Iniesta tentatively inquires about his condition. Subasic, under Lin Quan's intense gaze, feels overwhelmed. No worries, I'll handle this. Fortunately, just as the team doctor is about to enter with the medical kit, Lin Quan rises from the ground. Despite successfully saving 3 penalties in the previous shootout, facing Lin Quan is a different challenge altogether. He boasts a 100% success rate with penalties, and to date, no one has managed to save a penalty taken by him. This fact only heightens Subasic's tension. After over 20 minutes of high-intensity play, the players have fully acclimated to the match's demands, their conditions now optimized. In their last match against the host nation, Russia, the number of their supporters was nearly equal to that of the hosts. In this competitive environment, defeating Spain no longer seems an insurmountable task. While the title of defending champions belongs to Spain, Deschamps is filled with confidence in his French squad, firmly believing that the ultimate victory will belong to them. However, the decision has incited considerable dissatisfaction among the Croatian team. Lorenz vehemently argues that the foul occurred outside the penalty area, asserting that it should be deemed a free kick rather than a penalty. The two sides remained locked in contention, ultimately leaving the decision to the main referee. Busquets, Pique, and other players affiliated with Barcelona instinctively surrounded the official, exerting pressure on him. As the reigning champions, the enthusiasm and fervor of Spanish fans supporting their national team reached unprecedented heights. Coupled with the fact that the match had only just begun, the players were unconcerned about fatigue, significantly enhancing the attacking threat posed by the Spanish team. However, the landscape had shifted. After 5 or 6 years of rigorous preparation, the French team had fully matured and was now in the prime of their prowess. Shouldn't someone else take this penalty? Lin remarked. In this match, the number of Spanish fans present far exceeded that of the Croatian supporters. The loss of their absolute core due to a single penalty would be a grievous blow for the Spanish team. What a beautiful pass. Indeed, Deschamps regarded their opponents as challengers, positioning the French team as the defenders of their title. At that moment, they sang the Spanish version of the Lin song. In the 35th minute of the first half, Spain executed a series of exquisite one-touch passes in the attacking third. Thanks to the multitude of cameras positioned around the field, the referee could review fouls from various angles, effectively minimizing the likelihood of erroneous or missed calls. The Croatian defenders were thrown into disarray by Spain's rapid succession of passes, instinctively chasing the ball and exposing gaps in their defense. As Lin gradually assumed a pivotal role within the Spanish national team, the fans joined the ranks of those reinterpreting the song, creating a Spanish rendition based on its German and English versions. Consequently, while the Croatian players believed a foul had occurred outside the penalty area, the Spanish players contended it warranted a penalty kick. Subasic's mind faltered. Yet how could he possibly squander such a golden opportunity? Deschamps remained unfazed. He believed that as long as they contained the opposing number 10, the French team could play at will. An assistant nearby nodded in agreement, questioning the external narrative that this Spanish team was lacking. After all, if one were to trust expert opinions entirely, why would there be a need for so many professional scouts? Or even for them to attend matches in person to assess the opponent's condition? Nevertheless, the referee had made his decision, and it was final. Just as he prepared to judge the angle of the opposing shot for a save, he noticed Lin seemingly outpacing the atmosphere they had created, inspiring the players on the field, reigniting their fighting spirit, and elevating their morale to a state of excitement, even exhilaration. Bosque, typically mild-mannered, anxiously shouted at his teammates on the bench, genuinely exasperated. In contrast to the solemn national anthem, personal songs of stars are usually lighthearted, vibrant, and irresistibly infectious, possessing a hypnotic quality. Lin shook his head and glanced at the Croatian center-back Lorenc, who had just received a yellow card, wearing an expression of defiance. Lin Quan etched the visage of this fellow into his memory, vowing to repay him in due course. Just moments ago, the successful tackle was largely attributed to his innate talent for injury immunity. Had it been anyone else, a fractured leg might have ensued. This lad, having committed such a grievous error, still dared to strut about with an air of arrogance. How absurd. With this thought in mind, Lin Quan accepted the ball from a teammate and meticulously placed it upon the penalty spot. Their victory was, in truth, unsurprising, for Spain is a formidable nation within Europe. whereas Croatia is but a small country with a population of less than 4 million. Some even accused Lin Quan of theatrically diving to earn a penalty. One would have thought only the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo and Neymar indulged in such antics. Yet today, another adept diver had joined their ranks. These factors rendered the Croatian team exceedingly passive, utterly dominated by their opponents, with scarcely a chance to retaliate. At that time, the French team was still in its nascent stages, undergoing a complete overhaul, lacking the prowess to contend with Spain. Nevertheless, their performance was commendable, particularly in that home match where they nearly clinched victory. There was reason behind Lin Quan's thoughts. Deschamps was well acquainted with the primary lineup of the Spanish team from the previous World Cup, having faced them in 2 matches during the 2012 to 2013 World Cup qualifiers. Even neutral fans, unfamiliar with the Spanish language, found themselves instinctively swaying and humming along to the melody after hearing the songs several times. Without Lin Quan, the Spanish squad would undoubtedly crumble. Football is an immensely physically demanding sport, especially in high-intensity confrontations where each sprint is akin to an intense anaerobic workout, resulting in a significant accumulation of lactic acid over time. It is likely that the combined numbers of Croatian fans and neutral supporters could barely match their fervor. The rivalry among fans in the stands profoundly influences the players on the field. After all, the fans are the 12th player of the team. One penalty kick is not enough. They would demand 2 or 3 without hesitation. Yet, Lin Quan's speed surpassed that of his counterparts. With a resounding thud, he glanced at Subasic before turning to find the Croatian defender, Lorinov, poised to clear the ball. However, should a controversial foul arise on the pitch, the referee now has the advantage of the VAR system for assistance in decision-making. Lin Quan astutely seized this fleeting opportunity, charging towards the designated area, only to leave the ball at Isco's feet during their intersection. He was uncertain whether he could shatter their record and weave a miracle. Stimulated by Lin Quan's goal and the electrifying atmosphere created by the fans, the Spanish supporters were engulfed in a state of exhilaration. Suddenly, a cry of anguish echoed as Lorinov clutched his abdomen, rolling on the grass in distress. He dashed forward, intent on reclaiming the ball, but his teammate, swifter than he, had already slid in to clear it, denying Lin Quan any chance for a follow-up shot. As for how to restrict Lin Quan, he harbors no concerns. For within his squad resides the finest defensive midfielder in the world, can he? Contemplating this, Deschamps felt a wave of delight wash over him, already envisioning the spectacle of a peak showdown against the Spanish team on the grand stage of the World Cup final. However, the referee did not proceed accordingly, perhaps due to the unfamiliarity of utilizing new protocols for the first time. Where's the team doctor? Hurry, bring someone to assess the situation. Conversely, the Spanish team undoubtedly finds itself in a decline following its peak period. For instance, venues such as Dortmund's Westfalenstadion and Liverpool's Anfield reflect this disparity in attendance. The vast difference in population is starkly evident in the number of supporters present at the stadium. The inclusion of neutral fans suggests a resounding triumph for the Spanish supporters in this contest of the team's 12th man. He made his decision, pointing decisively towards the penalty spot. At times, even the referee may overlook a call, only to be reminded by the video assistant referee via intercom. Currently, the overwhelming presence of Spanish fans is gradually transforming the Luzhniki Stadium into a home ground of their own. Have they missed? Is it possible to miss a penalty? In both matches, the French team faced defeat, particularly in their home game, which was exceedingly frustrating. After positioning the ball, Lin Quan stepped back, hands on hips, gazing at the goalkeeper. The ball fell perfectly from the air into Subasic's embrace. What transpired? Subasic, cradling the ball, wore a look of bewilderment. Chapter 284. Even God is assisting him. Lin Quan seals the match. Beep. The referee halted the match, promptly advancing to check on the injured player. Lorentzov lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony, his body contorted into a shrimp-like shape. The beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead revealed the extent of his suffering. The referee glanced at him, gesturing for a stretcher to enter the field while casting a wary look at Lin Quan. This fellow certainly delivered a powerful strike. Lorentzov had collided with a formidable force. Upon seeing the opponent's penalty miss, Modric felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, witnessing Lorentzov's pained expression sparked a flicker of concern within him. Another center-back, Domagoj, also felt a pang of guilt. Had he not rushed to block David Silva, Diego Costa might not have had the opportunity to shoot under the pressure they exerted together. As an experienced tactician, such maneuvers were second nature to him. However, if they could narrow the gap and score a goal, the players would be free from such doubts. Should he perform admirably, all external criticisms would naturally dissipate. Unfortunately, little time remained in the first half. Missing this opportunity was inconsequential, for there remained time in the second half. This was a long-range lob shot exceeding 40 meters. As for why he targeted Lorenzoff, it was likely a vendetta for the earlier tackle and unkind words exchanged. Engaging in such a tactic is undeniably precarious, for at this juncture, the Spanish team exhibits no discernible fatigue, and their aggressive advance may easily invite counterattacks from the Spaniards. However, offense diverges significantly from defense. It demands a greater degree of creativity and talent from the players. While determination and tenacity can bolster offensive efforts, they do not guarantee scoring. The call for swift advancement resonates. The match is far from concluded. With the net having bulged twice, a palpable sense of relief washed over him. Diego Costa, having scored once more in the World Cup, felt an immense joy swell within him. Meanwhile, Bosque contemplated defensive strategies for the second half, while the Croatian coach pondered how to exploit the closing moments of the first half to mount an offensive. Their ambitions were lofty, yet they had not anticipated that Spain would find the back of the net twice in the first half. Despite the medical staff attending to Lorenzoff, the treatment appeared to yield little effect. The furrowed brow of the physician suggested that a substitution might become necessary. Should that occur, even Atletico might prove unable to accommodate him. Though no direct evidence indicated that his previous tackle was intentional, suspicions lingered that Lin Quan acted with malice. Yet, upon witnessing the opposing center-back's injury and subsequent exit, spirits lifted among the team. Many harbored doubts about his prowess since his significant injury. Utilizing Lin Quan to draw away defenders created space for Busquets, who adeptly shifted the ball to the right flank. The score transitioned to 2-0 as Spain extended their lead. The strike came as a surprise, catching the Croatian side off guard before they could react. At this moment, the Croatian fullback finally appeared before him. Yet David Silva swiftly redirected the ball, creating space for a shot. He represented the most vulnerable point in the Croatian defensive line, and exploiting this weakness was undoubtedly prudent. The spectators in the stands honored Diego Costa with applause, which was both generous and fervent. This clarified the situation. The number of goals conceded in the first half surpassed their expectations, even considering the opponent's missed penalty. David Silva opted to pass rather than shoot, distributing the ball to the edge of the penalty area, where Spain's right-back Carvajal had surged forward, immediately laying the ball across the goal. Diego Costa triumphed in a one-on-one against the recently introduced Joel Luca, slicing through the two central defenders and executing a slide tackle that sent the ball into the net. Had it merely struck the outer post and rebounded, it would have been bearable. Instead, the ball inexplicably ricocheted off the inner post, rendering the situation intolerable. Had that goal been scored, the suspense regarding the match's outcome would likely have been extinguished. Lorenzoff, a key central defender for Croatia, suffering an early exit would pose a significant detriment to their defensive line. The opposing half lay so open that one could gallop through it, with nary a soul in sight save for a goalkeeper stationed far forward. In Spain, a figure dashed forward at breakneck speed, engaged in a frantic race against the opposing goalkeeper, a battle of life and death for mere seconds. Ultimately, the player clad in red triumphed over the goalkeeper in green, skillfully lifting the ball towards the goal just before the keeper could intervene. Not only did Diego Costa, the forward, hover closely beside him, but even Lin Quan, Iniesta, and Isco, among others, frequently attempted to breach his defensive zone, trying to outmaneuver him. Presently, he found it increasingly challenging to compete with elite forwards such as Suarez and Lewandowski. After all, how could someone who had never missed a penalty commit such a fundamental error? The commentators at the Spanish station, witnessing Lin Quan's missed penalty, wore expressions of utter disbelief. At this thought, Modric cast a profound glance towards Lin Quan. Realizing the opponent's feigned attack, the Croatian players swiftly began shifting to the right, attempting to cover the space. His feints were so convincing that Rakitic, tightly marking him, failed to notice that the player he was shadowing no longer had possession of the ball. However, by the time he attempted to retreat defensively, it was evidently too late. Bosch observed the opponent's state, his mind firmly set. Many cast furtive and complex glances towards Lin Quan, who remained composed despite being closely scrutinized by the opposing players. While his teammates endeavored to support him, their assistance only alleviated a fraction of the pressure, leaving the Lioness share for him to bear alone. I can forego the penalty awarded to me, but you must face the consequences of your actions. De Gea, caught off guard, was a heartbeat too late in his save. The opposing team's morale teetered on the brink of collapse. Should another goal be scored at this juncture, it might shatter their resolve, making the second half considerably easier for Spain. Moreover, the dire situation worsened as other teammates, compelled to divert some of their defensive effort to assist João Lucas, inadvertently left gaps in other positions, providing Spain with opportunities. On the sidelines, Bosch leapt from the coaching bench, shouting as he observed Piqué's long clearance soaring through the air. The entire Spanish team recognized this, and once the opposing substitute center-back entered the fray, they focused their efforts on exploiting this vulnerability, launching repeated assaults. Consequently, the already demoralized Croatian team found their spirits utterly shattered at this moment. If necessary, he still held 3 substitution slots, fully capable of replacing fatigued veterans and simultaneously stalling the opponent's counterattack, disrupting their offensive rhythm. Undoubtedly, the opposition aimed to exploit Spain's weakness, relying on the older players' dwindling stamina to mount a resurgence in the second half. In an instant, João Lucas felt flustered, scarcely finding a moment to catch his breath. As the ball soared towards Spain's goal, Kramaric shot, and the Croatian fans in the stands raised their hands in anticipation, poised to celebrate. In this scenario, Spain found itself with a solid foundation for the second half. David Silva adeptly received the ball on the right flank, opting not to dribble down the line, but rather to cut inside and penetrate the penalty area. The opposing left-back and center-back rushed forward to block him, yet it was merely a feint. Although the coach was contemplating defensive strategies for the second half, one could not help but wonder if even the divine favored Spain. Scoring again within these 4 minutes would indeed pose a significant challenge. However, if he failed to deliver a satisfactory performance in the World Cup, the ensuing criticism could spiral out of control, ultimately engulfing him entirely. Pique, with remarkable agility, cleared the ball with a powerful kick. The area was now open, providing ample space for movement. Due to an unexpected substitution, João Lucas, who had little time to warm up, hurriedly took the field. Consequently, after the restart, Croatia deviated from their usual defensive posture, boldly pressing forward with a vigorous assault on the Spanish team. Considering the stoppage time from the first half, there were likely no more than 4 minutes remaining until the halftime break. Wait a moment. The defender who had just been injured seemed unable to continue, and indeed, he was substituted. In the 45th minute, Modric delivered a crucial through ball in the attacking third. The Croatian team exhibited remarkable zeal and tenacity, significantly enhancing their defense, making it exceedingly difficult for their opponents to breach their goal. Croatia's response was anticipated, or rather, it was the desired effect. The chief referee approached, dousing the excitement with a splash of cold water. When Bosque glanced at the clock, it was already the 43rd minute as Spain concluded their goal celebration. Conceding another goal would deal a severe blow to their morale, and the visible frustration among the Croatian players was palpable. The latter struck suddenly and unpredictably, taking a shot without controlling the ball first. Croatia's uncharacteristic offensive push indeed caught Spain off guard, reminiscent of their previous match against Russia, where the opponent's defensive intensity left little opportunity for Croatia. In this encounter, Spain's defensive strength surpassed that of Russia, making it an arduous task to score 2 goals against such formidable opposition. One could hardly blame him for his excitement. Piqué's clearance was executed flawlessly, whether intentional or accidental. It transformed into a brilliant assist. Suddenly, there was a resounding bang as the ball struck the inner post and rebounded out. The entire Spanish team seemed to synchronize in thought, leading to a flurry of players converging on the goal. With at least 20 more minutes to play in the second half, there was a possibility of exhausting the opponent's stamina, yet within those fleeting moments, they could not guarantee preventing further goals from the opposition. Many on the Croatian side harbored similar thoughts. As for the reason behind his refusal to take the penalty kick, it stems from 2 primary factors. Firstly, he possesses his own principles. Secondly, he harbors a profound confidence in his abilities, believing he can vanquish his opponents without resorting to such tactics. With this realization, Modric's gaze towards Lin Quan became increasingly intricate. From the beginning of the first half to the current state of play, the match had completely fallen under the dominion of the Spanish team. leaving their adversaries with no means of retaliation. Subasic looked up in despair at the soaring ball, as if paying homage to it. He was reluctant to enter the second half trailing by 2 goals, for such a deficit would pose an immense challenge, leading players to doubt their capacity to achieve their objectives. After all, even fans exhibit preferences for different players. Those who have not adequately warmed up inevitably struggle to adapt upon entering the fray, often hesitant to make even the slightest vigorous movements. In the 40th minute of the first half, Lin Quan, as usual, seized the ball in the center. However, he opted not to press forward aggressively. Instead, he feigned a strike, suddenly accelerating and dashing towards the center while leaving the ball behind. This left the bewildered Croatians in disarray. Astonishingly, the shot did not find the back of the net. Should we commend this fellow for showing restraint and not exploiting the situation? Since departing Chelsea and returning to Atletico, his performance had markedly declined. The Croatian defense, already on the brink of collapse under the relentless assault from the Spanish side, would become even more vulnerable should they lose another key center-back, presenting an opportunity for the Spanish team. Of course, had Lin Quan been the one to score, the celebration might have been even more fervent. Should the opposing team manage to net another goal, it would be an insurmountable challenge for Spain to claw back 3 goals in the dying moments, even if they were running low on stamina. Is it fair to lay blame on this individual for harboring a grudge and injuring his own teammate? In summary, it is a conundrum, as one cannot express gratitude towards the opposition, nor is there a rationale to cast blame. Mandzukic, standing on the edge of the penalty area, shielded the ball from Ramos, returning it to the advancing midfielder Kramaric. If 20 minutes prior, Bosque had been worried about the team's inability to score, this World Cup represented a critical opportunity for him to redeem himself. Yet, with opportunity comes peril. High risks naturally invite high rewards. Alas, Lin encountered a grave misstep while taking the penalty, failing to convert. Joel Luca, having failed to contain Diego Costa, bore significant responsibility for the goal conceded. With little time remaining in the first half, as long as Croatia exercised caution, their opponents would likely have no time or opportunity to mount a threatening counterattack. The prospect of clawing back 3 goals seemed implausible. Even equalizing with 2 goals would prove exceedingly difficult for the Croatian side. Modric could not help but suspect that Lin Quan's reluctance to convert the penalty was aimed at the referee's earlier erroneous judgment, as he did not wish to exploit the situation. Upon his entrance, Joel Luca immediately sensed the malice from the opposition. The ball traced a graceful parabola through the air, landing precisely in the net under the desperate gaze of the opposing goalkeeper and thousands of Croatian fans. The goal was scored. The score transformed to 3-0. Lin Quan delivered a stunning long-range lob that sealed the fate of this match. Chapter concluded. Chapter 285. 4 years later, we meet again, Modric. The encounter between Spain and Croatia was the last of the 4 matches in this round. Consequently, interest in this match extended beyond just the French team. According to the World Cup match schedule, the already qualified England team would face the victor of the Spain versus Croatia clash in the next round. Thus, England's coach Southgate was closely monitoring this match. As the first half drew to a close, seeing Croatia trailing by 3 goals, Southgate couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was nearly certain that the Spanish team would be our next adversary. Although he had mentally prepared for this outcome, the reality of Spain's impending advancement weighed heavily on his heart. He fervently wished to witness Spain falter against Croatia. As the second half commenced, Croatia swiftly initiated an aggressive offensive. This goal greatly bolstered Croatia's morale, igniting hopes of equalizing the score. While Croatia's offensive seemed formidable, it ultimately posed little threat. Are they truly as inadequate as you claim? I am a veteran of Real Madrid, your senior. No team could claim absolute confidence in thwarting Lin Quan. Any minor misstep could lead to severe repercussions. Despite Croatia's commendable performance in this World Cup, including a remarkable victory over Argentina, Modric chuckled. At my age, I may not even participate in the next World Cup, but should I make it, I hope we do not cross paths again, be it in the group stage or knockout rounds. The players remained unyielding, continuing to cheer, filling the locker room with exuberance. Consequently, when Lin Quan entered the locker room, he disdainfully rejected the embrace of the elder. After the match concluded, Croatia's players appeared utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground one by one. Meanwhile, England's midfield and forward line boasted considerable strength, featuring Kane, Sterling, Rashford, Lingard, and Vardy. Although Mandzukic remained active, holding his own against Pique and Ramos. It was embarrassing that his teammates struggled to deliver the ball to him effectively. Croatia found themselves in a frustrating predicament. Their desire to attack was stifled by immense defensive pressure, forcing them to retreat. Is that so? Then why is your name absent from the top 20 appearances in Real Madrid's history? With Spain well prepared, attempting to breach their defensive line through positional play proved exceedingly challenging. According to their predictions, Spain should adopt a more conservative approach at this juncture, substituting attacking players for defenders. The players from both teams departed the field, returning to their respective locker rooms. They were utterly exhausted. The first half had seen them thoroughly dominated, and their counterattacks in the second half yielded little success. Thus, their counterattack was utterly stifled in its infancy. The two central defenders of the Spanish team were not particularly tall. Ramos stood at a mere 1.84 meters, making it quite challenging to contest headers against the 1.90-meter high Mandzukic. He substituted the fatigued Iniesta for Coke, further bolstering the central interception and protection of the flanks. Observing this, Del Bosque boldly replaced David Silva with Asensio, enhancing Spain's attacking prowess. The Spanish side flourished in their offensive endeavors towards the end of the match. Noticing that the opposing team's momentum had been subdued, Del Bosque opted to replace Carvajal with Nacho. The score became 3-1, leaving Croatia trailing by 2 goals. Upon hearing Del Bosque's remarks, some spectators began to jeer. Mandzukic's heading ability was formidable, a true aerial threat. In the Spanish dressing room, Del Bosque stood at the entrance, his face aglow with enthusiasm. As each player passed, he embraced them, patting their backs and exclaiming, "Well done, lads." The old coach seemed to be motivating his players in this manner. Yet he overlooked that they had just completed a grueling first half, their bodies drenched in sweat. Naturally, the fans made ample use of the towels he had provided. Meanwhile, the Croatian players departed the dressing room with solemn expressions, an air of low pressure surrounding them. He assisted his teammate, allowing them to shoot unopposed into the net. Growing more cunning with age, he mused. Does he mean to insult me? Am I truly the old trickster? A sense of foreboding crept in. After all, AC Milan had once led by 3 at halftime, only to be overturned after the team celebrated in the dressing room. Coach, are you cursing us? Yet, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Croatia's steadfast defense had already conceded 3 goals to the Spanish side in the first half. All right, enough teasing the coach. Let him enlighten us on tactics. But upon sensing danger, Del Bosque promptly made adjustments. Congratulations on your victory. May you progress even further in the upcoming matches. To be honest, after witnessing the first half between Spain and Croatia, he believed that Croatia's defense had performed admirably. Although the goal was not scored by Mandzukic himself, he provided the assist. The delineation between strength and weakness seemed to have been established. They were so close to the semifinals, yet ultimately could not surmount that hurdle. After the match, Modric approached Lin Quan, eager to exchange jerseys. The opponent's performance was indeed superior, meriting their victory. In the second half, Croatia effectively posed a threat with headers, scoring in the 55th minute. Although England's defensive line was stronger than Croatia's, their midfield was evidently inferior. Relying solely on defense to contain Spain would likely prove challenging. If only the quality of the crosses from his teammates were better, Mandzukic's headers could create significant threats. In contrast to the optimistic and spirited Spanish players, one can only speculate about the words uttered by the Croatian coach in the locker room. However, Bosque chose an unconventional approach. Despite enjoying a significant lead, he opted not for conservative substitutions, but rather boldly introduced a winger. The match concluded with Spain triumphing over Croatia with a score of 3-1, advancing to the semifinals. Observing Croatia's subsequent match, Southgate swiftly dismissed any tactical inclination to counter Spain with a defensive strategy. Time was of the essence, and the daunting task of netting 3 goals in the second half weighed heavily on them. They could not afford to wait for the Spanish players' stamina to wane. An immediate offensive was imperative to hasten their opponent's fatigue. At 33 years of age, Modric would be 37 by the next World Cup. Recognizing that a direct assault through the center was unfeasible, Croatia promptly altered their strategy, launching high balls from the flanks for Mandzukic to contest within the penalty area. For a player of his caliber, aging gracefully is not a concern. I believe he can easily play until 40, so let us reunite at the next World Cup. Bosque, incensed, reprimanded those players who had stirred unrest. Did I ever claim victory was guaranteed? I instructed you to manage your stamina judiciously. employing the most efficient means to secure the win. Yet, to the outside world, they appeared inferior to the Spanish side. And if one were to choose between the two teams to face, most would undoubtedly opt for Croatia. Oh dear, the coach is faltering. Furthermore, Mandzukic, having expended considerable energy in prolonged physical confrontations, was pushing himself to continue despite his diminishing stamina, which could no longer sustain such a heavy burden. I will begin substituting players based on their physical condition after the 60-minute mark. If anyone feels they cannot endure the second half, please inform me in advance. Do not overexert yourselves. We have less than 4 days until our next semifinal, and it is essential to maintain optimal fitness without excessive depletion. However, conceding 3 goals seemed inescapable, and bringing in substitutes might yield similar results. While reaching the quarterfinals was deemed an accomplishment, the players harbored a deep-seated dissatisfaction. This substitution elicited gasps from the audience. Spain, leading the score, was still pursuing further attacks. The change yielded a palpable effect, as Koch's exceptional work rate and coverage significantly enhanced Spain's defensive quality. Yet, sustaining this level of performance for 4 more years until the next World Cup presents a formidable challenge. Croatia's offensive efforts began to falter, struggling to secure a second goal. If the English team were to fully commit to an attacking style against Spain, would they risk suffering a devastating defeat? This thought left Southgate in a quandary. Losing to Lin Quan in this match did not seem unjust to Modric. The English side possessed commendable strength, yet Southgate harbored little confidence in overcoming Spain. The head coach of the Croatian team found himself restless and began to make substitutions. He felt confident that he could continue playing for another 2 or 3 years. However, with the match still underway, how could one be so certain that the semifinals would belong to them? As he observed, Bosquet was nearly flushed with excitement. Quickly emerging from the washroom, towel in hand, to assist in averting a crisis alongside Iniesta, Bosquet, unfazed, remarked, "If I were a few years younger, I would undoubtedly join you in the battle. Are we celebrating at halftime?" The players teased. Nevertheless, Lin Quan's comments lingered in his mind, despite being 33 years of age. Considered advanced in a professional athlete's career, Modric was in remarkable form. With Nacho's assistance, Lin Quan found it increasingly difficult to control the flanks, as the Croatian team not only struggled to mount an offense, but also faced the prospect of retreating to defend their own half. It is worth noting that Croatia, not traditionally a footballing powerhouse, achieved commendable results this time largely due to the emergence of an exceptional generation of players. The opponent introduced a fresh winger, brimming with energy and remarkable speed, capable of outpacing fatigued teammates along the flanks. All right, since you insist, let me briefly outline the tactics for the second half. The players, caught in a dilemma due to the relentless pressure from the opposing side, were experiencing significant physical and mental fatigue. Although the substitution was merely positional, Nacho's entry injected new vitality into the Spanish squad. Bosquet felt a flush of embarrassment as Ramos's retort left him somewhat disconcerted. Nacho, full of vigor, displayed remarkable activity upon his arrival, tenaciously thwarting repeated attacks from the opposition on the flanks. Although Peak was tall, Mandzukic's physicality proved formidable, making it challenging for him to gain an advantage in one-on-one confrontations. After exchanging jerseys, Lin Quan embraced Modric before departing with the latter's shirt. Water, another defender, scoffed. "Come on, boss, with your skills, you'd only hold us back and lead us to defeat." Yet, the effect of the substitutions was less than ideal. The match situation stagnated. While the Croatian team mounted lively attacks, they failed to pose a significant threat to the Spanish goal. These players could only showcase their full potential in offensive scenarios. When forced into a defensive stance, their talents risked being squandered. Thus, Southgate began to ponder whether to take a bold risk and engage Spain in a fervent clash. Even if they were to fall, it would be in the pursuit of offense. While not particularly distinguished among contemporaneous players, he was certainly not as poor as Ramos suggested. Ramos, with a hint of pride, noted that although his tenure at Real Madrid was far shorter than Bosquet's, he had already surpassed Bosquet in appearances. At the age of 37, most players would have long since retired. Modric himself was uncertain if he would still be playing or if he would make it to the national team by then. As Southgate pondered how to confront the Spanish team, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. Modric watched the departing figure, still contemplating the words just spoken. Although Spain's lineup had aged, one extraordinary player among them created immense psychological pressure on their opponents. Bosque, a former defender who had dedicated over a decade to Real Madrid, had played hundreds of matches for the club. Lin Quan, pinching his nose, crouched low to escape from Bosque's iron grip. It was truly a dilemma, neither defending nor attacking effectively. With a slight clearing of his throat, Bosque decided to forgive the players for their commendable first-half performance. The strategy for the second half was straightforward: allow the players to control the rhythm of the game while conserving their energy. After embracing nearly half the team, he found himself thoroughly soiled. "Thank you. Your resilience is truly commendable, and I hope to see you again at the next World Cup." He relentlessly surged forward in attack, providing substantial support to the team's offensive efforts. "Coach, you haven't even played, yet you smell worse than us." If he were to retire and others followed suit, the Croatian team might soon disintegrate, regressing to its former state. Thus, a pivotal figure like him cannot easily depart from the national team. Should he still be playing 4 years hence, it is indeed possible he could don the Croatian jersey once more to battle for his country. Chapter 286, the mighty French team. With Spain eliminating Croatia and advancing to the semi-finals, the 4 teams remaining in this World Cup have been determined: France, England, Spain, and Belgium. The geographical distribution of these teams indicates yet another triumph for European football. Europe has monopolized the World Cup semi-finals, while their Latin American rivals have been entirely vanquished. Since the 2002 World Cup in Korea and Japan, South American teams have consecutively missed 4 World Cup finals. In both 2006 and this year, they failed to even reach the semi-finals. The days when South American football could stand toe-to-toe with, or even surpass, its European counterparts are long gone. We have officially entered a new era dominated by European football. The emergence of such results is hardly surprising, as South America's domestic leagues cannot compete with those in Europe, leading to a significant exodus of local players to the top 5 leagues. The loss of numerous talented players has diminished the competitive level of South American leagues, resulting in a decline in the quality of homegrown talent. This deterioration directly impacts the national team's efficacy, contributing to their lackluster performances. This stands in stark contrast to Lukaku's 4 goals. Regarding assists, De Bruyne, with 4 assists, shares the top spot on the assist chart with Lin Quan, while Hazard has managed only 1. Even if they were to miraculously defeat Spain, they would likely face their nemesis, the formidable French team, in the final. The performance of the French team is by no means inferior to their rivals, and with the overall squad being notably younger and more balanced, the players in every position exhibit considerable strength, unlike Spain, which heavily relies on the prowess of Lin Quan. In the 5 matches played in Belgium, Hazard managed to score only once, and that was from a penalty. There is much debate over who is favored to win the championship. Since the beginning of this century, in their 7 encounters, England has recorded only 1 victory against France, with 2 draws and 4 losses, placing them at a significant disadvantage. To address this issue fundamentally, it is imperative to enhance the domestic leagues and retain talent as much as possible. However, these concerns are primarily for South American nations to ponder. While European football is currently celebrating its triumphs, football has always been a collective endeavor, which has led many to favor the French team. Following the announcement of the 4 semi-finalists in this World Cup, a certain level of contention has inevitably arisen within the football community. Although the external perception leans towards the French team, Belgian players, during pre-match interviews, expressed their confidence in defeating France. Moreover, they are now facing a resurgent French team, which makes their chances of victory appear even more tenuous. As for the European Red Devils, Belgium, despite possessing a formidable lineup, many observers remain skeptical of their capabilities. Although Hazard serves as the captain of Belgium, his performance in this World Cup has not lived up to expectations. Among the 4 teams, Spain is the reigning champion, having won consecutive World Cups, thus being regarded from the outset as a leading contender. There is a prevailing sentiment that this team only thrives in favorable circumstances and struggles under adversity. Regarding England and Belgium, the 3 Lions' advancement to the semi-finals has already brought great astonishment to the English supporters. While they may harbor aspirations for glory, they are acutely aware that the chances of England clinching the title in this World Cup are slim. Their semi-final adversary, France, is a formidable opponent, and Belgium may find it exceedingly difficult to overcome this hurdle. Without delving further, merely advancing past Spain in the semi-finals poses a significant challenge. Hazard remarked, "France is a strong team, but we are a superior one. My teammates and I will triumph over them in tomorrow's match to prove our worth." Otherwise, the numerous talented players who left their homeland at a young age to pursue opportunities in Europe may ultimately transform into mere reflections of European football, despite their eventual successes. Hazard's performance has starkly contrasted with the high expectations placed upon him prior to the tournament. Regarded by many fans as one of the most adept dribblers alongside Messi and Lin Quan, he was anticipated to deliver a more explosive display. After all, Belgium's opponents in the group stage were not particularly formidable, and he should have been able to achieve superior statistics. However, none of this materialized, leaving Hazard feeling urgent. He is eager to validate his abilities, for if he fails to make a significant impact in this match, he may deeply disappoint those who have supported him. In contrast to the eager to prove himself Hazard, the remarkably optimistic Lukaku stood out during the current World Cup. The French forward is formidable, possessing remarkable speed that nearly rivals my own. However, I am superior to him, and their defenders cannot contain me, thus proclaiming that victory shall undoubtedly be ours. The reporters who heard his statements were left speechless. Are you, a central striker, truly comparing your speed to that of an opposing winger? While Lukaku is indeed swift, he pales in comparison to Mbappe, who has been statistically recognized as the fastest winger in this World Cup. His astounding acceleration leaves a lasting impression on anyone who has witnessed the French team in action. The final interviewee was Belgium's midfield maestro, Kevin De Bruyne. In stark contrast to his two counterparts, De Bruyne, who is not particularly adept at handling reporters, came across as refreshingly earnest. The French team possesses superior strength, making this match a daunting challenge. However, we shall not surrender easily, and will strive to showcase our capabilities, aiming for victory. The reporter, glancing between De Bruyne and his two teammates, couldn't he help but wonder, are these truly representatives of the same team? Lin Quan, watching De Bruyne's interview on television, couldn't he help but facepalm. How could he bolster the opponent's morale while diminishing his own team's confidence before the match? Although the French team is indeed stronger overall, such sentiments should never be vocalized. If uttered, they should only be expressed post-match, and only upon having triumphed over France. It is inappropriate to voice such thoughts at any other time. With that in mind, he called De Bruyne. Hello, is there something you need? It's nearly lights out over here. De Bruyne, seemingly eager for rest before the semi-finals the next day, preferred not to have his routine disrupted. Initially, he had business to attend to, but now he simply said, good luck tomorrow. Let us meet in the finals. Lin Quan hung up promptly. De Bruyne, perplexed, wondered why he received such a call so late at night just to convey that message. He was not surprised by Spain's advance to the finals. However, the current circumstances suggested Belgium might not make it. On July 11th, at the St. Petersburg Stadium, the first semi-final of the 2018 Russia World Cup commenced. The match pitted the blue-clad French team against the red-clad Belgian side. Another classic clash of red versus blue. Although the French team was favored prior to the match, it was Belgium that seized the initiative as the game began. It was evident that Belgium had conducted extensive preparation, effectively countering the French team's attacks from the flanks, thwarting their rapid counterattacks. Conversely, under De Bruyne's exceptional performance, Belgium orchestrated several threatening assaults in the first half. However, their forwards seemed to have forgotten their shooting boots, as they squandered numerous golden opportunities that were presented to them. De Bruyne's remarkable performance has drawn the attention of the French national team, prompting their coach Deschamps to assign his club teammate Kanté to specifically mark him. Kanté's defensive prowess is of world-class caliber. Even seasoned players find themselves ensnared when faced with him, let alone De Bruyne. Targeted in this manner, De Bruyne's performance began to wane, making it increasingly challenging for him to execute high-quality passes. This decline in his influence significantly diminished Belgium's offensive threat, leaving Hazard, who had proclaimed his intent to lead his team to victory, embroiled in a fierce struggle during the match. He attempted numerous dribbles, achieving success on several occasions. However, perhaps due to an eagerness to prove himself or a failure to recognize his teammates' positioning, he opted to shoot instead of calmly passing to a better-placed ally. This resulted in his efforts being more ostentatious than genuinely threatening. The first half concluded swiftly with a score of 0-0. Statistically, Belgium dominated in terms of dangerous attacks and possession, yet it was the counterattacks from their opponents that posed a more significant threat. Courtois had already delivered 3 spectacular saves by halftime, while France's goalkeeper Loris had managed just one. This left Belgian fans feeling anxious, as it is well known that the French team tends to start slowly. Their first-half performance does not accurately reflect their true capabilities. They are accustomed to erupting in the second half, catching their opponents off guard and decisively ending the match in a short span. Argentina fell victim to this phenomenon, as did another South American team, Uruguay. Therefore, one should not assume that Belgium's first-half superiority would translate into the second half. The dynamics of the second half could prove detrimental to them. The French team and the Spanish team represent two extremes. Indeed, with many young players, France experiences fluctuations in form, requiring time to find their rhythm. They appear to start slowly, but once they do find their footing, they become nearly unstoppable. In contrast, Spain, burdened with numerous veterans, often faces stamina issues in the second half, making them more inclined to conclude their battles in the first. One eagerly anticipates a potential final encounter between these two teams, one slow to warm up, the other quick to strike. It remains uncertain who will emerge victorious. Although the outcome of this match remained undecided, numerous fans had already mentally sentenced Belgium to defeat. After dominating the first half, yet failing to convert opportunities into goals, how could they hope to withstand the French onslaught in the second? As expected, the second half commenced with France appearing to be an entirely different team. The players seemed to awaken from slumber, each invigorated and brimming with fighting spirit. Belgium's goal came under relentless scrutiny, and by the 51st minute, they could no longer hold out, succumbing to a header from a corner kick. This goal drastically altered Belgium's fortunes, transforming them into the defensive side, now only able to retaliate while lacking the capacity for offense. In contrast, the French team, after scoring, intensified their offensive surge, showcasing a plethora of attacking strategies from various positions, including positional play, transitional movements, and rapid counterattacks, leaving the Belgian side utterly bewildered. In the 63rd minute of the second half, Mbappé received a pass from Pogba, swiftly advanced along the flank, cut into the penalty area, and unleashed a powerful strike, altering the score to 2-0. Indeed, as if scripted, the awakened French squad decisively concluded the match within mere minutes of the second half. 30 minutes later, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. The title favorites, France, effortlessly triumphed over Belgium with a score of 2-0, securing their place in the finals. Their opponent will be the victor between England and Spain. Witnessing France's effortless defeat of Belgium sent shockwaves throughout the footballing world. While it was widely acknowledged that France was formidable, few anticipated their dominance to such an extent. Consequently, numerous Belgian fans publicly addressed the Spanish team after the match, inquiring, "Spain, are you ready?" Lin Quan, having watched the entirety of the match on television, candidly remarked that Belgium's loss was well-deserved. They squandered several opportunities that should not have been wasted. Given that France is already challenging to contend with, their own missed chances left them with little hope of victory. However, witnessing the sheer strength of the French team left Lin Quan somewhat astonished. Mbappé appeared to have evolved significantly since 2 months prior, as if he had undergone a sudden upgrade. His ability to embark on long runs and execute incisive shots had markedly improved. Should they encounter him in the finals, it remains uncertain whether his teammates could withstand his relentless assault. Furthermore, France's style of play is particularly effective against Spain. They are exceptionally strong in the second half, while Spain tends to falter. Even if Spain were to score 2 or 3 goals in the first half, it would not guarantee their success against the invincible French in the latter stages. Compounding matters, France's defense is not weak, certainly much stronger than Lukaku might believe. The partnership of Umtiti and Varane, while not exceptionally formidable, complements each other's weaknesses. One is quick and agile, while the other is robust and excels in physical confrontations. Coupled with Kanté's formidable presence in midfield, scoring against the French team is no easy feat. Thus, the upcoming final promises to be a challenging affair, with Spain's chances against France likely not exceeding 50%. Without their own contributions, those odds may plummet to below 20%. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 287. The British have no shame. Is this how you play football? Following France's advance to the finals, speculation about a showdown between Spain and France began to circulate. Major European media outlets eagerly published various analyses on this topic, some comparing the strengths and weaknesses of players in each position, while others conducted systematic evaluations based on the data accumulated during the tournament, seeking to uncover the advantages and distinctive styles of both teams. The media has been delving into the historical rivalry between these two teams, creating a dramatic narrative of arch-nemeses clashing. However, It is only the French team that has definitively secured a place in the finals. The Spanish side has yet to play their semi-final match. In their eyes, the English team appears as though already condemned, despite the match yet to be played. This disdainful attitude has irked the British. Unfortunately, as a traditional disruptor in Europe, coupled with the unpleasant aftermath of Brexit, the British have cultivated a negative image within the continent. While there are constant calls to keep politics out of sports, such aspirations are often unrealistic. Thus, the systematic disregard, even contempt, from major European media towards the English team is undoubtedly intentional. After all, the British are not particularly favored. In response to the collective pessimism from European media regarding the English team, the local British press has begun to rally behind their national squad, leveraging their influence within the English-speaking world. Discourse on strategies to counter Lin Quan has been ongoing for several years now. In light of their opponent's weaknesses, Basque has devised two distinct offensive tactics. Although there are few successful defensive cases against Lin Quan in the football realm, due to his resemblance to Messi, there are indeed some instances where Messi was effectively contained. Basque remains composed and prudent, not underestimating the English team. The English squad's formation today is notably cautious, with 5 defenders and 2 defensive midfielders, indicating a strategy geared towards counterattacking. After all, even if one looks down upon England, one must first secure victory in the match. Nonetheless, some have expressed differing views. Lin Quan and Messi are of a similar ilk. To curtail his influence, one cannot wait until he has the ball at his feet, for that would be too late. This English team is characterized by a heavy forward line and a relatively weaker defense, particularly evident in the midfield and defensive positions. Consequently, this tactic has gradually fallen out of use. However, do not be deceived by the opponent's formation. Their wingbacks are speed-oriented players, who become wingers when advancing and revert to defenders when in a defensive posture. This tactic proved ineffective due to Manchester City's overall strength. Lin Quan's role in the team is that of a disruptor and scorer, while in Spain, he bears greater responsibilities, acting as the midfield orchestrator in addition to the aforementioned roles. Therefore, restricting his ability to receive the ball equates to limiting the entire midfield's organization and distribution capabilities for Spain. Initially, this approach yielded some success, but its effectiveness waned thereafter. As early as 2012, during the Bundesliga season, Jupp Heynckes Bayern attempted to counter him by severing his connections with teammates. The most iconic example remains the 2 matches in the 2009 to 2010 UEFA Champions League, where Mourinho's Inter Milan triumphed over Barcelona to advance. Before the commencement of the match, Basque, Lin Quan, and others could not help but furrow their brows upon observing the formation employed by their opponents. This configuration emphasized a defensive posture, with an overwhelming concentration of forces in the back line, making any offensive efforts exceedingly arduous. The England team displayed profound respect for the Spanish squad, opting for a 5-4-1 formation right from the outset. According to the Times, the Spanish team is not invincible. They possess a significant vulnerability that may very well become the key to England's triumph. Esteemed veterans have indeed earned their reputation, unanimously asserting that the crux of overcoming the Spanish side lies in curbing Lin Quan's influence. Mourinho's Inter Milan, perceived by outsiders as merely a collection of aging and ailing players, triumphed through exceptional defensive strategies, particularly in their containment of Messi. Coaches from various national teams and elite clubs have ruminated over this conundrum to no avail. While he believes that the Spanish team has a considerable chance of advancing to the finals, contemplating strategies against the French team at this early stage seems rather premature. Should they falter against England, all prior meticulous plans would be rendered futile, potentially leading to a disgraceful downfall. On July 12th, at the Luzhniki Stadium, Barcelona was indeed the epitome of a universe team, with nearly every position occupied by the finest players in the footballing world at that time. After receiving insights from national team legends, Southgate immediately began to devise ways to implement this defensive strategy. The informed Harry Kane led the line for England, supported by left wing-back Sterling, attacking midfielders Ali and Lingard, and right wing-back Trippier. However, the capabilities of England's wing-backs were not particularly formidable, allowing Spain ample opportunity to exploit the flanks. The sensational headline of this report captured the attention of numerous readers. Yet, the absence of a tall striker akin to those in Croatia and Belgium within the Spanish ranks may hinder their ability to fully capitalize on the perceived weaknesses of their opponent's defense. Revisiting past events serves a purpose. The most effective containment strategy involves minimizing his possession of the ball, severing his connections with teammates, and rendering him utterly isolated. As long as Lin Quan is deprived of the ball, his potential threat diminishes significantly. 5 defenders? That seems a bit exaggerated. Once Lin Quan joins Manchester City, employing such a tactic to restrict him would be entirely ineffectual, possibly even counterproductive. Of course, the volcanic eruption in Iceland that year lent a slight assistance as well. While it may sound trivial, it is a well-known fact. Just as Southgate was strategizing against Spain, Bosquet was meticulously analyzing the England team. However, the content of this report is far from being hastily assembled. The Times journalist interviewed numerous British football legends, seeking their counsel to collectively devise a strategy against the Spanish team. The second semi-final of the 2018 World Cup in Russia is about to commence. The host meticulously introduced the starting lineups of both teams. Spain's lineup exhibited little change. Iniesta was not in the starting 11, opting instead to rest on the bench. It was evident that Bosquet intended for him to conserve energy. Should the match proceed smoothly, he might not be called upon at all. Conversely, if challenges arose, he could bolster the attack in the second half. Ultimately, the goal was to ensure that this veteran could amass as much stamina as possible before the impending final. This was an unavoidable circumstance, as Spain's midfield had significantly dwindled, although there appeared to be numerous options. None could truly replace Iniesta. Perhaps only David Silva could be considered a partial substitute. As the match commenced, no surprises unfolded. Spain quickly seized control, launching an offensive towards England's goal. The opponents retreated rapidly, establishing a tight defensive formation and adopting a notably conservative approach. Spain attempted several incursions through the center, yet their short passes failed to penetrate. The dense clustering of the opposition in midfield easily anticipated and intercepted their passing lanes. Fortunately, the adversary had committed substantial resources to defense, resulting in a lack of fluidity between their backline and midfield, rendering their transitions from defense to attack ineffective. Under Spain's vigorous counterpressing, possession was soon relinquished once more. Thus, the rhythm of the match reverted to Spain's offensive play and England's defensive stance. In a mere 10 minutes, Spain had registered 3 shots, all of which veered off course, with no shots on target. England had yet to attempt a single shot, and their incursions into the 30-meter danger zone were lamentably scarce. However, they appeared unfazed, seemingly content with the current tempo of the game. On the sidelines, England's coach Southgate felt a measure of relief as his team weathered the opening 10 minutes. His greatest concern was the possibility of his players lacking focus at the outset, failing to adjust to their best form, and succumbing to Spain's initial onslaught. An early goal conceded would have rendered his tactical plans utterly futile. In the stands, the mindset of the fans from both sides was starkly contrasting. England supporters, witnessing their team withstand the opponent's advances, were filled with exuberance, as if they had already clinched victory. Conversely, the Spanish fans wore furrowed brows, deeply troubled by the unfolding circumstances. While the counter-attacking strategy is typically employed by underdogs against stronger teams, some squads may resort to this tactic as a means of lowering their own stature. When a formidable team adopts a defensive counter, their opponents face considerable adversity, for the quality of defense and the potency of counterattacks from stronger teams are significantly enhanced. The attacking side endures immense pressure on both ends, resulting in a most uncomfortable experience. Lin, we need Lin. Some fans began to chant Lin Quan's name, hoping he would emerge to alter the stalemate. In previous encounters, when Spain's offense faltered, Lin Quan would often resort to his individual prowess to challenge the opponent's defense, aiding his team in dismantling their line and ultimately securing victory. This pattern had become familiar to the fans over time. On the field, Lin Quan indeed harbored such intentions. Having attempted long-range shots and set pieces with little success, he now sought to explore breakthroughs as a potential solution. In the 13th minute, Lin Quan advanced towards the flank with the ball, prompting Sterling to immediately close in. Although not a traditional defender, Sterling possessed commendable physicality. His stature was modest, yet his speed and agility rendered him well suited for tenacious marking. However, as the two clashed, Lin Quan deftly evaded Sterling before he could even discern Lin's maneuver. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, and many fans began to applaud Lin Quan for his dazzling dribble. The preceding minutes had left them somewhat bored, causing them to question whether they were indeed witnessing a World Cup semifinal. It was Lin Quan's remarkable display that reignited their enthusiasm. This was the thrill they craved. Charge forth, Lin Quan. Let them be ravaged. The fans, eyes wide with excitement, prepared their snacks and beverages, eager to witness Lin Quan's artistry on the ball. Lin Quan did not disappoint the eager spectators. As he bypassed Sterling, Ali and Henderson quickly converged on him, both towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. They excelled in direct defensive capabilities, but lacked agility and quick turning speed. To outmaneuver such players, sheer speed would suffice. Lin Quan, dismissing the need for feints, simply angled the ball past them and accelerated, leaving them behind. First, he outpaced Ali, followed closely by Henderson. In the blink of an eye, Lin Quan had evaded 3 opponents. The crowd's astonishment crescendoed and applause swelled. Remarkable, Lin Quan. Is this the prowess of a superstar? I'm so glad I purchased this ticket. Fans rejoiced internally, grateful for the privilege of witnessing such brilliance live. However, amidst the exhilaration on the field, Lin Quan felt a twinge of dismay. Under normal circumstances, having bypassed 3 defenders would have signaled a collapse in the opponent's line, granting him a clear shot on goal. Yet this time was starkly different. Despite evading Sterling, Ali, and Henderson, a dense cluster of defenders remained ahead. Ashley Young appeared directly in his path, with Stones lurking behind him, and Maguire positioned even further back. Astonishingly, 3 defenders still stood before him, not isolated but supported by teammates ready to assist. In this scenario, there was no opportunity for a shot, let alone the space to continue his breakthrough. As he ventured deeper, the space available to him diminished, and the positioning of the opposing defenders became increasingly compact. Most perilously, Ashley Young pursued Lin Quan with the ferocity of a rabid dog. Employing various tactics, he relentlessly harassed Lin Quan, ensuring that he remained in a state of constant threat. In such circumstances, attempting to break through would yield a meager success rate, with a high likelihood of losing possession. Moreover, should he lose the ball, his teammates would be unable to recover it promptly, leaving them vulnerable to a swift counterattack. A single long pass could provide Kane, stationed at the forefront, with a golden opportunity for a one-on-one chance. Contemplating these risks and weighing the pros and cons, Lin Quan ultimately abandoned the offensive, choosing instead to retain possession and await his teammates' support. While waiting, he glanced once more at the opposing defense and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a wall of lamentation." Chapter 288, A Lesson for the English. Had our defense succeeded? The English fans in the stands, initially anxious as they watched Lin Quan effortlessly maneuver past their players, braced themselves for the worst. Many had prepared for the direst of outcomes, yet they were taken aback when Lin Quan chose to retreat rather than press forward, opting to pass the ball back. A chuckle escaped them as they realized the prowess of their ironclad defense. Even Lin Quan, renowned for his dribbling skills, was thwarted by their wall. Upon grasping the reality of the situation, the English supporters felt a surge of exhilaration, as if they had achieved something monumental. On the England bench, Gareth Southgate, witnessing Lin Quan's decision to relinquish the attack, felt a weight lift from his chest. It appeared their strategy had borne fruit. As the most formidable threat within the Spanish team, neutralizing Lin Quan would render their offensive efforts significantly less effective. Should they manage to safeguard their goal, they would have the confidence to engage Spain in a competitive struggle. What remained was to patiently seek out vulnerabilities within the opposing defense and deliver a decisive blow at the opportune moment. England had prepared meticulously beforehand. Players were vigilant in avoiding fouls in perilous areas, thus denying Spain advantageous free kick opportunities. Consequently, the majority of matches had culminated in victories for him and his teammates. Having tested various conventional tactics against Spain's dense defense, they found them exceedingly challenging. The farther the distance from the goal, the more daunting the task. The prospect of leading an England team, initially deemed an underdog, to eliminate the tournament favorites, Spain, in the World Cup semi-finals filled Southgate with immense excitement. As England's players observed that the opponent's long-range efforts posed no threat, their spirits soared higher. Truly, he was a world-class coach, and this composure was something they could learn from for years to come. Although he recognized that this was the most prudent choice, a lingering sense of disappointment resided within him. For the coach, this was an opportune moment for fame. Yet, several attempts culminated in failure, with direct free kicks proving ineffective. Lin Quan opted to deliver the ball into the penalty area, allowing his teammates to contest for headers, even if his long-range shots managed to bypass the 2 barriers. they would still pose little threat against a well-prepared goalkeeper, unless he could produce a miraculous strike combining speed, power, and precision. The sight of Lin Quan rekindled Bosquet's confidence. No matter how flawless a defensive strategy may be, it ultimately relies on human execution, and humans are invariably susceptible to weaknesses. Their faith in their defensive line grew, as it seemed the opponents truly struggled to breach it. With long-range shots failing, Lin Quan began to explore set pieces. If they could score 1 or 2 goals on the counterattack, victory in this match would likely belong to them. However, the altitude of the Spanish team was rather low. With only a few players exceeding 180 centimeters, such as Diego Costa, Ramos, Pique, and Busquets. Even if they managed to score, the penalty area was densely packed, making it easy for the ball to ricochet off an opposing player's leg. No, it was still early. They maintained the upper hand on the field and could not concede defeat so easily. Throughout both league and international matches, he had faced opponents employing defensive tactics time and again. During this period, aside from Lin Quan's long-range attempts, David Silva, Busquets, and even Pique and Ramos had ventured forward for a strike. Most of the corner and free kick deliveries into the penalty area were cleared by the taller opposing players, yielding nothing for the Spanish side. In the following minutes, Lin Quan attempted a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, hoping to draw the opposing players out. Bosquet had an unsettling premonition that this match would prove far more challenging than anticipated. However, this tactic yielded poor results, as the opposing forwards Kane and Dele Alli were simply too tall. Their next course of action was to fortify their defense and await a counterattack. Although this offensive attempt faltered, Lin Quan did not feel disheartened. Rather, it further ignited his fighting spirit. Their height was a disadvantage against the opponents, leading to the swift failure of this tactic. Yet, they remained utterly perplexed by the opposing defensive line. Southgate, too, was discreetly observing Bosquet's demeanor, and upon witnessing Bosquet's calm and collected nature amidst the unfolding situation, he could not help but harbor a sense of admiration. The distance was either too great or the positioning too skewed, combined with the high average height of the opposing team, making the wall's interception effective. Attempting to surpass, it often resulted in shots sailing over the goal. While a tight defensive formation was challenging to breach, it was not devoid of opportunity. The Spanish team had amassed numerous attacking attempts, and the opponents committed several fouls in defense. Thus, Lin Quan endeavored several direct free kicks, yet the outcomes remained unsatisfactory. Despite the myriad of challenges, the mere thought of Lin Quan's presence on the team provided him with an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The effects are rather similar. Failing to pose any real threat, this predicament has left Bosquet in a state of dismay. The opponent's impregnable defense is already challenging to penetrate, further compounded by their coach's adeptness at fortifying their backline. They have undoubtedly invested significant effort into their defensive strategy, being well prepared. With Lin Quan stationed in front, his long-range shots have become increasingly difficult to execute. A flicker of fear regarding a potential upset elimination by the opposing team began to creep into his mind. Southgate, the astute tactician, has proven himself. His background as a defender has markedly enhanced England's defensive capabilities under his guidance. On the Spanish bench, Bosquet sighed inwardly upon witnessing Lin Quan's back pass. Meanwhile, Southgate, relieved by the unfolding events, chose to vacate the sidelines and return to his coaching seat, where he began jotting down notes, seemingly reflecting on his insights from the match. In Southgate's view, as time progressed, the situation would increasingly favor England. Given that their opponents are older on average, stamina issues may arise in the second half. Thus, if they can endure until the latter stages of the match, they could exploit their physical advantage to mount several high-quality counterattacks, significantly increasing their chances of victory, even if fortune eludes them in the second half. Prolonging the match into extra time would only enhance their prospects. Ultimately, the longer the match drags on, the greater England's odds of success become. The circumstances appear increasingly unfavorable for Spain. 30 minutes have elapsed, during which they managed 11 attempts on goal, yet only 2 were on target, neither of which posed a genuine threat. England's defense resembled an impenetrable fortress, leaving the Spaniards in despair. The commentators could discern the predicament facing the Spanish side. They must secure a goal before halftime, otherwise, the second half could prove daunting. On the field, after numerous failed attempts, Lin Quan began to ponder the situation. The opponent's defense, while not exceptionally skilled, was overly dense in the backline, particularly within the penalty area, where 5 defenders standing resolute presented a colossal challenge. A strategy must be devised to disrupt their defensive formation and unsettle their positioning. After a moment of contemplation, an idea began to crystallize in his mind, to launch an offensive down the flanks, drawing the defenders out of position and exploiting the spaces that would inevitably emerge in the central areas during their movement. Upon sharing his thoughts with David Silva and Isco, both were supportive of Lin Quan's approach. Having exhausted other options, they now placed their trust in his judgment. Once again, Lin Quan took the initiative, advancing the ball forward. Despite the dense clustering of the opponent's defensive players, even within a squad renowned for their possession play, the high-intensity pressing made it challenging for them to retain possession and execute passes effectively. Lin Quan undoubtedly stands as the most fitting candidate, not solely due to his exceptional ball protection skills, but also because of his ability to break through defenses, orchestrate plays, and deliver precise passes. The ball poses the greatest threat when it is at his feet, thereby captivating the attention of opponents and creating opportunities for his teammates. On this occasion, Lin Quan advanced through the center, facing his first challenge in Lingard and Ali. Although affectionately dubbed Lin Huang by fans, Lingard appears to harbor unrealistic notions about his own capabilities. With Ali opting for a defensive stance, Lingard boldly surged forward, only to be effortlessly outmaneuvered by Lin Quan. Indeed, this moment showcased the true Lin Huang dominating the false one. Is Lingard really this inept? Witnessing his aggressive advance, one might have expected him to possess genuine skill. Yet this was the outcome. Nonsense. Lin Huang excels as the most industrious among attacking midfielders, the most proactive among defensive midfielders, and the most selfless among forwards. Haha. My friend, you truly are a talent, able to spin it this way. Even Lingard would have to commend you. But wait, wasn't he? It said that Lingard, as a forward, has a poor goal-scoring record, that he struggles with passing and organizing as an attacking midfielder, that he lacks speed as a winger, and that his positional awareness as a defensive midfielder is lacking, often forgetting defensive duties and becoming a liability for the team? How have all these flaws suddenly transformed into virtues in your perspective? Here lies an honest man. Come, let us tease him. Haha, my friend, you seem to misunderstand. This is the allure of journalism. Zhang Xiefeng continues to rise in prominence. On the pitch, Lingard is somewhat bewildered. How is this opponent so swift? He feels as though he scarcely comprehended the rival's movements before being surpassed. Truly impressive. Yet, Lingard does not concede defeat. He promptly pursues Lin Quan from behind. Although he may lack in various aspects, his attitude during the match is commendable. Those who have witnessed his play would undoubtedly remember him for his relentless running and remarkable stamina. Ali, witnessing Lingard being outpaced, mutters a curse under his breath and immediately calls upon his teammates for support. The recent successful defense has led them to conclude that the optimal strategy against Lin Quan is to confront him collectively. Engaging him one-on-one would merely be serving him on a platter. Lingard's earlier experience, along with his previous encounters with Sterling and Ashley Young, serve as prime examples. Upon observing Ali's actions, Lin Quan feels a surge of joy. This is precisely the effect he sought. He welcomes the attention of multiple defenders. As several members of the England team converge towards him, Lin Quan swiftly distributes the ball to the right flank. Just as the ball reaches its destination, David Silva's figure materializes within Lin Quan's line of sight. Ashley Young, who should have occupied this position, has been drawn away by Lin Quan, compelling another defensive midfielder, Henderson, to shift over to cover. As Henderson moves, the foremost Diego Costa also drifts towards the right side, seemingly eager to support the advancing David Silva. His movement prompts the 2 central defenders of the England team to react immediately, denying him any chance to receive the ball. Under normal circumstances, with 2 central defenders and 2 defensive midfielders removed from play, the English team's defensive line should be perilously exposed. However, in this match, they adopted a 5-defender formation, which ensured that even with the absence of 2 central defenders, 3 players remained on the back line, providing ample defensive strength. David Silva noted that although the opposing defense had been somewhat disrupted, it was far from fully compromised. He distributed the ball to the flanks, passing it to the advancing Carvajal, while he himself surged toward the penalty area, drawing along the England left back, Rose, who was closely marking him. Upon seeing Rose being pulled away, Ashley Young immediately forsook Lingard to pressure Carvajal, aiming to thwart his potential cross. As soon as Young departed, Lingard unexpectedly accelerated, bursting forth from behind him. Realizing the imminent threat posed by Lingard's quickness, Ali hurriedly attempted to grasp the fabric of Lingard's jersey, trying to impede his advance. Yet, upon reaching out, he found himself unable to restrain him. Lingard broke free like a wild stallion, effortlessly escaping his grasp. At that moment, Carvajal delivered the ball. In the center, Diego Costa and the already advanced David Silva were converging toward the goal, capturing the attention of the majority within the opposing penalty area. However, Carvajal's pass was not directed to the center of the box, but rather to the right side of the penalty area. There, clad in Spain's number 10 jersey, Lingard arrived just in time to receive Carvajal's pass. Without waiting for the ball to touch the ground, he executed a stunning volley. The football rocketed toward the goal like a cannonball. England's goalkeeper, Pickford, was taken aback, desperately diving to make a save. Yet, his reaction was too slow. Lingard's shot had already found the net before he could intervene. In the 37th minute, Spain struck first, altering the score to 1-0. The English players on the field, the spectators in the stands, and Gareth Southgate seated on the bench were all rendered speechless upon witnessing Lingard's goal. Their pride, their formidable defense, had been breached. After executing the shot, Lingard only began his jubilant sprint once he confirmed the ball had indeed crossed the line, hearing the referee's whistle affirming the goal's validity. As he raced toward the section of Spanish supporters in celebration, Lingard couldn't help but internally critique the first half of the English team's performance. Their defense possessed some merit, albeit limited. He believed that witnessing his goal should illuminate the vulnerabilities in their defense, prompting necessary corrections. Well, this could be considered a lesson for them. Chapter 289, Lingard's brace seals the match. During halftime, a pall of gloom hung over the English dressing room. From the head coach to the players, nearly everyone was consumed with thoughts on how to reverse their fortunes. Although they trailed by a solitary goal, for a team that relied on counter-attacking play, that single goal felt like a dagger to their ambitions. In a situation where only 3 substitutions are permitted, the task of implementing sweeping adjustments to the existing personnel and tactics of the team proves to be exceedingly challenging. After all, they had previously opted for a robust defensive strategy by deploying 5 defenders. The offensive contributions of these 5 defenders are rather limited. Thus, if the intention is to pursue a more aggressive attacking approach, it becomes imperative to replace some of them with attacking players. On the bench for the England team are several adept offensive talents, including Leicester City forward Jamie Vardy and Manchester United winger Marcus Rashford. Introducing these players onto the field could significantly enhance England's attacking prowess. However, with a limited number of substitutions, prematurely exhausting all available changes poses a risk. Should unforeseen circumstances arise later in the match, they would find themselves devoid of substitution options. Moreover, Southgate harbors concerns that should they venture forward in the second half, the defense might become vulnerable, allowing the opponents to exploit this gap and score. The likelihood of such occurrences is quite substantial, given that their first half defensive solidity was achieved through a concentrated deployment of defensive players at the back. Once the players engage in attack and the number of defenders dwindles, their defensive integrity is bound to be considerably weakened. Unless they can replicate the exquisite possession play of the Spanish team, firmly maintaining control of the ball, they will inevitably face the frequent and menacing counterattacks characteristic of Spain. The Spanish defense is highly strategic when England launches an attack. Players like Iniesta will provide support from the center, collaborating with the likes of David Silva on the flanks to push Rashford towards the sidelines. While Rashford possesses the ability to break through and cross from the wing, one must question why, as a winger, he consistently seeks to deliver low crosses instead of cutting into the box to combine with teammates. Furthermore, the closer one is to the goal, the greater the threat of the pass. If he could simply thread the ball through to Kane's feet, given Kane's caliber, a goal would be imminent. Although Sterling, due to his diminutive stature, can exploit tight spaces, Rashford's high passes are ineffective. Standing at only 170 centimeters, he struggles to reach the ball, becoming a mere spectator in the penalty area. Following Rashford's introduction, the threat along England's left flank surged. After Ashley Young was substituted, all 11 England players on the pitch were born in the 1990s. With Harry Kane, not yet 25, Sterling at 23, Lingard at 25, the scarcely 19-year-old Rashford, and 22-year-old Ali, Southgate hesitated before ultimately deciding to observe the situation further. Having reached the World Cup semi-finals, they were dubbed the Golden Generation. At this juncture, Rashford had not yet evolved into the player he would become in later years. His on-field attitude was commendable. This left forwards Sterling and Kane repeatedly thwarted in their attempts. Substitutions were indeed necessary, yet Southgate was reluctant to deplete all 3 substitution opportunities at once. While younger players may lack the experience of their elder counterparts, their stamina and dynamism are evidently unmatched by the seasoned veterans. Thus, he opted to utilize 1 substitution, replacing Ashley Young with Rashford. In contrast to the adjustments made by the England team, the Spanish squad refrained from making any substitutions. This youthful English team, perhaps excessively so, has understandably drawn high expectations from the public. Thanks to Ali's remarkable performance, England has garnered numerous attacking opportunities in recent times. The English players clearly arrived well prepared, having undoubtedly practiced their strategy to counter Spain's midfield pressing and sweeping prior to the match. Consequently, as the second half commenced, they seized the moment, catching the Spanish team off guard due to their lack of vigilance. Once the second half began, spectators quickly noted the increased frequency of England's attacking attempts. They maintained the same lineup as in the first half, even retaining their tactical approach. Stones and Lingard, being club teammates, share familiarity, and Stones' occasional deployment as a defensive midfielder during his time at Manchester City enhances his understanding of this position, and his teammate Lingard, contributing to his commendable performance. While it may be challenging for this World Cup to yield further progression, one can hardly fathom the strength the England team will possess when this cadre of young players matures for the next World Cup. However, the absence of a stable playmaker has hindered England's offensive threat. Moreover, with towering players such as Kane and Ali in the attacking and midfield positions, particularly Ali, who enjoys a significant physical advantage in confrontations with Spanish midfielders, England's offensive strategy faced challenges. While central attacks bore little fruit, the flanks witnessed a flicker of improvement, evidenced by the midfield's proactive pressing and swift advances following successful recoveries. On the sidelines, Southgate appeared visibly frustrated, as Rashford's performance elicited mixed emotions. In addressing the void left by Ashley Young's departure, Southgate opted to advance Stones' position on the defensive line, allowing him to collaborate with Henderson in a double pivot role. However, the exquisite pass was merely a figment of Rashford's imagination, as it was not that he lacked the desire, but rather the capability to execute it. With Rashford's presence, England's left flank thrived, as he tirelessly delivered crosses and selflessly provided passes to his teammates. The overall youthfulness of this England team, the youngest in this World Cup, even younger than the French squad, was evident. After several attempts, the opposing defenders began to anticipate their moves, effectively neutralizing Harry Kane, who found it nearly impossible to receive the ball. Furthermore, Rashford's speed and technical prowess, along with his dribbling ability, stood out. Lingard and Ali are not the type of players who can deliver decisive passes, and their intentions to advance the ball to the front line were too transparent, enabling the Spanish team to intercept and defend preemptively. Spanish right-back Carvajal, being quite experienced, effectively blocked Rashford's incursions into the penalty area, conceding the flanks instead. Even if Rashford maneuvered to the edge of the box without penetrating it, he still diverted the attention of the opposing defenders, alleviating pressure on his teammates within the penalty area. The Spanish team appeared somewhat complacent, despite having anticipated an increased offensive effort from their opponents in the second half. They evidently underestimated the potency of England's youthful vigor. This passage captures the genuine thoughts behind Southgate's arrangements, though their efficacy remains uncertain. In reality, Harry Kane and Sterling, positioned at the forefront, have expressed their reservations regarding Rashford's passing, criticizing it as overly formulaic, a mere descent to the byline followed by a cross. However, his teammates have not been particularly supportive, squandering his numerous brilliant passes. While one may choose to dribble to the byline or cross at will, cutting inside is simply not an option. Rashford, despite possessing commendable dribbling prowess, finds it challenging to take on 2 defenders. Confronted by the defensive setup orchestrated by his adversaries, he hesitates to charge forward, consequently being compelled to adhere to their intentions of dribbling to the byline before crossing. Yet, in front of him, Carvajal's defense remains steadfast, and under duress, the quality of his crosses becomes questionable. For 7 or 8 minutes, England maintained their offensive momentum, but as the Spanish team gradually acclimated, they began to seize the initiative. In the 57th minute of the second half, Koch executed a successful interception in the backfield, promptly distributing the ball to the flanks, where David Silva awaited. Silva evaded Sterling's pressing and deftly delivered a diagonal pass to Lin Quan, positioned ahead on the left. Lin, with a swift change of direction, maneuvered past Lingard, lifted his gaze to survey his teammates' positions, and launched a long pass to the far side of the field. There, Isco had already surged forward. The pass carried a slight anticipation, and combined with Isco's speed, he arrived just as the ball landed. Walker, England's right back, initially sprinted in an attempt to match Isco's pace. However, upon realizing that Isco had gained possession, he had to decelerate, preparing to intercept Isco's advance. Observing this, Isco maneuvered toward the center, drawing Walker in. Before returning the ball to the flank, a red figure dashed past. Spain's left-back Alba had outstripped two defenders and received the ball, quickly embarking on a sprint toward the byline. Walker hastily retreated, yet the opposing player's speed had surged, making it difficult for him to catch up. With Walker's absence, Isco found his rhythm, accelerating along the channel, poised to penetrate the penalty area and collaborate with his teammates. Alba's name bears a resemblance to Bayern's Alaba, differing by just one character. However, these two players embody distinct styles. Alba's attacking prowess surpasses his defensive capabilities, akin to Marcelo of Real Madrid. Conversely, Alaba stands as the premier left-back in the world. A true versatile warrior, excelling in both offense and defense, showcasing remarkable defensive skills alongside his offensive talents. Moreover, Alaba possesses comprehensive technical skills and a commendable long-range shot. Often regarded as the midfield linchpin in Austria's talent-depleted national team, Guardiola had long sought to acquire him, yet his aspirations remained unfulfilled as Bayern refused to part with him. Unlike Rashford, who opted to cross from the byline, Alba chose to return the ball to Isco, cutting inside to surge toward the penalty area. Isco, understanding his intent, promptly delivered a through ball back to him. Spain has become exceptionally adept at executing their intricate passing and moving tactics along the flanks, particularly highlighted by Alba's distinct characteristics. This aspect of their offensive strategy was a focal point emphasized by Bosque prior to the match. The synergy between the two players in their continuous exchanges was remarkable, characterized by an impressive pace. Walker was in relentless pursuit, yet the speed of the ball far surpassed that of his own. Despite his utmost efforts, he could do little more than watch as Alba took aim and shot. England's goalkeeper, Pickford, demonstrated remarkable reflexes, swiftly moving laterally to make a spectacular save, narrowly deflecting the ball onto the crossbar. Observing the ball thwarted by the opposing keeper, Alba shook his head in frustration, feeling that he had performed extraordinarily well only to be denied. Spain earned a corner kick opportunity, and Lin Quan conferred with David Silva regarding their strategy. They had previously taken numerous corners and set pieces in the first half, yet none posed a significant threat against the opposition's notable height advantage. Consequently, Lin Quan sought to modify their approach, opting against direct deliveries into the penalty area. "We will execute it this way first," he stated, prompting nods of agreement from David Silva and Busquets. "I believe this is feasible." David Silva concurred without hesitation. "Rest assured, I will deliver the ball precisely to your feet," Busquets declared, patting his chest to affirm his commitment to the task at hand. With their assurances, Lin Quan nodded, choosing to place his trust in them. Even if this strategy were to falter, it would merely result in a squandered corner kick. Up to this point in the match, Spain had already garnered 9 corner opportunities, all of which had been ineffective. Thus, if this one were to falter as well, it would not be of great consequence. Of course, success would be ideal. As the opposing players engaged in tactical discussions, gesturing toward the penalty area, the English players began to grow suspicious, uncertain of what the opposition was planning. However, they heightened their vigilance, aware that the adversary likely harbored ill intentions. Soon, David Silva approached the corner area, taking a few steps back and signaling toward the penalty box. The English players, unable to decipher the meaning of his gesture, observed Ramos and Peake moving toward the back post, prompting them to follow suit. In that moment, David Silva delivered the ball to Busquets, who stood nearby. A tactical corner? The English players, initially caught off guard by the absence of a direct delivery into the box, quickly reacted, charging forward to disrupt and intercept Busquets. Recognizing that the opposing formation was indeed retreating as Lin Quan had anticipated, Busquets felt a surge of exhilaration. Calmly, he continued the play, passing the ball to Lin Quan, who lay in wait just outside the penalty area. Without hesitation, Lin Quan met the ball and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Due to the considerable distance between him and Busquets, most of the opposing players surged towards Busquets, leaving Lin Quan unchallenged in his vicinity. This provided Lin Quan with a safe space to shoot, allowing him to unleash a long-range shot without any interference or threat. Following this strike, Lin Quan felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, the intuition of players often proves to be remarkably accurate. Lin Quan's long-range shot became a spectacular goal, the football soaring through the air in an elegant arc, nestling into the top corner of the net. England's goalkeeper, Pickford, exerted every effort. Yet he was truly powerless against such a well-placed shot. The score changed to 2-0, and Lin Quan, with his brace, single-handedly dealt a severe blow to the England team. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 290. Advancing to the World Cup finals, challenging for the championship. Trailing by 2 goals, England found themselves in a precarious situation, as the match had largely slipped away from them. Although there was still ample time, breaking through Spain's defense proved to be a formidable challenge. And merely scoring 1 goal would be insufficient. They needed at least 2. The difficulty of this task was daunting. On the sidelines, Southgate could no longer remain passive. He replaced the underperforming Sterling with Vardy. Sterling had squandered several prime scoring opportunities during the match. Had he capitalized on even one of those chances, England's predicament would not have been so dire. However, it would be unjust to place all the blame on Sterling, as he was attempting to play with joy. Upon Vardy's introduction, he made an immediate impact on the front line. With his involvement and ability to draw defenders, Kane found it much easier to operate. Vardy is a late bloomer in the football world, and his journey is reminiscent of an inspirational tale. He was released from a professional team's youth academy due to his height in his early years and subsequently juggled work while playing in amateur leagues. At the age of 25, Vardy was still plying his trade with an obscure English League Two club. The League Two is the 4th tier of English football and represents the lowest level of professional competition, with the leagues below it primarily consisting of amateur teams. A player of 25, lingering in such a low-tier league, would typically fade into obscurity, quietly exhausting their professional career. Yet Vardy was fortunate. His talent did not go unnoticed, as he caught the eye of Leicester City, then in the Championship, and was signed for $1 million. In the following years, he helped the team secure promotion and nearly created history during the 2015 to 2016 season. What stands out most about Vardy is his indomitable spirit. He plays as if fatigue is a foreign concept, relentlessly pursuing attacks and challenges with great tenacity. In the 72nd minute of the second half, it was Vardy's successful interception that earned England a golden opportunity. Unfortunately, Kane's one-on-one chance was thwarted by Spain's goalkeeper De Gea, causing England to miss a crucial opportunity to claw back a goal. During his tenure at Manchester United, De Gea devoted considerable attention to studying Kane, who has emerged as a formidable striker in the Premier League in recent years, garnering significant acclaim and posing a substantial threat to goalkeepers across various teams. It is only natural that he became a focal point for goalkeeper scrutiny. This diligence enabled De Gea to anticipate Kane's playing habits, allowing him to successfully thwart a one-on-one opportunity. Kane, regretting the missed chance, expressed his remorse to Vardy with an apologetic gesture. However, Vardy remained unfazed, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the pressing efforts. As the match approached the 70-minute mark, the stamina of the Spanish players, particularly the veterans, began to wane. Conversely, the English side, composed predominantly of youthful players, enjoyed an abundance of energy, with the only exception being Vardy, who had just entered the fray as a fresh force. This vitality allowed them to gradually gain the upper hand in the midfield battle, with Vardy frequently leveraging his physical advantage to engage in fierce duels with the Spanish defenders, further depleting their energy reserves. The physical dominance and Vardy's relentless pursuit of confrontation significantly boosted the morale of the English side, shifting the momentum in their favor. A noticeable change was the rise in England's possession rate, which, at times, even threatened to surpass that of Spain. It was a clever strategy, an unavoidable open tactic. Yet regrettably, time was not on the side of the English. In the stands, the coach of the already qualified French team returned to witness the unfolding drama. Observing England's spirited resurgence, he could not help but sigh. With the match nearing the 75-minute mark, England's revival felt belated, and the 2-goal deficit loomed large, making it exceedingly challenging for them to recover. Moreover, Spain was merely temporarily subdued, not rendered completely defenseless. Additionally, Coach Del Bosque still had several substitution opportunities at his disposal. Contemplating this, Deschamps turned his gaze toward the Spanish bench. As expected, players on the substitute side were already attired in their kits and equipped, attentively listening to Del Bosque's instructions. Seemingly poised to enter the match. In the 77th minute, Spain made their first substitution. Thiago entered the field, replacing David Silva. This was not a direct positional swap. Upon Thiago's arrival, Lin was shifted to the flanks, allowing Thiago to assume a central role, transforming Spain's formation into a 4-2-3-1 setup. Although Thiago occupied the attacking midfield position, his primary responsibility was defensive. In defense, he positioned himself in front of the two holding midfielders, serving as the first line of defense to intercept and disrupt the opposition's build-up play, thereby granting his teammates crucial time to regroup defensively. Among Spain's double pivot midfielders, Busquets exhibits remarkable positional awareness and a high footballing intelligence, demonstrating judicious defensive positioning. Koke, on the other hand, boasts an extensive coverage area and formidable stamina, creating a splendid complementarity between the two. Should they both maintain their physical vigor, it becomes exceedingly challenging for opponents to breach their defensive intercepts. Even with a slight decline in fitness, they can still exhibit 70 to 80% of their capabilities, which suffices to thwart commonplace offensive maneuvers. Upon Thiago's introduction, Spain's defensive strategy underwent a conspicuous transformation. They began to intentionally sever the connection between England's forward line and midfield, allowing Kane and Vardy to maneuver freely while focusing on disrupting the link between them and the midfield, thus preventing the ball from finding its way into their possession. England's misfortune lies in the absence of a pivotal central midfielder. Were they to acquire De Bruyne from Belgium, their performance would undoubtedly improve. The thought is preposterous. If De Bruyne were to join England, they would undoubtedly soar to new heights. The combination of De Bruyne and Kane, alongside a player like Vardy in England's youthful squad, presents a formidable offensive threat. In open play, who could withstand such an onslaught? With Thiago's entry, Spain's defense saw notable enhancement. Yet the initiative remained firmly in the hands of their adversaries. Due to Isco's decline in stamina and his struggle in physical confrontations, Spain's offensive efforts on the left flank stagnated. Relying solely on defense is untenable. Being perpetually pressed by the opponent is detrimental for a Spain side lacking in physical fitness. They must shift the battle to the opposing half, alleviating the pressure on their own defensive line. Contemplating this, Bosque opted to utilize his second substitution. The 34-year-old veteran Iniesta took to the field, replacing Isco. Upon his arrival, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. The fans hold immense respect and affection for this distinguished stalwart of the team. Given Iniesta's age and his performance over the past year in both league and national team contexts, this is undoubtedly his final World Cup appearance. Each match he plays for the national team is a precious rarity, and this particular game may very well be his penultimate appearance for Spain. After Iniesta's introduction, Spain's offensive endeavors on the left flank swiftly improved. Both he and Lin Quan are adept with both feet, allowing them to interchange positions frequently and collaborate seamlessly during these transitions. Despite Iniesta's advancing age, the wealth of experience he has amassed over the years is invaluable. When Lin Quan approaches him for cooperation, they require no verbal communication. Iniesta instinctively discerns Lin Quan's intentions and matches his rhythm, excelling in movement, interplay, support, and distribution. Their synergy is nothing short of flawless. Under the brilliance of their partnership, the opposing players resemble rusted machinery, utterly incapable of keeping pace with their tempo. In the 79th minute, Lin Quan received a pass from Iniesta, penetrating into the right side of the penalty area. The players of the England team have become overwhelmed, many having lost their defensive positions. At this moment, upon seeing the ball at Lin Quan's feet, they instinctively rushed towards him. Lin Quan observed an opportunity in the center and feigned a forward dash, only to deftly thread the ball into the penalty area. Diego Costa, seeing the ball arrive before him, believed he could extend his scoring streak. In his excitement, however, he miscalculated the force and sent a wild shot soaring high over the bar. Positioned in the center of the penalty area and less than 10 meters from the goal, such a ludicrous miss was indeed outrageous. My goodness. Embarrassed, Diego Costa internally chastised himself for squandering the opportunity and hastily apologized to his teammate, who had passed the ball. In truth, Lin Quan could have taken the shot himself, yet he chose to trust his teammate, only to witness the ball ascend into the stands. I am guilty. I truly deserve this. Although Diego Costa's shot failed to find the net, it startled the opposing players. They had enjoyed a stroke of luck this time. Yet the next opportunity might not be so forgiving. Consequently, they intensified their defensive efforts against Lin Quan and Iniesta. However, it proved exceedingly challenging to contain both players simultaneously. With Iniesta's stamina intact and Lin Quan consciously drawing defensive pressure away from him, Iniesta's form appeared to have reverted to the peak of his career from 6 or 7 years ago. Their synergy flourished, becoming increasingly fluid and spectacular with each exchange, defying the opponent's attempts to stifle their collaboration. Spectators in the stands and fans worldwide glued to their screens were mesmerized by the dazzling interplay between the two, leaving them in awe. Such a seamless passing combination is truly remarkable. Forgive my lack of sophistication, but it's simply astonishing. Is this the combined prowess of Iniesta and Lin Quan? It is indeed formidable. This is not even Iniesta at his peak. Had the invincible Iniesta of yore been present, the spectacle would likely have been even more explosive. Alas, witnessing their partnership inevitably evokes memories of the former Barcelona, where Messi orchestrated similar collaborations with Iniesta. Indeed, for Barcelona fans, those were nostalgic days. While Barcelona remains a strong team, they can no longer be considered among the elite. They faced the same predicament as the Spanish national team, an aging roster, struggling to find replacements for numerous key players who have faded away. If only Xavi were still on the pitch. With Lin Quan, Iniesta, and Xavi together, it would truly replicate the essence of the legendary team. Under their influence, the Spanish team transitioned from defense to offense, regaining the upper hand. The England defense was under immense pressure, compelled to withdraw from the front line and fortify their backline. Time slipped away amidst this tug of war. As the match approached the 85th minute, the score remained 2-0, and nearly all hope for those still believing in England's potential for a miracle had faded. Despite Vardy and his teammates' relentless offensive efforts, their sole ambition was merely to score a consolation goal. However, Spain's defense proved to be resolute, denying them such an opportunity. Ultimately, as the match concluded, Spain triumphed with a score of 2-0, securing their place in the World Cup final once again. This marks Spain's third consecutive appearance in the finals, having previously lifted the championship trophy in both prior tournaments. One wonders if this time they can achieve the extraordinary feat of a historic three-peat in World Cup history. As for the England team, although they were halted at the semi-finals, their World Cup journey is not yet over. Before the final commences, they will contest for third place against Belgium, the other semi-finalist. After the match, Kane and Lingard approached Lin Quan, eager to exchange jerseys. How about a game of rock, paper, scissors? Lin Quan chuckled, holding his jersey in hand, teasing the slightly awkward duo. He only had one shirt. Splitting it in half for them was not an option. Never mind. He was here first. Lin, you can swap with him. In a generous spirit, Harry Kane graciously withdrew from the competition, allowing Lingard the opportunity to exchange jerseys. Lingard, beaming with delight, completed the exchange with Lin Quan, even managing to borrow a camera and a photographer to capture a commemorative photo of the two. He intended to keep the jersey and photograph as a memento, already naming it the two Lin Emperors. I am Lin Emperor, and so are you. It's perfect. After the referee's final whistle, Bosque adjusted his attire and approached the England coaching staff, greeting Gareth Southgate with a handshake. Congratulations on reaching the final. I hope you achieve great success there. Southgate felt a tinge of bitterness but still offered his best wishes. Compared to allowing the French team to claim victory, the English would rather see Spain triumph. Moreover, should Spain emerge victorious, they would make history, and the English could consider themselves witnesses to that momentous occasion. Thank you. Your players are also remarkable and youthful. I believe their future achievements will only improve. Bosquet's words were sincere, as he genuinely admired the youthful composition of the England team. 8 years prior, during the South Africa World Cup, Bosquet's own squad was similarly youthful. Alas, time is unforgiving. The veterans of that once great Spanish team have nearly faded away. Chapter conclusion. As the lineup for the final teams was revealed, discussions surrounding the World Cup final ignited fervently. One team is the reigning champion, having won the last 2 World Cups, steeped in tradition and legacy. The other team has risen from the depths, experiencing a resurgence as a formidable force. Both teams possess substantial strength and rich heritage, making it appear that either could claim the championship title. The debate over which team will claim the coveted World Cup title has been incessant from the very beginning. As more voices join the discussion, the divisions regarding this matter have only grown more pronounced. Who stands a chance of winning? It must be Spain. For who can withstand the onslaught of their offensive prowess? Although the French team is formidable, their players are rather youthful and lack the invaluable experience that comes with high-stakes matches, particularly finals. In contrast, Spain has reached the World Cup final for the third consecutive time, showcasing their wealth of experience, thus ensuring their victory in the end. Let us not forget the presence of Lin Quan, a veritable asset to the Spanish squad. He is renowned for his ability to conjure miraculous outcomes. With him in the lineup, Spain's odds of triumph increase significantly. Is it merely a 10% boost? That underestimates Lin Quan's influence. I would argue that his presence enhances Spain's chances by at least 20%. The majority of fans rallying behind Spain's quest for glory have been captivated by the myriad honors the national team has amassed over the past decade. Since 2008, Spain's achievements on the international stage have been nothing short of dazzling. Within a mere 10 years, the team has secured 3 European Championship titles and 2 World Cup trophies. In every international tournament they have participated in, the championship has ultimately been theirs, a testament to their extraordinary prowess. Most fans tend to support the strongest teams, gravitating towards those who dominate. Nevertheless, some teams, distinguished by their unique playing styles, manage to attract a legion of followers, even if their strength is not as pronounced. Spain's tactical approach is fluid and resplendent, complemented by their impressive track record. Thus, a team with such glorious achievements, captivating gameplay, and superstar players naturally garners substantial fan support. After all, even some fleeting teams can amass numerous supporters through a brief period of dominance. A powerhouse like Spain, which has ruled the footballing world for nearly a decade, inherently attracts a larger fan base, including a segment of Lin Quan's admirers. While the French team boasts a considerable number of fans, they pale in comparison to Spain's following. Therefore, in terms of vocal support, it appears that the calls for Spain's title defense resonate more loudly. However, one must remember that truth often resides with the few. Do not presume that mere volume equates to significance. I acknowledge Lin Quan's prowess, yet Spain's vulnerabilities are glaring. With so many seasoned players on the pitch, their chances of overcoming the French team seem exceedingly slim. The French squad, endowed with a younger roster, possesses a collective strength that surpasses that of Spain's previous adversaries. As they ramp up their efforts in the second half, the fatigued Spanish players may struggle to withstand the onslaught. Both teams' supporters hold steadfast to their beliefs, each with their own rationale, and neither is likely to convince the other. However, some of their viewpoints are indeed intriguing. In the lead-up to the match, various media outlets sought insights from football legends and coaches to assess the strengths of both teams and predict the outcome. The illustrious José Mourinho, specially invited by Russian television to serve as a commentator, was among the first esteemed figures to share his insights. Mourinho, both teams possessed the capability to claim the championship. Ultimately, their success hinges on their performance on the day of the match. The team that exhibits superior form and effectively leverages its tactical advantages will emerge victorious. Mourinho articulated a rather obvious truth, and while his statements held merit, the journalists were evidently dissatisfied. Which team do you support more, France or Spain? As a Portuguese national currently managing a Premier League club, Mourinho has no vested interest in either finalist, prompting the reporters to hope for an objective and impartial perspective. Although the so-called Special One has not achieved remarkable coaching results in recent years, he remains one of the world's elite coaches, wielding considerable influence in the footballing realm. After a moment's contemplation, and recognizing the necessity to respond earnestly given the substantial appearance fee provided by the host, Mourinho resolved to take the matter seriously. To be overly dismissive would reflect poorly on his professionalism. Spain, as is widely acknowledged, tends to experience a decline in performance during the second half, particularly after the 70th minute. Thus, they will likely launch an aggressive offensive in the first half. If they can establish a significant lead during this period and withstand their opponent's assault in the second half, they may indeed lift the trophy. This implies that you are leaning towards Spain winning the championship, correct? The journalists perked up, eagerly jotting down notes in anticipation of crafting a major news story. Ahem. I have yet to finish my thoughts. France is known to be a slow-starting team, which contrasts sharply with Spain's approach. They often struggle in the first half, providing opportunities for Spain. However, as the second half unfolds, France tends to find their rhythm, while Spain grapples with the physical toll of the match. This scenario sets the stage for a potential French resurgence. Thus, the intrigue of this match lies in two key aspects: the number of goals Spain can score in the first half and how many goals France can recover in the second half. Mourinho's insights align closely with the prevailing views within the football community. Both teams participating in this World Cup final exhibit peculiar attributes. One excels in the first half, while the other thrives in the latter stages. The outcome will depend on which team can capitalize on its strengths more effectively. Following the semi-final, Spain has little time to recuperate. With less than 3 days between the semi-final and the final, this time frame is insufficient for a team laden with veteran players like Spain. Therefore, they must maximize their rest and expedite their recovery to match France's intensity in the final. From a scheduling perspective, Spain finds itself at a disadvantage in terms of stamina, as France concluded their semi-final a day earlier, affording them an extra day of rest. This disparity is exacerbated by Spain's greater age and lower physical condition, thereby amplifying the gap in their physical preparedness. Bosch was evidently aware of this unfavorable factor. Upon returning to the temporary base, he convened the players to arrange their upcoming training tasks, emphasizing the necessity for them to minimize physical exertion during this period. He instructed them to engage in restorative training, advising that the intensity should be moderated to avoid injuries. After all, none of them wished to miss the World Cup finals. Did they? The players collectively shook their heads. The World Cup, occurring once every 4 years, comprised a maximum of merely 7 matches. Having finally distinguished themselves from a multitude of competitors and having navigated through numerous hardships to reach this final stage, none desired to be absent at this critical juncture. Given the limited preparation time, Bosch did not grant the players any time off, nor did he allow them to spend time with their wives or girlfriends. With the training volume carefully controlled, how could they afford to expend energy elsewhere? Once the finals concluded, the national team would disband, and at that point, these individuals could revel as they pleased. By then, the old man would likely be enjoying retirement without further responsibility. Although the players were not permitted to indulge in leisure, Bosch did not hinder their families from visiting the base. Consequently, after each training session, a group of relatives would gather outside the Spanish training facility, engaging in a poignant display of affection across the iron bars. Guardiola brought along Sarah and the 3 younger siblings of Lin Quan to visit him. The 10-year-old Valentina, her bright eyes sparkling, leaped towards Lin Quan as soon as she spotted him. Lin Quan enveloped her in a warm embrace and gently patted her head, asking, "Have you missed your brother?" Yes, I have missed you. I spent all my pocket money to support you in winning," she exclaimed. "Really?" Lin Quan replied, taken aback. Although betting was legal in Europe, it seemed rather premature for a 10-year-old girl to be involved. Indeed, Sister Maria said that buying these represents support for you. And the more I buy, the easier you will win, so I used all my allowance. Lin Quan found himself both amused and bewildered, realizing that Valentina had likely misunderstood the situation. She had conflated the odds associated with betting with the outcomes of the matches. These odds were merely estimations made by betting companies regarding the games, possessing some correlation to the results, but not determining them outright. Ultimately, the fate of the matches rested with the players on the field. "Don't worry, she didn't buy much," Guardiola interjected, noticing Lin Quan's concern. Being so young, Valentina's allowance was limited, and even if she lost it all, it would not matter. As her devoted guardian, Guardiola would surely compensate her. However, should Valentina's bet fail, it would not only be her needing consolation. Lin Quan would likely be the most distressed, since it was Maria who encouraged her. It was only logical that she had participated as well. Upon inquiry, Lin Quan confirmed that indeed, Maria, Marius, and others, including Guardiola and Sarah, had all placed bets. Now, the entire family was united in this gamble. Should Lin Quan falter, they would all face the consequences. Thus, dear brother, you must strive earnestly, for you are the hope of our entire village. The 18-year-old Maria displayed an expression of fervent admiration. Having transformed from a casual fan 4 years prior into a devoted supporter, solely focused on her brother's endeavors. If Lin Quan were to suffer defeat, Maria would likely be heartbroken. Surely, such sentiments are not merely a result of the wagers placed on your behalf. If that were the case, perhaps conceding a match to impart a lesson would not be unfavorable. Lin Quan harbored no fondness for gambling and was reluctant for his family to indulge in such activities. Though betting is legal, it can become addictive, leading one to a point of no return. As the saying goes, gamblers lose everything in the end. While he aimed to regulate the players' training intensity, Bosque engaged in various preparations over the past 3 days. Without exhausting the players physically, he enhanced their understanding of the opponent by showcasing match footage, elucidating tactical characteristics, and specific player skills. This knowledge would be crucial when they faced their adversaries on the field, anticipating a formidable defensive stance from the opposition. Coupled with Spain's urgent need to score in the first half, Bosque meticulously rehearsed several offensive strategies, including set-piece tactics. Although the likelihood of a penalty shootout seemed minimal, the Spanish team still dedicated time to practice penalty kicks. However, most believed this practice to be inconsequential, as Spain's stamina would wane in the second half. And should the match extend to extra time, they would likely succumb to their opponent well before reaching a shootout. Lin, in the final, if the opportunity arises, make the most of direct free kicks to attempt a goal. Bosque felt a twinge of concern regarding the team's offensive capabilities, intentionally encouraging Lin Quan to adopt a more self-serving approach, prioritizing individual efforts over teamwork. Yet, Spain's midfield heavily relied on Lin Quan. Transitioning him to a forward position would disrupt the balance. Thus, a compromise was necessary, allowing him to exploit set-piece opportunities. Lin Quan's free kicks posed a significant threat, showcasing a diverse array of techniques that made it challenging for opposing goalkeepers to predict his strikes, further complicating their defensive efforts. Indeed, I will seize the opportunity. Lin Quan nodded, resolute in his intention to execute this approach regardless of Bosque's directives. The opponent in this final was unlike any before to triumph over France. Swift scoring was imperative, and accumulating multiple goals was essential. Only by diminishing the rival's morale and suppressing their momentum could they avert the pitfalls that often plagued Spain in the latter stages of a match. Therefore, once on the pitch, Lin Quan would hold nothing back, unleashing his full potential to dismantle the opposition early on. Unlike the World Cup in Brazil 4 years prior, Spain's overall strength remained intact in 2014. While Lin Quan was the team's linchpin, it was a collective effort that propelled them forward rather than a solitary endeavor. Even if he does not step forward, his teammates would still be capable of resolving the issues at hand. However, it is evident that this national team, for years hence, is being largely propelled by his efforts. Should he fail to rise to the occasion, the likelihood of others doing so diminishes, and the chances of defeat in the match increase significantly. At this juncture, it is clear that the Spanish team is in decline, and the impending reconstruction phase will likely be protracted. Much like the French team that triumphed in 1998, which took 2 full decades to regain its stature, some teams, conversely, have plummeted to such depths that they have never recovered. Lin Quan is unable to foresee the future and does not know whether the Spanish team will once again reach the finals of the World Cup. Nevertheless, he must regard this opportunity as a singular chance in his life, treating it as if it were his final World Cup final to participate in. Chapter 292. The World Cup final commences. Lin Quan takes the field as captain finally. The day has arrived, July 15th, the day of the World Cup final. The streets of Moscow are filled with throngs of fans, adorned in the jerseys of their respective teams, winding along the Moskva River towards the Luzhniki Stadium, the venue for the final match. This arena, which once hosted the opening ceremony of the 1980 Moscow Olympics, is once again graced by a momentous global event after a span of 38 years. Fans have set out early, converging from all directions. Despite the stadium opening numerous entry points, they remain insufficient, leaving many fans stranded outside. Fortunately, a substantial number of security personnel are present to maintain order, allowing fans to enter in an orderly fashion. Although Luzhniki Stadium boasts over 87,000 seats, the number of individuals fortunate enough to secure tickets and attend the match is relatively small. A considerable number of fans have not been able to obtain tickets, while scalpers waive their coveted final match tickets, seizing the opportunity to sell their stockpile at exorbitant prices before the match commences. Scalping persists despite numerous prohibitions and is a familiar sight worldwide. These individuals are often the most despised among fans, as they deprive many rightful fans of their tickets. Yet, for certain ardent supporters eager to witness the match, the existence of scalpers provides a chance to buy tickets at inflated prices. The cost, however, is bound to be steep. How much does a ticket cost? A man clad in a suit and tie hurriedly arrived at the scene, glanced at the perimeter of the stadium, and located a scalper selling tickets, inquiring about the price. €2,000. The scalper, skilled in reading the room, assessed the man's financial capability before casually quoting a price. "Why don't you just steal one?" The man was evidently taken aback by this price, his eyes widening in shock, and his anger rapidly escalating. The official price for World Cup final tickets ranges from 440 to $100, which converts to approximately 400 to €1,000. The tickets in the scalper's possession are merely standard tickets, valued around €500, yet he demanded a staggering €2,000, quadrupling the price. Indeed, all scalpers are destined for misfortune. Their greed is utterly outrageous. Just look around. Where else can you find tickets? If you think it's expensive, I find it even more so. The scalper remained unmoved, steadfastly adhering to a price of €2,000. With ample time before the final commenced, he was in no rush. If he could sell even one ticket, that would suffice. He could always lower the price closer to the start of the match, knowing that countless eager spectators awaited entry. €1,000. The suited man, sensing the scalper's unwavering stance, had no choice but to relent and engage in negotiation. 1,900, 1,200, 1,800. After a vigorous exchange, the ticket eventually changed hands for €1,500. Despite having spent thrice the original price, the man felt a wave of relief wash over him as he successfully acquired the coveted ticket. He had made it just in time, having returned from South America to complete his reconnaissance. Otherwise, he would have missed the match entirely. With this thought, he hastily checked his backpack for his camera and other equipment. Thankfully, everything was intact, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He took out the camera, ensured it was fully charged and functioning properly, before meticulously stowing it away. During this process, a card resembling a work ID slipped from his bag, displaying an emblem of a blue lion holding a scepter, beneath which was inscribed the name George Evans. At 3 p.m. on July 15th, a deep blue bus emblazoned with the Spanish team's crest rolled into the stadium, greeted by a chorus of cheers from thousands of fans. Simultaneously, the French team's bus arrived. Players from both teams disembarked in succession, as reporters on site rushed forward, some capturing the moment with their cameras, eager to compile a pre-match article. Others strained to push to the front, attempting to thrust microphones towards the players for impromptu interviews. Meanwhile, the fans erupted in deafening cheers upon seeing their heroes exit the bus. "Go for it. Bring home the championship trophy. Let us defeat the Spanish team." The players, however, sidestepped the reporters' microphones, ignoring the barrage of cameras, and resolutely made their way toward the pitch. With the match imminent, even the most vivacious among them had little inclination to engage with the media or bask in the fans' adulation. Their focus was singularly on the impending contest. Upon entering the stadium and reaching their respective locker rooms, the players began changing into their jerseys, donning socks, shin guards, and footwear in preparation for warm-ups. For the Spanish team, there was a silver lining. The Luzhniki Stadium was familiar territory. They had previously played 2 matches there, giving them a slight advantage in terms of familiarity compared to the French team. The Luzhniki Stadium, featuring artificial turf, differed from the grass fields typically preferred by European teams, which might pose a bit of an adjustment for those encountering such a surface for the first time. During the pre-match warm-up, the players of the French team exhibited a remarkable level of seriousness, dedicating ample time to acclimatize to the pitch and to cultivate the feel of playing on artificial turf. As the athletes from both teams emerged to warm up, the spectators in the stands erupted in enthusiastic cheers, eager to show their support. Although the commencement of the match was still some time away, the fervor of the fans was palpable. The sheer number of attendees was astonishing. Observing the densely packed crowd, Isco couldn't help but express his astonishment. In previous matches held here, while attendance had been commendable, it had never reached such staggering heights. Scanning the stadium, it appeared almost entirely devoid of empty seats. Isco mused whether the organizers had perhaps allowed 100,000 spectators to witness the event. Indeed, the turnout was remarkable. Lin Quan also glanced at the stands. For players accustomed to high-stakes competitions, performing under such scrutiny would undoubtedly heighten their excitement. Among the French squad, Kylian Mbappé epitomized the archetype of a big-match player. Not only did he possess exceptional composure under pressure, but the greater the magnitude and significance of the match, the more invigorated he became, utterly oblivious to the concept of fear. When Lin Quan turned his gaze toward Mbappé, he found the latter already looking back. Their eyes met across the distance. Yet there was no dramatic spark exchanged. Mbappe flashed a smile at Lin Quan, raising his right hand to make a fist in a gesture of encouragement. Lin Quan reciprocated with a smile and a nod. The two shared a camaraderie as good friends within the club, with Lin Quan having previously offered guidance to Mbappe, who was immensely grateful for it. However, on the grand stage of international competition, both were committed to their respective teams, and Mbappe would undoubtedly not hold back. Coincidentally, Lin Quan shared the same sentiment. He would not show leniency simply because Mbappe was younger and his junior. Time swiftly passed, and soon, 3 hours had elapsed. The match time drew ever closer. Preceding the final, Iker Casillas, the captain of the Spanish team in 2014, made a grand appearance, cradling the FIFA World Cup trophy. He first raised the trophy high, signaling to the audience that it was indeed the genuine article. Then, with great care, he placed the trophy on its pedestal at the edge of the pitch, precisely where the players would pass as they entered the field, ensuring that each would pay their respects to the cup. Having completed this task, Casillas approached his teammates, who were waiting in the players' tunnel. "Give it your all," he encouraged, embracing each member of the Spanish squad. Although he could not join them on the field for battle, his heart would always remain with the team. Casillas' presentation of the trophy further ignited the atmosphere, amplifying the cheers and shouts of the fans. The match was on the brink of commencement, and the long-awaited duel was finally about to unfold. At that moment, under the guidance of the head coach, the 22 players, accompanied by ball boys, began to take the field. As the first player emerged from the tunnel onto the pitch, the crowd erupted into a thunderous ovation and cheers. "Go, Lin Quan! Charge, Mbappe! Spain will triumph! Long live the French team!" Amidst a cacophony of fervent fans, each passionately voicing their support in myriad languages, a symphony of sound coalesced to form the anthem of the World Cup final. As the match commenced, the customary handshake and coin toss between the captains revealed a startling sight to the Spanish supporters. The captain's armband was not adorning the familiar figure of Ramos, but rather that of Lin Quan. A moment of bewilderment ensued. How had the captain's armband found its way to Lin's arm? As the vice-captain of the Spanish team, Lin would typically don the armband only in Ramos's absence. Yet, with Ramos present, it seemed only fitting for him to retain his role as captain. Could it be that Bosque had elevated Lin to the captaincy? Such a notion was indeed plausible, but it appeared rather impolitic to strip Ramos of his title while he remained part of the national squad. Lin certainly possessed the caliber to lead Spain, and were I in Ramos's position, I would harbor no resentment towards Lin's ascension. Nevertheless, this decision seemed somewhat hasty. The captaincy, after all, was Lin's by right and would not elude him. Perhaps he was merely entrusted with the captain's armband for this particular final. This possibility cannot be dismissed, for Lin embodies the very spirit of the Spanish team. Bestowing the armband upon him serves not only as a personal honor, but also as an immense source of motivation for his fellow players. Whether Lin's captaincy would galvanize the Spanish team remains uncertain, yet it undeniably instilled a sense of trepidation in the French captain. When French goalkeeper Lloris realized that it was Lin with whom he was exchanging handshakes and flags, a sense of foreboding washed over him. How had this player suddenly been appointed captain? Was the Spanish coach intent on igniting an adrenaline rush within him? Lin was already formidable without any such encouragement. If he were to be further fueled, who could possibly stand in his way? Their previous encounters dated back to 2013, and the results had been far from favorable for Lloris, who had not only suffered a crushing defeat, but had also been outwitted, with Lin deftly bypassing him to score into an empty net, a blatant humiliation for any goalkeeper. Remaining composed was crucial, though Lin was undoubtedly powerful. Lloris reminded himself that his teammates were even stronger. He could not allow Lin's prowess to unsettle him. Recognizing his rising anxiety, Lloris quickly reassured himself, forcing a calmness upon his mind. Football, after all, is a team sport, and individual prowess can only exert limited influence over the outcome. It is the collective strength of the team that ultimately secures victory. The robust and formidable French squad undoubtedly held the advantage. What Lloris needed was to maintain his composure and fulfill his responsibilities without becoming a liability to his teammates. The rest could be left to his comrades to accomplish. A glance at his teammates, Mbappe, Griezmann, Pogba, Kanté, and Giroud, was sufficient to instill a sense of reassurance. Lloris believed he had steadied his nerves, only to find himself at a disadvantage during the coin toss against Lin Quan. Lin Quan opted for the ball possession, thus relinquishing the right to choose the field to the French team. Spain is renowned for its possession-based style of play, making ball control paramount for them. Only by securing possession can they swiftly dominate the match and launch attacks, aiming to score early in the first half. Moreover, Bosque had cautioned beforehand that although the French team tends to start slowly, one must not dismiss the possibility of them seizing an early lead if they gain possession, catching the Spanish team off guard due to their habitual way of thinking. When everyone anticipated a sluggish start from France, they could potentially strike unexpectedly, yielding surprising results. Therefore, choosing ball possession was the most prudent and advantageous decision for Spain. The French team confidently selected the left side of the pitch, leaving the right side to Spain. Once the field was determined, both captains returned to their respective areas. The players gathered together, extending their hands to one another. Lin Quan initiated the chant, "Spain, charge!" Meanwhile, similar spirited voices echoed from the French side. Although the words were unintelligible, it was likely that their rallying cry was akin to that of Spain's. Following the pre-match rituals, at precisely 1800 hours, with the referee's whistle, the final of the 2018 FIFA World Cup, featuring Spain versus France, officially commenced. Diego Costa gently passed the ball to Lin Quan, who did not immediately advance, but instead returned it to Busquets behind him. As Lin Quan played the ball, the French players naturally advanced over the halfway line, pressing towards the Spanish ball handler. Busquets continued to pass back, delivering the ball to Pique. The French forward, Giroud, relentlessly pursued, maneuvering past Busquets and charging towards Pique. Seeing the opponent press so high, Pique felt a surge of confidence. The French indeed appeared more spirited than the English team, as they did not resort to a defensive blockade in their own half. If that were the case, the match would have been exceedingly challenging. Chapter 293, World Cup Final. Spain versus France. After a series of passes, the Spanish team finally initiated an attack against their opponents. The audience erupted with deafening cheers. A tremendous wave of encouragement surged forth, invigorating the players on the field as if they were infused with adrenaline, their spirits soaring. Lin Quan advanced with the ball, evading Giroud's pressure and veering towards the flank, executing a 1-2 with David Silva before cutting into the opponent's flank area. Kante charged towards him, prompting Lin Quan to pass to the stationed Diego Costa. Costa, unable to turn, received the ball with his back to the goal and tapped it back to Isco, who was making a forward run. As Isco controlled the ball, Pogba appeared right in front of him, and he hurriedly sought Lin Quan's position. But Mbappe loomed in his passing lane, vigilant and poised. Isco, wary of the opponent's speed, hesitated to pass, fearing that a misstep could allow Mbappe to intercept and trigger a swift counterattack. On his right side, Alba had not yet reached the halfway line and was unable to pass the ball to him, so Isco could only return the ball to Busquets. When Busquets received the ball, he was already 30 meters away from Lin Quan and the others. Such a distance made it impossible for him to loft the ball to Lin Quan amidst the crowd. Spain's initial tentative offensive was thwarted by their opponents. Well, a splendid defense. The French team was impressive. The French fans in the stands erupted with excitement upon witnessing their team's defensive prowess. The match had just begun, and no goals had been scored yet, so any successful maneuver in this back-and-forth battle was enough to elicit cheers from the fans. The French team, having successfully defended, clearly held the upper hand in morale. However, the Spanish fans remained unperturbed. They held unwavering confidence in their team's attacking capabilities, certain that they could alter the scoreline in the first half. As for the previous failed attack, they brushed it aside. Spain, though formidable, could not possibly succeed in every offensive endeavor, could they? If that were the case, there would be no need for a match. They could simply award the championship trophy to them and let them take it home. Besides, the game had only just begun. Why panic? Observing the situation, Lin Quan had no choice but to withdraw and reorganize. Once he vacated the midfield, Kante returned to his position, not pursuing further. However, as soon as Lin Quan entered the French midfield, Kante would stick to him like glue. With Kante nearby to impede him, Lin Quan found it uncomfortable to play. Not to mention, the opposition occasionally employed double-teaming tactics, which made things even more challenging. Although Kante was formidable, he could not always keep Lin Quan in check. There were moments when Lin Quan successfully broke free from his grasp, but having spent considerable time evading Kante, by the time he got past him, the French defense was already well prepared. Even though the French team did not adopt a defensive bus strategy, their defense was solid and not easily breached. The defensive line led by Umtiti and Varane was remarkably stable during direct confrontations, resembling two iron gates. The fullbacks on either side would also lend timely support in defense, effectively limiting attacking space and neutralizing threats. Faced with this defensive line, Lin Quan had attempted to coordinate with teammates, but the results were less than ideal, as the only player he could effectively link up with was Diego Costa. His midfield teammates were blocked by Kanté and Pogba. In the French midfield, Kanté and Pogba had distinctly defined roles. Kanté focused on intercepting and breaking up plays, while Pogba was responsible for controlling the rhythm of the game and utilizing his creativity to create opportunities for teammates through his passing. However, Pogba also possessed commendable defensive skills. When under significant defensive pressure, he could equally contribute to the defense alongside Kanté. Lin Quan could evade Kanté, but his other teammates lacked the same prowess. Once caught by Kanté, they were effectively sidelined. With fewer players against a well-prepared adversary, the ultimate outcome was, of course, inevitable. In the initial 10 minutes of the first half, although the Spanish team managed 2 shots on goal, neither posed a significant threat. Conversely, the French team capitalized on Mbappe's speed, launching a particularly menacing counterattack that left the Spanish supporters in the stands in a state of anxious trepidation. If Kanté shone during defensive plays, then Pogba truly illuminated the offensive front. He showcased the traits of a winger, actively advancing and not only accelerating the pace of the attack, but also assisting teammates from closer proximity. At times, he even ventured to attempt long-range shots, thereby enriching France's attacking strategies and complicating Spain's defensive efforts. As the first 10 minutes elapsed, the match became increasingly intense. Confronted with France's multifaceted defense, it was evident that threatening their goal would not be an easy endeavor for Spain. The opposition's midfield battles were fierce, characterized by intense physical confrontations, with players frequently collapsing onto the pitch. It was clear that the French team had come prepared. Spanish football, known for its technical possession style, is least comfortable when faced with close-quarters physicality. Spanish players are generally not renowned for their physical robustness or exceptional physical confrontational skills. In stark contrast, most players on the French side are of African descent, noted for their strength and resilience. Their superior physical attributes, explosive power, and adeptness in physical duels are indeed a bane for Spain's technical style. This type of player presents a veritable torment for the Spaniards. Notably, figures such as David Silva, Isco, and Coke found themselves at a distinct disadvantage in the physical exchanges during the opening minutes. Busquets, relying on his exceptional football intelligence and artistry, managed to hold his own, securing several free kicks for Spain. Regrettably, the positions of these free kicks were less than ideal, either too skewed or too distant for direct shots on goal. The sole player who seemed to gain an upper hand was Lin Quan. In his duels with Kanté, he emerged victorious on several occasions, successfully executing a few breakthroughs. Kanté's defensive prowess has been well documented in recent Champions League seasons. Yet, when pitted against his club teammate Lin Quan, the acclaimed premier defensive midfielder found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Both players were relatively similar in height and weight, with Lin Quan only slightly taller by a mere 2 centimeters. Unlike taller players who may possess formidable defensive skills but lack agility and quick reflexes, the shorter Kanté boasts remarkable speed and agility. Coupled with his abundant stamina and exceptional running capabilities, he is renowned for his relentless tenacity. Facing such an opponent, any attacking player would find themselves in a quandary. Many who have been marked by Kanté often find themselves completely stifled on the pitch. Under normal circumstances, Lin Quan would prefer to avoid a direct confrontation with him, but the central area guarded by Kanté was a battlefield Spain needed to conquer, leaving Lin Quan no choice but to engage. For 3 or 4 years, the two players have been teammates at the same club, developing an intimate understanding of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Kanté's defensive prowess and Lin Quan's dribbling finesse were well known to one another. Thus, Lin Quan eschewed elaborate maneuvers, relying instead on a singular principle: speed. He accelerated his touches on the ball to ensure he consistently made contact before Kanté could intervene, thereby thwarting Kanté's attempts to intercept. Kanté excelled in tackling due to his formidable physicality, rapid pace, and keen anticipation of his opponent's passing routes. However, Lin Quan was swifter still, possessing equal or even superior physical resilience, rendering Kanté's tactics ineffective against him. Unable to reclaim the ball from Lin Quan, Kanté resorted to positioning himself strategically to prevent Lin Quan from breaching his defensive zone with ease. Even in his own half, being at a disadvantage during their confrontations mattered little. for his teammates were nearby, ready to assist in a collective effort to contain Lin Quan. It appeared Lin Quan had anticipated Kanté's strategy, responding with his own principle, speed, maintaining a high frequency of touches. He remained vigilant to the movements and positioning of opposing players, opting for paths where the defense was less concentrated. During his progression, Lin Quan occasionally executed feints and directional changes, attempting to shake off Kanté's marking. Even if he could not completely evade Kanté, he aimed to disrupt his rhythm and reduce his velocity, thereby creating space for himself. Initially, Kanté managed to keep pace, but after several shifts in direction, he felt his knees protesting. Was this fellow's knee made of iron? Such abrupt changes of direction could easily jeopardize one's knees, as human anatomy is inherently fragile. Such sudden stops and turns put the meniscus and ligaments at risk, any injury to which could spell the end of a player's career. As Kanté lagged slightly, Lin Quan successfully maneuvered past him. Umtiti and Varane, witnessing Lin Quan bypass Kanté, swiftly positioned themselves to block his direct approach, denying him a clear angle for a shot. Having executed this tactic together numerous times, their synergy was impeccable. If Lin Quan found himself alone in the penalty area, penetrating the French defense would prove daunting. Given the limited space and the imposing presence of two tall defenders obstructing his path, without a viable angle for a shot, scoring would be nearly impossible. Diego Costa's position was also obstructed by the duo, preventing Lin Quan from delivering the ball directly to him. Furthermore, the teammates behind Lin Quan were separated by several French players, making a backward pass perilous and risking the loss of this offensive opportunity. With this in mind, Lin Quan opted for a direct shot. He deftly nudged the ball sideways, feigning a movement toward the edge of the penalty area. This ruse proved effective, as Varane, closest to him, immediately closed in, while Umtiti, positioned slightly farther away, failed to keep pace. Umtiti's decision proved to be astute. Had he departed, the French national team would have been devoid of a central defender. This choice aligned perfectly with Lin Quan's intentions. He advanced laterally for several paces, meticulously observing the space between Varane and Umtiti while remaining cognizant of the distances separating the French fullbacks and the defenders behind him. When he discerned that the opportune moment was near, he executed a sudden feint, redirecting the ball in the opposite direction, catching the lateral moving Varane off guard and creating a slight separation from the approaching Pavard, thereby preventing any interference with his shot. Indeed, opportunities are fleeting. Once Lin Quan created a modicum of space, he decisively struck the ball. Upon witnessing his attempt, Umtiti instinctively extended his leg to intercept, while the ever-vigilant Lloris swiftly dove to make a lateral save. Umtiti's foot failed to make contact with the ball, yet Lloris's fingertips grazed it, subtly altering its trajectory and causing it to narrowly miss the post, veering outside the goal's frame. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd, with French fans in the stands wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this shot have nearly found the net? In such a predicament, Lin Quan managed to execute a shot of remarkable quality. How did he achieve this? At that moment, the gazes of the French supporters, as well as those of the players on the field, regarded Lin Quan as if he were a phenomenon. Once Lloris regained his footing, he erupted in frustration, expressing his dissatisfaction with the defensive effort of his teammates. Although he had heroically averted disaster, he would prefer not to be cast in the role of a savior. Damn it, with so many of you, how could you allow a single opponent to evade your defenses and create a shooting opportunity that nearly resulted in a goal? If that shot had indeed scored, every French player within the penalty area would have been relegated to mere props in Lin Quan's moment of glory. Should the Spanish team have secured victory through that goal, they would have forever been the bane of the French squad. Seeing the ball thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper, Lin Quan shook his head, filled with regret. The angle of his shot was commendable, but the power was slightly lacking. Had he struck with more force, the goalkeeper may not have had the opportunity to make a save. Of course, in such a tense moment, it was unrealistic to expect perfection. Merely executing the shot was commendable in itself. Learning from this experience, the French team subsequently approached fouls with unwavering decisiveness, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. Under the relentless pressure and interceptions from their adversaries, Spain struggled to penetrate effectively, finding it challenging to advance the ball. Even when they managed to pass, their forwards faced significant pressure and were often unable to secure possession. The French team's defensive configuration was notably robust and solid. Without the ability to vanquish them and seize control of the midfield, Spain's offensive threats would likely find it arduous to breach their goal. Upon grasping this notion, the Spanish side ceased their idle chatter. Under the leadership of Lin Quan, the midfield players commenced to intensify their pressure on the opponents. They accelerated the pace of their passing and receiving, striving to execute one-touch plays, thereby increasing the difficulty for their adversaries to intercept and press. This tactic proved effective, as the French players scurried about the field, yet found it exceedingly challenging to reclaim possession from the feet of the Spanish players. Not only did they squander their energy in vain, but their morale was also at risk of being adversely affected. Over time, such a situation would inevitably lead to a decline in their spirits, presenting Spain with a potential opportunity. The French players, being younger, possessed a somewhat richer reserve of stamina. However, no amount of vigor could endure such relentless exertion. Unbeknownst to them, 25 minutes of the first half had elapsed. Chapter 294. Exploding Kanté. Did the French team not appear to be slow to warm up after all? Their performance in the first half seemed commendable, much to the surprise of the spectators both in the stadium and those watching from home, as it contrasted sharply with the pre-match reports they had encountered through various channels. Perhaps their previous opponents had been too feeble to pose any real threat, thus accounting for their sluggish starts. Regrettably, they were now faced with Spain, compelling the French team to adopt a more serious approach. This sentiment resonated with many, as the intensity of the match was palpably high. Confronted with a Spanish team adept at dominating the first half, if the French were to continue their slow start, they might find themselves without the opportunity to unleash their full potential before the match slipped beyond reach. The French team's performance garnered unanimous acclaim, yet as they thrived, the Spanish side appeared increasingly fatigued. As the first half progressed, with time slipping away, the question arose: why had Spain yet to score? With the 30-minute mark approaching, their situation could become precarious if they failed to find the back of the net. Some supporters of the Spanish team, witnessing the prolonged drought in scoring, could not suppress their growing anxiety. The French team had already exhibited remarkable prowess in the first half, and once the second half commenced, their performance was likely to improve even further, making the task for Spain all the more daunting. It was not merely the fans who felt the tension. The players on the field, along with the coaching staff on the sidelines, found themselves increasingly restless. In the 33rd minute of the first half, Isco, in his eagerness to advance the attack, was dispossessed by an opponent, nearly committing a grave error. Stay composed. Maintain your focus. There is still time. Lin Quan recognized the wavering mindset of his teammates and offered words of reassurance. However, this could only serve as a temporary remedy. To truly stabilize their mentality, the most effective course of action would be to score. Lin Quan glanced back at Kanté, who was panting heavily and supporting himself with his hands on his knees. Feeling a sense of calm wash over him, it seemed the moment had nearly arrived. Kanté's energy expenditure had exceeded expectations significantly. Meanwhile, on the French coaching bench, Deschamps and his assistants also noted Kanté's condition. As the match reached a mere 33 minutes, Kanté, renowned for his stamina, was already drenched in sweat and panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the exertion imposed by Lin Quan. Indeed, Lin Quan's relentless activity during this period had taken its toll on Kanté, who had made significant sacrifices to curtail his influence. Deschamps nodded in agreement, recognizing the value of this endeavor. If they could endure until halftime, the second half would offer an opportunity to assert their strength, thereby alleviating the pressure from Spain's offensive maneuvers. The trade-off of Kanté's energy expenditure to neutralize the opposing team's linchpin, while safeguarding his own defense from conceding goals in the first half, appeared to Deschamps to be a prudent exchange. Regrettably, France's offensive threats had yet to materialize, failing to exert sufficient pressure on Spain's defensive line. Had they posed a tangible threat, perhaps Spain would have been more hesitant in their approach, significantly reducing the defensive burden on the French side. With this thought in mind, Deschamps' gaze shifted back and forth between Mbappé and Griezmann. The first half relied on Kanté and the defensive players. The second half would hinge on the attacking prowess of these two. Mbappé's speed and explosiveness would serve as a blade for France's counterattacks, while Griezmann's passing and playmaking would act as the team's cerebral core. Should both players perform at their peak, France's offense would be unstoppable. However, based on the first half's display, it was evident that Mbappé was being closely marked by his opponents, often shadowed by multiple Spanish players. Moreover, Spain appeared to possess an acute understanding of Mbappé's playing style, offering him no opportunity to accelerate. they disrupted his rhythm at every turn, either by preemptively intercepting passes intended for him or pressuring him as he received the ball, effectively stifling his speed. Any slight delay allowed other defenders to position themselves, thereby robbing Mbappé of his chance to break through. Alas, if only Mbappé possessed Lin Quan's dribbling finesse and breakthrough capability. Just imagine the formidable player that would emerge by fusing Mbappé's speed with Lin Quan's technical prowess. While Deschamps was lost in contemplation, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd, jolting him back to the present. He glanced toward the field to witness Spain mounting another assault on France's goal. In a manner reminiscent of previous attempts, Lin Quan initiated the offensive, but this time he had retreated deeper, nearly to the center of the pitch. Giroud and Griezmann wasted no time in pressing Lin Quan as he advanced. Lin Quan dribbled to the right, opting to bypass Giroud, standing at 192 centimeters. Giroud's height could not compensate for his lack of agility and speed compared to Lin Quan's nimble frame. Despite Giroud's desperate attempts, even resorting to fouls, he was unable to thwart Lin Quan's advance, staring incredulously at his empty hands. Giroud had just reached out to grab Lin Quan in a futile effort to prevent his breakthrough, but regrettably, he was too slow and grasped nothing. This fellow, once he accelerated, was as slippery as an eel. Giroud could not help but shake his head, feeling a twinge of self-mockery. Being outmaneuvered by Lin Quan did not seem so shameful, after all. So many elite defenders had struggled to contain him. As a forward, what audacity did he possess to confront him? Behind Giroud was Kanté, and after Lin Quan bypassed Giroud, Kanté became the immediate target, unable to evade the encounter. Kanté, of course, did not shy away but bravely surged forward, for defending against Lin Quan was his duty. However, after just a couple of strides, he sensed something amiss. This was not good. The man was still accelerating, his speed was astonishing. With just a glance, Kanté's heart sank. In training at the club, he often practiced against Lin Quan, and although he was frequently at the receiving end of punishment, there were moments when he successfully thwarted him. Yet, there was one scenario in which Kanté could never hope to contain Lin Quan, when Lin Quan's speed was fully unleashed. It is widely acknowledged that Lin Quan's footwork is exceptionally rapid. While a normal person may achieve 2 steps per second, he can manage 4. When his speed is not yet fully realized, if a defender can match him in pace before he completely breaches their defensive line, there remains a chance for recovery. The reason Kanté was able to engage with Lin Quan for so long was primarily due to this tactic. Even when he was expending considerable energy, he could occasionally rectify his own mistakes. However, this came at the cost of rapid fatigue, which is why, before the first half had even concluded, Kanté appeared as though he had played a full match, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from water. Yet, once Lin Quan's speed was fully activated, there would be no opportunity for recovery. Defending against him became a futile endeavor, requiring only a singular, decisive maneuver to bypass any defender. No wonder Lin Quan had retreated to such a deep position to receive the ball. It was all to build up his speed before encountering Kanté. In that fleeting moment, Kanté grasped the true intention behind Lin Quan's earlier movement. Unfortunately, realizing it at this juncture seemed a tad too late. Now, he had no other choice but to resort to the last option, committing a foul. The spectators in the stadium, along with both head coaches, were entirely unaware of the predicament facing Kanté. On the contrary, upon witnessing Kanté's advance, they were filled with exhilaration. Yes, just like before, restrict him, Kanté. Seeing Kanté take action, I knew this was secure. Spain truly does not learn from past mistakes. They have attempted this countless times before, yet it has proven ineffectual. Why do they refuse to heed warnings? The French fans continued their scornful jibes at the Spanish team, their confidence having swelled after more than 30 minutes of play. They seemed to believe that Spain's offense was not as formidable as the external narrative suggested. Given that they had successfully defended against Spain's attacks in the first 30 minutes, they were certain they could do so once more. As Lin Quan and Kanté drew ever closer, the coaches on both sides, along with certain players positioned near one another on the field, recognized that Kanté would likely struggle to contain Lin Quan this time. A sense of dread washed over Deschamps as he realized Kanté was about to be outmaneuvered. Lin Quan's speed was astonishing. If Kanté charged forward without executing a precise tackle, the only outcome awaiting him would be a swift passage by Lin Quan. Was there any hope that Kanté could accurately intercept the ball from Lin Quan? Deschamps felt this prospect was exceedingly bleak, as Kanté had previously failed to succeed even when Lin Quan was moving at a slower pace, let alone now that his adversary had significantly accelerated. With this thought in mind, Deschamps' gaze moved past Kanté to the French defensive line behind him, settling on the center back. Umtiti. At that moment, Umtiti sprang into action, moving forward to provide support for Kanté. Observing this decision, Deschamps felt a wave of relief. Truly, Umtiti, nurtured by Barcelona, had demonstrated that he was worth his 50 million price tag. However, Umtiti himself did not share Deschamps' confidence. In his wide-eyed terror, he watched as Kanté, like a wooden figure, was effortlessly bypassed by Lin Quan, who executed a simple yet effective maneuver, a deft touch with the outside of his foot followed by a burst of speed. As Umtiti braced himself for the impending confrontation, he suddenly heard a sharp crack. Lin Quan, in the midst of a high-speed breakthrough, collapsed onto the pitch. A brief whistle pierced the air. The referee's expression grave as he sprinted towards the scene, preparing to brandish a card. Someone had committed a foul. This was Umtiti's instinctive reaction. But as he glanced over Lin Quan's fallen form to the still tackling Kanté, understanding dawned upon him. It was his teammate Kanté who had transgressed. Kanté had already lost his defensive position, executing a tackle from behind, a perilous action explicitly prohibited on the football field. Should he have made contact with Lin Quan? A card was inevitable, and in a serious infraction, it could very well result in a red card. Tension rippled through the French players as they realized the referee was about to issue a card. When Kanté had brought Lin Quan down, they had tacitly accepted that he would receive a card, though they were uncertain of its color. A yellow card would be tolerable, yet a red card would be akin to a thunderclap for the French team. With the first half still in progress, an early dismissal could render their hopes of victory exceedingly dim. Kanté, clearly aware of his misstep, swiftly approached Lin Quan to apologize, earnestly acknowledging his error. In that moment of heated impulsiveness, he had acted without forethought. As he executed the sliding tackle, he immediately regretted it. Thus, during the maneuver, he retracted his foot, ultimately tripping Lin Quan rather than kicking him down. Lin Quan, aware of this, refrained from exploiting the situation, deliberately feigning a severe injury, like certain players who roll on the ground clutching their legs. He brushed off the dirt and grass from his socks, nimbly rose to his feet, and leaped in place, signaling to the spectators and the referee that he was unharmed. This action proved invaluable for Kanté, as the referee only issued a yellow card as a warning, sparing him from harsher penalties. A collective sigh of relief swept through the French team, Kanté included. A red card would have had dire consequences. Alas, Lin Quan, why not indulge in a little theatrics? If it were Busquets who had been fouled, the opposing player would count themselves fortunate not to be sent off. Some Spanish fans, witnessing the incident, shook their heads in disbelief, considering Lin Quan's honesty excessive. What a splendid opportunity it was. Just a slight embellishment could have tilted the match to their advantage. With over 60 minutes remaining, playing 11 against 10 would have been akin to handing the World Cup to them. Yet Lin Quan remained oblivious to such advantages. It is truly perplexing what to make of him. However, let us not forget, this is not the first time we have come to know Lin Quan. He has always shunned theatrics, and such instances are not isolated. But can we overlook the gravity of the situation? This is the World Cup final, where victory determines the fate of the coveted trophy and Spain's pursuit of a third consecutive title. For such honor, could he not indulge in a modicum of dramatization? Brother, our admiration for Lin Quan extends beyond his exceptional skills and capabilities. It is also rooted in his remarkable sportsmanship and character. Not just a red card, but even when faced with a wrongly awarded penalty, Lin Quan willingly missed the shot rather than take advantage of his opponents. In an era rife with diving and simulation, where film schools abound, do you not find it remarkable to encounter a player as pure-hearted as Lin Quan? It is true that some will resort to any means for victory, yet others hold steadfast to their principles and boundaries, refusing to compromise even when the grandest trophy in football is within reach. As the referee's decision was announced, a wave of relief washed over the French supporters, soon followed by a round of applause. Among those applauding were numerous fans clad in blue, demonstrating that even in a match of utmost significance, the noble qualities of opponents can resonate with their admirers. Chapter concluded. Chapter 295, a free kick known as Mihajlovic. Spain 10, France team. Due to Kanté's foul, the Spanish team was awarded a free kick in a favorable position. Lin Quan resolutely adhered to the game plan set forth by the coach, and when presented with such a promising opportunity for a direct strike, he was determined to take a shot. The French team was evidently aware of the imminent danger posed by the free kick, prompting them to meticulously arrange a defensive wall and positioning within the penalty area. To thwart Lin Quan's potential opportunity to execute a low strike utilizing the wall's elevation, they even positioned a player lying sideways behind the wall. The sight of this player gracefully sprawled on the grass elicited suppressed laughter from numerous spectators. However, the French players remained far from amused. Had their opponents not previously scored using such a tactic, who would have deemed it necessary to defend against it? Meanwhile, the Spanish team regarded this free kick with utmost seriousness. Although many speculated that Lin Quan would take the shot himself, several players infiltrated the opponent's penalty area, positioning themselves to prepare for a header. Even if Lin Quan ultimately did not deliver the ball into the box, their actions could disrupt the adversary's focus and lend some support to Lin Quan's attempt. Upon placing the ball, Lin Quan retreated several paces, approximately 7 or 8 meters, before finally halting. French goalkeeper Hugo Lloris stood at the goal line, slightly crouched, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Quan. As the player posing the greatest threat to his goal from the Spanish side, Lloris had extensively analyzed footage of Lin Quan's matches leading up to this moment, which naturally included a review of his free kick prowess. After witnessing Lin Quan's remarkable free kick highlights across various competitions, Lloris felt a profound apprehension regarding Lin Quan's capabilities. Unlike specialists who excel in a singular type of free kick, Lin Quan possessed an impressively diverse repertoire, including lofted shots, dipping strikes, and S-curved free kicks. The mere thought of these options weighed heavily on Lloris, rendering him the most pressured individual on the pitch. The free kick was positioned approximately 27 meters from the goal and was relatively central, affording Lin Quan multiple avenues for execution. Until he completed his shot, it was impossible for anyone to predict the specific technique he would employ. Thus, Lloris was compelled to swiftly ascertain the nature of Lin Quan's free kick after it was taken, determining the most suitable method of intervention to parry the ball away. Successfully accomplishing all of this posed a significant challenge, leaving him reliant on his teammates for assistance. The player taking the free kick inevitably faced interference from the wall, which could effectively obstruct the shot. Frequently, free kicks would strike the wall directly. Even when bypassing the wall, a considerable number failed to maintain their trajectory, soaring over the crossbar or veering off target. In truth, only a handful of free kicks managed to clear the wall and remain within the goal frame, necessitating the goalkeeper's intervention for those that elude detection. For Lloris, the ideal outcome would be to rely on his teammates' wall to neutralize the threat at the first line of defense, thereby absolving him of any responsibility. A less favorable scenario would involve his teammates partially obstructing Lin Quan's shooting options, compelling him to circumvent the wall and shoot from alternative angles. This would subsequently reduce the area Lloris needed to cover, significantly enhancing the likelihood of a successful save. Yet, would the opposition allow him to achieve such a scenario? As Lin Quan prepared for his free kick, the chief referee blew the whistle, signaling him to proceed. Lin Quan cast a glance at Lloris's positioning before accelerating forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each stride increased his speed, and in Lloris's gaze, Lin Quan's figure loomed larger. He was even beset by a sensation that with each step Lin Quan took, the entire stadium trembled. Of course, this was an illusion born of his mounting anxiety and deep-seated fear of Lin Quan. At that moment, Lloris recalled the pre-match coin toss, vividly remembering his shock at seeing Lin Quan don the captain's armband. This player was already formidable in his usual form, now adorned with the national team's captaincy. Was he not destined to explode with exceptional prowess? The more he pondered, the more his fear intensified, causing his calves to tremble uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to Lin Quan, the goalkeeper's mental turmoil was far from his thoughts as he confidently strode toward the ball. Approaching the penalty spot, he cast one last glance at Lloris, confirming his positioning before selecting his target. With a resounding thud, the ball rocketed off the outside of Lin Quan's foot, spinning fiercely as it sped toward the goal. The French defensive wall leapt high, yet each player instinctively turned their heads, clearly fearing the impact of the ball upon their faces. The sheer velocity of Lin Quan's strike posed a genuine risk. Should it strike them in the face, it could lead to unconsciousness or, worse, a concussion that might jeopardize their careers. In truth, they had overestimated the threat. Lin Quan's free kick soared over the wall, posing no danger even if they had remained in place. Lloris kept his eyes fixated on Lin Quan's movements, yet until the final moment, He could not decipher the nature of the impending shot. The subtlety of Lin Quan's leg movement was deceptive, executed with an almost imperceptible finesse that left Lloris momentarily bewildered. However, as he prepared to scrutinize the trajectory, the ball was already hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. How can it be this fast? Lloris gasped in surprise. Time was short. He had no choice but to rely on instinct to make a save. In a hasty leap, Lloris extended his hand, only to feel a rush of air graze his cheek. Then came the unmistakable sound of the ball slamming into the net. Boom. The stadium erupted in a cacophony of joy as countless Spanish fans leapt in exhilaration. Goal! We've scored. We are in the lead. The Spaniards shouted and celebrated, clapping and waving their scarves, emitting sounds of sheer ecstasy even they could barely comprehend. Meanwhile, the French supporters stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixated on the ball that continued to roll within their goal. Is it a goal? How could it have been so easy? The fans of the French team found it particularly difficult to accept the outcome, primarily because their defense had performed exceptionally well during the first 30 minutes, granting Spain no opportunities. However, with a single free kick, the opponents effortlessly altered the scoreline. The team's prior stellar defense had elevated their expectations, but with the opponent's goal, those hopes plummeted. This stark contrast left them momentarily in disbelief, struggling to accept the result. Mihajlovic's free kick? In the commentary booth of the Russian television station, the guest commentator Moutinho gasped upon witnessing the goal. Noticing his reaction, the host promptly inquired, "What's the matter, Coach Moutinho? Is there a story behind Lin Quan's free kick?" Moutinho nodded, recounting, "Once, in Serie A, there was an extraordinary free kick maestro named Mihajlovic, whom many who witnessed his craft deemed the finest free kick taker on this planet. His free kicks were highly threatening, characterized by his choice of direction, striking technique, and the angle of spin, all remarkably intricate. This mastery resulted in an exceptionally high success rate. Just one opportunity was all he required to conjure a miracle. In the famed Serie A, often dubbed the Little World Cup, many renowned goalkeepers had suffered at his hands." Observing the host's apparent confusion, Mourinho endeavored to clarify in simpler terms. It is widely acknowledged that scoring a direct free kick in a match is already a formidable challenge. Yet, Mihajlovic once achieved the extraordinary feat of scoring 3 consecutive free kicks in a single Serie A match, thus cementing his legendary status. It truly astonishes me that even after his retirement, someone could replicate such an authentic Mihajlovic-style free kick. Mourinho expressed his admiration, noting, "Each time I see Lin Quan, he never fails to surprise me." In the front row of the stands, Guardiola could not suppress a smile upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal. Previously, during a match with Manchester City, Lin Quan had employed a similar tactic, even scoring a goal. Yet for some reason, he seldom utilized this approach. Perhaps it was simply too challenging. This explains why so many were taken aback. It was likely due to their limited exposure to such brilliance. The characteristics of a Mihajlovic-style free kick are quite distinct. When executing the kick, the body must be fully extended, using the calf to generate power, thereby complicating the goalkeeper's ability to predict. Once the ball is propelled, it travels at remarkable speed, accompanied by intense spin. Facing such a powerful and rapidly spinning ball, the goalkeeper's task becomes exceedingly arduous. Firstly, the goalkeeper must possess innate reflexes to execute the save in the shortest possible time. A moment's delay could result in a goal, given the ball's swift trajectory. Secondly, when handling the ball, the goalkeeper's movements must be deft. Otherwise, even if contact is made, the ball's velocity and spin could prevent it from being deflected outside the goal frame. In Mihajlovic's free kicks, there have been numerous instances where the goalkeeper made contact with the ball but failed to parry it, resulting in the ball deflecting off the goalkeeper's hands into the net. However, responding appropriately to such situations proves to be a formidable challenge, as it is rare for anyone to replicate such free kicks flawlessly, leaving goalkeepers with little opportunity to practice. As for the French goalkeeper, he faltered at the very first hurdle, conceding a goal due to a sluggish reaction time. In contrast to the spectators in the stands, the Spanish players on the field exhibited an even more frenzied reaction. Following Lin Quan's goal, the Spanish players crowded into the opponent's penalty area, charging towards Lin Quan like a frenzied bull, panting heavily. A goal. They finally scored. This goal by Lin Quan was akin to a long-awaited rain in a parched land for the Spanish team, a timely downpour indeed. Without this goal, they would have been on the brink of collapse under the mounting pressure. "Well done, Lin," exclaimed David Silva, enveloping Lin Quan in a hearty embrace. What a strike! Ramos affectionately tousled Lin Quan's hair. What kind of free kick technique was that? I want to learn, Isco declared, practically worshipping Lin Quan as if he were a deity. Observing his lively teammates, Lin Quan couldn't help but chuckle. Thank you all for the compliments. Isco, if you want to learn, I can teach you when I have the time, but I can't guarantee you'll master it, as such free kicks require significant physical prowess and talent. Isco responded with an understanding expression, don't worry, Lin. If I can't learn, it's my fault, not yours. With Lin Quan's goal providing a safety net, the atmosphere within the Spanish team lightened considerably. Although they still fell short of their first half objective, having the advantage instilled a sense of calm, alleviating the previous urgency. On the French side, however, the morale visibly plummeted after conceding the goal, particularly for their captain, Lloris. This was a moment when he should have rallied the spirits of his teammates. Yet, he himself bore the brunt of the setback, still reeling from the shock and disappointment, completely neglecting his responsibilities as captain. In Lloris's silence, only Mbappé and Griezmann stepped forward. It's all right, Griezmann reassured. There's plenty of time left in the match. And we're only one goal down. We've faced situations like this before. It's nothing to worry about. Once the second half begins and they tire, we can score as many as we wish. Exactly, Mbappé chimed in. Just pass me the ball, and I'll take care of the rest. Hearing their words, the morale of the French players improved slightly. Indeed, it was only the first half, and trailing by just one goal was not insurmountable. Griezmann and Mbappé were not mistaken. Their opponent merely capitalized on a fortunate free kick to score, rather than breaking through our defense. Such a goal, born of luck, holds little significance. Could it be that the adversaries might score another free kick? Within the team, Pogba, who boasts the highest market value, found himself unsettled upon witnessing Griezmann and Mbappé vying for dominance in discourse. He has always perceived himself as the unequivocal core of this squad, believing himself to be the leader of the French national team. A fleeting glance exchanged between Mbappé and Griezmann halted further conversation. Pogba did make one valid point. The manner in which Spain scored was somewhat crafty. Had they netted a goal through structured play, France would indeed face a grave threat, as it would signify an inability to thwart their opponent's assault. However, Spain's reliance on a free kick raises concerns. As long as they cannot breach France's defense, there is no cause for alarm. Trailing by a goal poses no real issue for them, as they possess ample confidence to recover in the second half, unless, as Pogba suggested, the opposition manages to score more from free kicks. Yet, is such a scenario truly feasible? Chapter conclusion. The stifling last 2 minutes. Although the goal was not achieved through the familiar ground play, Spain ultimately took the lead, and the rhythm of the match seems to have returned to pre-match predictions. The game initially appeared to veer off course, but was forcibly straightened by Lin Quan. In the broadcasting studio, the commentators couldn't help but jest upon witnessing Spain's goal. After taking the lead, Spain played with greater composure, their ground attacks becoming more assertive, seemingly inspired by Lin Quan's free kick goal, prompting them to increase their attempts to break through and draw fouls from their opponents, thereby creating more opportunities for Lin Quan to take free kicks. Merely having technical skill in executing free kicks is insufficient. One must also possess the right feel. When the feeling is right, execution flows effortlessly. Yet, when the sensation is amiss, even the most refined technique may falter. Lin Quan had already successfully converted a free kick, attesting to his excellent form in this match. Consequently, it was only natural to continue to create opportunities for him. In a flurry, Isco, David Silva, and even forward Diego Costa surged forward, employing a style of play that left the French team in disarray. Initially, they failed to adapt and continued with their previous defensive strategies, inadvertently granting Spain several free kick opportunities. Whenever a free kick arose, Lin Quan was always the designated executor for Spain. Each time Lin Quan approached the ball, ready to take the free kick, the hearts of the French players raced with trepidation. The fear of him replicating his previous direct free kick goal loomed large. Should the opponent score 2 goals in such a short span, France's situation would become dire indeed. Thank heavens, the positions of these free kicks were not particularly advantageous, aside from one that posed a significant threat, compelling the goalkeeper to execute a daring save. The other attempts were either thwarted by the wall or misjudged in terms of power and angle, resulting in shots that soared high or veered off target. Although the opponents failed to capitalize on their chances, the French team became increasingly cautious, refraining from conceding free kicks. They recognized that the opposing number 10 was in remarkable form that day. Should he be granted another free kick opportunity in a position as favorable as the one leading to the first goal, he might very well replicate his success. Consequently, the French squad consciously sought to minimize fouls near their own penalty area, shifting the battlefield to the vicinity of the center circle. Even in the event of a foul in this area, the distance from the goal rendered a direct free kick exceedingly challenging. Such long-range free kicks, if converted, would undoubtedly become iconic moments in the World Cup, etched in the memories of countless spectators. The French strategy was sound, and their tactical response was not without merit. However, they overlooked a critical detail: Kanté's yellow card, incurred due to a foul on Lin Quan. This caution not only deprived Kanté of the opportunity for tactical fouls, but also instilled a sense of caution in his defensive actions, as he feared incurring another card. Consequently, Kanté's defensive prowess significantly diminished. In the initial 30 minutes, he had effectively contained Lin Quan, greatly reducing his offensive threat. Now, however, achieving the same was increasingly difficult, if not impossible. Without Kanté to restrain Lin Quan, the French team was compelled to employ multiple players to mark him. Yet, with a finite number of players on the field, deploying additional personnel to counter Lin Quan inevitably left other areas vulnerable. Coupled with Spain's penchant for pressing play, they enjoyed a distinct numerical advantage when contesting in the center circle. Apart from one defender who held back, all other players engaged in pressing and attacking. In contrast, the French defense found at least 2 players immobilized, while the flanking fullbacks remained vigilant against potential assaults from the wings. This disparity in numbers in the midfield only widened. Leading to the inevitable, the French team gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Spain's ground penetration was remarkable. They excelled in intricate passing combinations within confined spaces in the attacking third. Moreover, as the opposing team advanced their pressing, the space available in Spain's defense expanded considerably, affording them greater room for collaboration. In the 37th minute, Spain executed a splendid combination. Lin Quan received the ball on the left side and engaged in a wall pass with David Silva. Faced with multiple defenders, he calmly distributed the ball to the flank. The overlapping fullback Carvajal, upon receiving the ball, delivered a diagonal pass to the cutting-in David Silva, who then laid it off for Diego Costa, who was positioned with his back to goal, allowing him to return the ball to Isco, who entered from the midfield. In a moment untainted by external interference, he struck the ball with precision, delivering a magnificent long-range shot. This exquisite attempt boasted exceptional quality, characterized by its tremendous power, remarkable speed, and an exquisitely acute angle. Upon executing the shot, Isco felt a surge of confidence, raising his hands in anticipation of celebration. However, the French goalkeeper Loris, seemingly possessed by divine intervention, sprang with astonishing agility to parry the ball that was on the verge of grazing the post. Isco was left in disbelief. How could such a shot be saved? Was the opposing goalkeeper a deity? The French fans in the stands had braced themselves for a second goal, with many female supporters covering their eyes in fear of the unfolding event. After a prolonged wait without hearing the anticipated cheer, their curiosity compelled them to open their eyes, only to find their compatriots staring in stunned silence. What had transpired? Loris had miraculously kept the ball out. When questioned, the French fans, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to articulate their thoughts coherently. Meanwhile, the large screen began replaying the remarkable save. The Spanish team's offensive coordination was undeniably beautiful, prompting even the French fans to commend their opponents. Yet, it was Loris's save that truly captivated. Prior to Isco's shot, he had seemingly anticipated the striker's intentions, subtly shifting 2 steps to the right. These pivotal steps enabled him to deflect Isco's attempt. Otherwise, no matter how quick his reflexes, his arms would not have been long enough to reach the ball, resulting in a failed save. What was even more commendable was the inherent danger of saving a shot that nearly skimmed the post. Goalkeepers faced the risk of colliding with the upright, potentially leading to serious injuries that could jeopardize their careers. Moreover, humans possess an instinct to avoid danger. Urging a goalkeeper to contest such a shot is akin to asking someone to run into a wall, requiring them to overcome their natural instincts. Loris. After witnessing the replay on the big screen, countless French fans chanted his name, paying their profound respects. How fortunate we are to have Loris. This sentiment resonated deeply within the hearts of innumerable French supporters at that moment. Upon rising from the pitch after his spectacular save, Lloris unleashed a roar, venting the frustration and fury that had built within him. He felt revitalized. The anxiety that had previously unsettled him due to Lin Quan's influence had now dissipated entirely. As long as he did not have to face Lin Quan, he felt no trepidation against other Spanish players, even believing he could exceed expectations. Regarding his encounters with Lin Quan, Lloris remained uncertain, recognizing the need to make several more crucial saves to bolster his confidence. As Isco took his shot, Lin Quan also positioned himself for the play. Isco exhibits remarkable shooting prowess. Even if entrusted with the task, it is unlikely he could have executed it better. Yet, fortune seems to elude him, as he encounters a rival goalkeeper in peak form. He shoots splendidly and is encouraged to persist. Observing Isco's crestfallen expression, Lin Quan gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "Indeed, I shall," Isco affirmed with a determined nod, striving to recalibrate his mindset, unwilling to let this missed opportunity affect his morale. Internally, he wrestled with frustration. Why did the opposing goalkeeper appear mediocre when facing Lin, yet rise to brilliance against him? Was he perceived as an easy target? Such indignities are intolerable. On the sidelines, Deschamps rose to applaud his team's successful defense. However, despite his applause, his countenance bore a grave expression. Clearly, Deschamps had recognized the predicament his team faced. Previously, the Spanish side had not posed such a threatening offensive during set plays. Yet now they had managed to do so. Although they had yet to score, this trend alone was perilous. Fortunately, with little time remaining in the first half, Deschamps glanced at the scoreboard. It was already the 38th minute. If the French team could hold out for another 7 or 8 minutes, they would reach halftime. Though they had conceded a goal, it was not catastrophic. He remained confident they could recover in the second half. But the imperative was clear. They must not concede again. Hold the line, lads. Survive the first half, and we shall sound the horn for our counterattack in the second. The French players appeared to resonate with their coach's sentiments. Without his vocal guidance from the sidelines, they instinctively opted for a solid defensive strategy. The commitment to defense from the French team was evident. Just observe Mbappe's positioning. In the 40th minute, during a Spanish offensive, Mbappe traced back to the penalty area, even executing a crucial tackle. With him, the vanguard of counterattacks, retreating into the box, one can only imagine what the other French players were doing. While Mbappe's intentions were noble, the efficacy of his choice is debatable. At the very least, his vigorous defensive effort emboldened the Spanish offense, which grew increasingly audacious. Almost the entire team advanced past half-field, with even De Gea, the goalkeeper, encroaching near the center circle on the French side. The Spanish squad had fully engaged in attack, with the goalkeeper serving as the last bastion and even contributing as a passing outlet during offensive maneuvers. Thanks to their numerical superiority, the Spanish offensive became exceedingly formidable. The French defense found itself in distress from all directions, central, flanks, and the channels. The intensity of the opposing onslaught left them gasping for breath, overwhelmed by the relentless pressure. Though the first half was not yet concluded, the French players felt utterly drained. The immense psychological strain, compounded by the Spaniards' frenzied assault, afforded them no respite, forcing them into relentless, high-intensity operation. It was only at this juncture that the French players truly grasped the ferocity of the Spanish attack. What a tempestuous storm it is. The Spanish team's offense is striking with remarkable ferocity. The ball seems to dance incessantly within the French team's penalty area. Just as one wave subsides, another rises, leaving the French team no respite. Their defense is in disarray, and they must find a way to clear the ball and catch their breath. Otherwise, they risk being overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the Spanish team. Hugo Lloris, the French goalkeeper, has become the busiest individual on the field during this period. Were it not for his spectacular saves, diving heroics, and steadfast interventions, the French team would likely have faltered under the weight of the Spanish assault. Yet even Lloris feels somewhat suffocated. The intensity of the opposing offense is overwhelming. After each save, he has no time to recover before he must leap into action once more. Although his acrobatic saves are visually striking, the toll on his stamina is indeed considerable. Fortunately, the first half is nearing its conclusion, and time is running short for the Spanish team. Otherwise, one can scarcely imagine how long he could withstand such relentless pressure. On the sidelines, neither coach can remain composed. Vicente Del Bosque stands with his arms crossed, furrowing his brow as he observes his team's aggressive play. Their offense has been relentless, but this comes at the cost of depleting the player's stamina. If the opposition can withstand this assault, the Spanish team could face significant repercussions. With their physical condition already inferior to that of their opponents, such exertion could lead to an earlier onset of fatigue in the second half. Moreover, if this offense fails to break the opponent, it could severely dent the team's morale. If they cannot secure a goal while their energy is still robust, they may find themselves lacking opportunities in the second half when the opponent counters. Thus, they must score quickly. Just one more goal will suffice. On the other side, Didier Deschamps appears even more troubled. Although he is not on the pitch, he keenly senses that his players' stamina has been pushed to the brink. This fills him with great trepidation. His clenched fists are slick with sweat, and his tie feels uncomfortably tight around his neck, constricting his breath. At that moment, the fourth official raises the board, indicating 1 minute of stoppage time for the first half. Upon seeing this, Deschamps breathes a sigh of relief. The match clock has reached 43 minutes, approaching 44. Even with the stoppage time included, there are merely a couple of minutes left. So they must hold on, grit their teeth, and endure. If they can withstand these final 2 minutes, victory will be theirs. Chapter concluded. Chapter 297. The Aesthetic of Violence by Lin Quan, Spain 2. France 0. As the first half transitions into stoppage time, Spain has yet to secure a second goal. This offers a momentary reprieve for the French fans in the stands, many of whom begin anxiously monitoring the stoppage time, wishing they could hasten the clock. As the final 30 seconds of stoppage time dwindled, the players of the French team hastily retreated into their own penalty area for defense. Meanwhile, the Spanish team, undeterred, pressed on in the first half's climax. In that moment, I felt genuinely carefree and untroubled, with every breath imbued with wisdom and light, illuminating the world. Many years later, she would come to realize the naivety of her thoughts. Lin Quan, as the matriarch of the harem, could undoubtedly uncover any information she desired. His voice was soft, yet anyone could discern the resolute strength embedded within. As unyielding as metal. At that moment, Chun Jingyuan trembled as he retrieved a cloth pouch from his bosom, revealing an assortment of banknotes of various denominations. This crisis, which had yet to inflict significant damage on the real economy, arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. However, it provided Mu Kaishan with the opportunity to reap maximum profits with each leverage, earning him the revered title of the god of wealth in the industry. I believe their performance will astonish everyone. They were determined not to embarrass the cheerleaders, nor to allow them to look down upon them. Li Xing smiled faintly and spoke. I listened intently, still puzzled about how his entrepreneurship could be obstructed by others and how much it truly concerned me. Huh, did you leave it there? Conan crouched at the door of room E, peering inside, yet unable to see the watch resting atop the sofa. Meanwhile, Guan in the kitchen seemed to have heard the noise, emerging with a knife in hand, adorned in a striking crimson apron, an unknown masterpiece. As for Morongjun, after departing from the princess's palace, he first returned to the residence of the second prince to fetch something before instructing the coachman to head towards the imperial palace. Contemplating, he indignantly raised the demon-slaying staff in front of the Marshal of Heaven, Zhu Beiji, and scolded him fiercely. In truth, Yang Hongyan was already 34 years old, while Wang Zi was 33, yet their exceptional maintenance made them appear merely in their 20s. Yu Fei could not help but kneel in reverence, acknowledging that the prowess of Xiang Feng's spear was indeed beyond the comparison of an ordinary mortal. Upon seeing the item in his hand, Gu's countenance turned ashen, and she lunged forward to reclaim the straw man, only to be deftly evaded. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the government office, initially intending to bid farewell to Governor Tan. However, after the incident at the tavern, Gu Lingza pondered and ultimately sought out Tan Luming. All right, I understand. You all continue your conversation. I shall return to pear picking, she said, pulling along a few other young ladies eager to join in the excitement as she departed. After work, Rong Yi went nowhere but followed Song Jing. No amount of coercion or persuasion from Guan Su could sway him, and ultimately, he grew weary and took Song Jing away. When Guing stepped outside, she indeed spotted a horde of zombies approaching. Upon seeing Xia Bo descend the stairs and walk beside her in silence, she made her way to the backyard. The Grand Master and the Postmaster were delighted when this bone spirit resolutely accepted their proposal, promptly bowing to me in gratitude. Gu Lingza casually waved his hand, saying, "Let us just make do. I've long been accustomed to this. In the past, during retreats, one would carry fasting pills and bottled water. The presence of others delivering meals and water would disrupt one's tranquility. However, how could the formidable Lin Quan, confident in his victory, succumb to the intentions of the ghostly Yin Luo? As these words were uttered, Guitu Longi lay upon the ground, gazing skyward, not from a lack of desire to sit, but because his limbs had entirely vanished. Chapter 298, The Stout-Tongued King or the Prophet. During the halftime break, while the two teams rested, their supporters engaged in fervent disputes both online and offline. The Spanish team is magnificent, utterly dominating the French. 3 consecutive championships. The Spanish supporters proclaimed. The French team is the weakest opponent we have faced in the finals, with an overwhelming advantage in both gameplay and score. The supporters of Spain completely overshadowed those of France. Meanwhile, the beleaguered French fans could only swallow their pride, for with a score of 0-2, any attempts at justification seemed futile, earning them no sympathy from neutral spectators. Just wait, you'll see the might of the French team in the second half. In the end, they could only utter such defiance, harboring hope for a dramatic turnaround that would silence their detractors. Are you French fans mere parrots? How can you repetitively utter the same phrase? The French team will shine in the second half. Does that imply that the Spanish team will crumble? Indeed, if the match continued in this manner, one might even ponder whether Lin Quan would achieve a hat-trick of free kicks during the World Cup. You jest. But it's not entirely implausible. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Lin Quan scores 3 free kicks in the finals, he would be immortalized. In truth, Lin Quan had already astounded everyone by scoring 2 free kicks in the first half. Many found it difficult to believe that he could continue to create miracles. Such occurrences were unheard of. Scoring a hat-trick in a World Cup final is exceedingly rare, let alone achieving it through free kicks. Such notions seemed utterly fantastical. At the commentary booth of Sky Sports, former Manchester United player Gary Neville, upon reading the heated exchanges among fans online, expressed his confusion. Wasn't he this outcome anticipated by everyone prior to the match? The Spanish team's dominant first half and the French team's formidable second half were common knowledge. Why the ongoing debate? Martin Tyler took the opportunity to elaborate. Yet, based on the dynamics of the first half, the French team appeared quite passive, while the Spanish team held the upper hand, raising concerns that the second half might continue in a similarly one-sided fashion. Tyler's inquiry resonated with many fans, who yearned for a balanced contest, one where both sides engaged in a spirited exchange rather than the Spanish team relentlessly bombarding the French goal as they had in the first half. Gary Neville shook his head in disbelief. How is this possible? The players' stamina cannot sustain such relentless attacking play. Spain's offensive strategy in the first half resembled a temporary surge of adrenaline. While such fervor can be maintained for a fleeting moment, it cannot endure indefinitely. I believe we should temper our expectations. In the second half, the French team will undoubtedly intensify their efforts and score. It is entirely plausible that, before the final whistle, they could equalize or even take the lead. Andy Gray, upon hearing Neville's remarks, couldn't contain his astonishment. Do you really hold such high hopes for the French team? After all, Spain has the likes of Lin in their ranks. Neville dismissed Gray's concern. Football is a team sport. No single player, no matter how talented, can alter the ultimate outcome. Unsurprisingly, Neville's comments sparked considerable controversy. Supporters of the French team praised his insight, hailing him as a true Manchester United legend with a keen eye. Conversely, Spanish fans accused him of seeking attention, attempting to garner fame through his provocative statements. Within the Spanish team's locker room, the players remained oblivious to the external discourse. The majority were still riding the wave of exhilaration from the adrenaline rush at the end of the first half, feeling as if they were ignited with passion. Calm down. Lads, don't be too exuberant. Bosque observed the scene, smiling as he signaled for the players to maintain composure and conserve their energy. Coach, I believe we don't need a break. We're in great form. The effects of adrenaline lingered, and many players were eager to harness this momentum to overwhelm their opponents. There's still 40 to 50 minutes left in the second half. For now, let us sit quietly, recuperate our strength, and listen attentively to what I have to say. While maintaining excitement can be beneficial, it can also be detrimental. Had there been no halftime break, Spain could have capitalized on their momentum to further extend their lead, potentially crushing their adversaries. Regrettably, the first half had concluded, necessitating a swift return to composure to avoid excessive exuberance. Otherwise, when the second half commences, the players may find themselves exhausted once the initial excitement fades, rendering them vulnerable to a counterattack from their opponents. Bosque, held in high regard, along with seasoned players like Lin and Ramos, remained quietly resting, prompting the younger players to gradually settle down. Under Bosque's guidance, the team physician and physiotherapist promptly attended to veterans like David Silva with muscle massages. The stamina of seasoned players does not match that of their younger counterparts. Thus, it is imperative to assist them in maintaining their condition. Otherwise, they may require substitutions early in the second half. You performed exceptionally well in the first half, perfectly achieving the objectives we set before the match. And I am proud of you. Bosch surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across each player, offering a measured commendation to the team. He maintained an intentionally flat tone, aiming to prevent any undue excitement that might disrupt the players' composure. However, the match was far from over. We must not grow complacent. Only by preserving our advantage until the final whistle can we indulge in celebration. Until that moment arrives, I urge you to sustain the momentum established in the first half, to press on with vigor, and to deny our opponents any opportunity. After a brief acknowledgement, Bosch began to admonish the players, hoping to instill a sense of alertness and deter any thoughts of underestimating the adversary. The French team is known for their slow start, and the second half would undoubtedly prove more challenging than the first. This was a point he had reiterated before the match, and he felt compelled to emphasize it once more, wary that some players might allow their lead to foster a sense of overconfidence, disregarding their opponents to potentially disastrous consequences. Fortunately, several key players, such as Lin Quan and Iniesta, remained grounded and free from hubris. Truth be told, as the French lamented, Spain's two first-half goals were not a result of dismantling their defensive line. They had not truly broken through, although they appeared to dominate the game. Such a scenario of control without conversion is perilously precarious. The French strategy today revolved around counterattacks, featuring formidable talents like Mbappé. Thanks to Lin Quan's timely goals, the rhythm of the French team was disrupted. Otherwise, with Spain's inability to capitalize on their sustained pressure and the overall anxious disposition of the players, a single threatening counterattack from the opposition could have led to an early goal against them. Reflecting on that moment, many could not help but break into a cold sweat. The strength of the French team should not be underestimated. Who would dare to take such a formidable opponent lightly? As the initial fervor began to wane, many shifted into a more contemplative state, leading numerous players on the Spanish side to regard the French team with trepidation. In that case, would it be prudent to adopt a defensive counterattacking strategy in the second half? However, upon further reflection, that might not be advisable. For aside from the counterattacking prowess of Mbappé, the French attack also boasted a towering presence in Giroud, coupled with their superior physicality compared to the Spaniards. Engaging in a positional battle would not faze them. They might even thrive in such circumstances. Conversely, the majority of Spanish players prefer to keep the ball at their feet, unaccustomed to a scenario where they are on the receiving end of the opponent's attacks. Bosch, fully aware of these dynamics, refrained from a complete tactical overhaul. Instead, he opted for slight adjustments to the existing strategy, emphasizing safe passing and ball control, advising against unnecessary risks unless a golden opportunity presented itself. The Spanish team currently boasts a 2-goal lead, and their primary objective for the second half is to safeguard their goal from conceding any more. However, a lack of offense is equally detrimental. If they fail to pose a sustained threat to their opponent's goal, the rival defenders are bound to push forward and join the attack. Thus, it is crucial to mount an occasional offensive, continuously applying pressure on the adversary, thereby deterring them from committing excessive resources to their own offensive maneuvers, consequently alleviating the defensive burden on the Spanish side. Possession-based football is inherently a defensive strategy, as retaining control of the ball denies the opponent any opportunity to threaten the goal. Should the opposing team press aggressively, the Spanish players can draw them out through strategic passing, creating spaces in the opponent's defense and presenting counter-attacking opportunities for their forwards. This tactic is known as possession-based counterattacking. Meanwhile, within the French team's locker room, Didier Deschamps is meticulously briefing several key players in the forward line on the tactics for the second half, with particular emphasis on Antoine Griezmann and Kylian Mbappé. Deschamps holds their hands, passionately imparting his thoughts, eager to instill every nuance of his strategy within them. The primary task for the French team in the second half is to score, and the responsibility for this crucial endeavor falls squarely on the shoulders of these two players. Currently trailing by 2 goals, France must reclaim the deficit before the match concludes, or else they will witness their opponents lift the coveted World Cup trophy atop their fallen hopes. For any team reaching the final, the sole aim is to contend for the championship. No one enters with aspirations of merely being the runner-up. France has not claimed a World Cup title in 2 decades, and this year's championship would serve as a testament to their resurgence. The opponent's defense is not particularly formidable. Opportunities were created in the first half, albeit squandered. However, errors cannot be repeated in the second half. Every hard-earned opportunity must be seized. Deschamps emphasizes this point, unwilling to see his players squander chances on the pitch. Time is of the essence for the French team, and they have little margin for error left. Understood, coach. Mbappé and Griezmann respond solemnly, committing the manager's words to memory. Even without Deschamps' insistence, they would strive to capitalize on every opportunity. Who wouldn't he wish to be the hero of their team? Especially on the grand stage of a World Cup final, watched by billions around the globe? Scoring here would carry more weight than netting 10 or even 100 goals in league or other international matches. Conversely, a lackluster performance in such a pivotal moment could cement a reputation as a choker in major tournaments, a stigma that would be difficult to erase despite future successes. 15 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the players returned to the field. As they traversed the player tunnel, numerous members of the Spanish team observed the demeanor of their French counterparts, vividly recalling the dejection that permeated the French side at the end of the first half. However, after the 15-minute intermission, it was unclear what motivational speech the opposing coach delivered to his players in the locker room. When these athletes re-emerged, the dejected demeanor that had plagued them vanished entirely. In its stead was a palpable sense of suppressed energy, ready to be unleashed. Observing the renewed vigor of the opposing players, Lin Quan exchanged glances with Busquets, Pique, and Ramos. It was evident to all that the second half of the match would be anything but easy. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the second half of the 2018 FIFA World Cup final commenced, featuring Spain against France. The teams switched sides, and France gained possession. Giroud passed the ball to Griezmann, who wasted no time in sending it sideways to the advancing Mbappé. Despite the solid defensive positioning of the Spanish team, Mbappé was undeterred and charged forward with the ball. David Silva, his direct opponent, maintained his composure, knowing he could not match Mbappé's speed. He strategically positioned himself to contain the threat while waiting for nearby teammates to support him. In a dazzling display of acceleration, Mbappé darted past, striding confidently toward the Spanish goal line. Meanwhile, the French team advanced aggressively, with Giroud resembling a moving tank as he bulldozed towards the Spanish penalty area. Followed closely by Griezmann, Pogba, Kanté, and Matuidi, who formed a formidable line, charging into Spain's half. From the very onset of the second half, France elevated the tempo of the match. In Chapter 299, the second half commenced with the assertive French team in possession. Griezmann surged forward, distributing the ball to the flank for Mbappé. With astonishing speed, Mbappé outmaneuvered Spain's right back, Carvajal. When Griezmann passed the ball, Mbappé was a full stride behind Carvajal. But upon accelerating, he swiftly outpaced his opponent, executing a breathtaking curve to overtake him. This dynamic moment astonished the spectators, who had heard whispers of a rapid winger in the French squad, yet they were unprepared for the sheer velocity he exhibited. The opponent was no stranger. This was the primary right back for Real Madrid and the Spanish national team, yet against Mbappé, he appeared utterly outmatched. It was as if he had activated a nitrous boost. Mbappé, you are truly my superhero. Charge forth, Mbappé, charge forth, France. The French fans in the stands erupted in exhilaration as they witnessed Mbappé skillfully dismantling the opposing defender, placing all their hopes upon him. After bypassing Carvajal, Mbappé chose not to continue to the byline, but instead cut inside. However, Pique was closing into cover, and Koch was also shifting toward that position, ready to form a tight blockade. Faced with this precarious situation, Mbappé displayed the poise of a seasoned general. He calmly dribbled inward, seemingly poised to unleash a shot from a tight angle. In reality, after skillfully maneuvering the ball towards the baseline, he inadvertently misaligned with Giroud, who had surged into the heart of the penalty area, finally creating an opportunity to pass to his teammate. Mbappé, displaying remarkable selflessness, opted not to take the shot himself, but instead delivered the ball to the better positioned Giroud. To Giroud's surprise, he seemed unprepared for such generosity, and in a moment of haste, he astonishingly skewed the shot wide. The Spanish goalkeeper, De Gea, had positioned himself closer to the near post to thwart Mbappe's attempt. Giroud, however, chose to aim for the far post. Had he managed to keep the shot within the goal frame, De Gea would likely have been rendered helpless. Unfortunately, Giroud failed to seize this golden opportunity. A collective sigh of disappointment resonated from the stands, as the French fans expressed their dismay at Giroud's squandered chance. Mbappe felt an even deeper disappointment, reflecting that had he known Giroud would prove so unreliable, he might as well have taken the shot himself. Mbappe could have easily taken the shot, but he recognized that the opposing goalkeeper was closing in, and the angle for his own shot was limited. To force a shot under such circumstances would have resulted in a low probability of scoring. Thus, he chose to pass to the better positioned Giroud, only to see his assist go to waste. Although the French attack did not yield a goal, they were perilously close. The Spanish team, jolted into awareness, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the second half unfolded quite differently from the first. The opponent's form had evidently improved, revealing them to be a team that warms up slowly. With renewed focus and heightened alertness, they paid careful attention to their defensive positions. Bosque, drenched in cold sweat, urgently called out to his players to maintain their concentration. Given the ferocity of the opponent's initial assault, the Spanish team needed to stabilize their rhythm. Only after weathering this wave of attacks could they regain momentum. Engaging in an open exchange of attacks would escalate the pace of the match to its zenith, leading to considerable physical exertion and increased errors, resulting in abundant opportunities for both sides. The outcome would hinge on which team could capitalize on their chances more effectively. If the Spanish players were in peak physical condition and the match were either tied or they were trailing, they would not hesitate to engage in such exchanges. However, as they were currently in the lead and their stamina could not withstand such relentless pressure, Bosque had no intention of trading blows with the opponent. Spain needed to adhere steadfastly to their tactical approach, maintaining firm control of the ball and resisting being drawn into the opponent's tempo. In stark contrast to Bosque's stance, the French coach Deschamps aimed to accelerate the game further. It was evident to all that Spain's squad was aging, and physical issues would likely arise in the second half. Consequently, he intended to exploit this vulnerability mercilessly. If the game were to be hastened to a point of mutual aggression and explosive exchanges, he was confident he could overwhelm the Spanish team within 20 minutes. Regrettably, Bosque's seasoned response suggested that the opposition had not fallen into his trap. Indeed, the legendary coach, who holds the prestigious titles of 2 World Cups and a European Championship, has proven his mettle. However, can Spain truly stabilize their performance? Have they consulted with the French team regarding their desire for controlled possession? With a mere wave of his hand, Deschamps commanded an aggressive pursuit. Unlike the more conservative tactics employed in the first half, the second half saw the French team unleash a relentless vigor. They ferociously pressed the Spanish players in possession, rendering them incapable of maintaining control of the ball. To avert the loss of possession, the Spanish team found themselves compelled to hasten their passing frequency, often lacking the clarity to discern the positions of their teammates, succumbing to the frantic pressure from their opponents. In such a frantic state, the effectiveness of their possession play was severely undermined, as the space for their passing was drastically constricted and fragmented by the opposition. Furthermore, due to hurried passes, the success rate of their transmissions plummeted, while the opponent's interception success soared, leading to a chaotic situation for Spain. One might wonder if the French team has indeed deciphered Spain's possession strategy. Indeed, Spain exhibited numerous passing errors during this period, with several instances where they nearly succumbed to counterattacks from the opponents. The commentators in the stands were left astounded by this spectacle. It has been 8 years since the Spanish national team in Barcelona, employing a possession-based approach, amassed countless honors in the World Cup, European Championship, and Champions League. Spain's possession football began its reign over the footballing world during that time. Over the years, countless teams have studied and attempted to counteract this style. Yet none have successfully unraveled it. Until today, it seems, as the French team appears to have found a solution. Should Deschamps be privy to the thoughts of the outside world, he would likely be amused. What others have failed to accomplish, how has he succeeded? The answer is quite simple. It lies in their physicality and endurance compared to their opponents. The French team, characterized by their robust physique, youth, and athleticism, found themselves in a favorable position against the relatively weaker Spanish side. Prior to the World Cup, Deschamps had identified the Spanish team as France's primary rival. Initiating targeted studies on their tactical style, and gameplay several years ago. Through extensive analysis of match footage and specific player performances, he discerns certain patterns. Spain's mobility is not particularly remarkable, and their physical confrontation capabilities are relatively feeble. Coincidentally, these two attributes are strengths of the French team. Given this knowledge, it was only natural to exploit their advantages fully and capitalize on the weaknesses of their opponents. The results thus far have proven this strategy to be highly effective. The Spanish players were unaccustomed to the aggressive gameplay of the French team, instinctively opting for evasion. Consequently, passes that should have progressed forward transformed into lateral or backward passes. This allowed the French team to press forward decisively, compressing Spain's possession space into a cramped area within their half. At this juncture, the Spanish team's ability to maintain possession was inevitably compromised. In such a confined space, with both sides concentrating numerous players, engaging in a possession game merely serves to gift the opponent the ball. Thus, under immense defensive pressure, the Spanish team began resorting to long clearances from their own half. Though labeled as passes, there were hardly any teammates ahead. These long balls functioned merely as desperate clearances. However, employing such methods to relieve pressure is akin to merely pausing the boiling water without affecting any real change. Before they could catch their breath, the opposing team, with just a few passes, had the ball back at the edge of Spain's penalty area. The dynamics of the match had completely reversed. What once was Spain besieging France's goal transformed into France relentlessly attacking Spain's net. Am I mistaken? The French team displayed astonishing vigor, pressing Spain down as if they were mere playthings. This was indeed unexpected, considering they had been the ones subdued in the first half. Who could have anticipated such a drastic shift in a mere 20 minutes? Initially, after witnessing the first half, I was left with a singular thought. Is this France? Yet, after the second half unfolded, it became evident that France truly lived up to its reputation. The team seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation, appearing almost fearsome. It was utterly astonishing, as within a brief span, it felt as if France had suddenly awakened, gaining strength. Their performance left many fans astounded. Had they faced any other team, the outcome would have been entirely different. Yet, the team being dominated was none other than Spain, the victor of 2 World Cups and 3 European Championships, a powerhouse that had ruled the footballing world for nearly a decade. For many younger fans who have watched for a shorter duration, they had never witnessed Spain play in such a passive manner. Pogba's pass, Mbappe's breakthrough down the wing. He bypassed the defender and shot. De Gea, the Spanish goalkeeper, once again emerged as a hero, single-handedly deflecting Mbappe's high-quality strike. In the broadcast studio, commentators were fervently praising De Gea's miraculous save. Yet, after this stunning intervention, De Gea couldn't help but lean on his knee, panting heavily. During this period, the tension at Spain's goal was palpable, and the busiest player had shifted from Lloris to De Gea. The ferocity of the opposing team's attack left no room for respite. He had lost count of how many times he had saved, only recalling that in a matter of minutes, he had thwarted attempts from Mbappe, Giroud, and Griezmann. De Gea. De Gea. De Gea. The Spanish fans in the stands, thoroughly impressed by De Gea's exceptional performance, felt compelled to affectionately refer to him as their savior. De Gea is an extraordinarily skilled goalkeeper when it comes to goal line technology. Although his forays may not match the likes of Neuer within the confines of the goal line, he is an invincible force. During this tumultuous period, he singularly ensured that Spain's net remained unbreached. Despite the current reverence bestowed upon David De Gea by Spanish fans, it is essential to note that prior to this, he was not particularly favored. The goalkeeping duties for Spain had long been entrusted to the legendary Iker Casillas, whose prowess is indisputable. Casillas has consistently demonstrated impeccable skill, both at the club level and within the national team, earning him a cherished place in the hearts of many Spanish supporters. In contrast, De Gea, while excelling at his club, has struggled to replicate that brilliance on the international stage. His performances have occasionally been marred by elementary errors, leading to skepticism among fans regarding his capabilities. However, in this pivotal match, De Gea overcame his previous shortcomings, showcasing his finest form with a series of spectacular saves that redeemed his reputation. Spain's approach has been overly passive, failing to mount any significant counterattacks during this period. If they continue to be pressed by their opponents, conceding a goal seems inevitable. In the commentary box, Gary Neville expressed his delight, having predicted at halftime that France would turn the match around in the second half. Indeed, France's performance appeared to validate his forecast. filling him with satisfaction. It is crucial for Spain to initiate threatening counterattacks to instill a sense of concern in the French defense. Otherwise, their passive strategy will only invite further pressure. Ignoring Neville's perspective, Martin Tyler began to propose strategies for the Spanish team. I believe Spain could consider altering their tactics. They might reposition Lin Quan further upfield, placing him on the front line. During counterattacks, they could opt for long balls to test their luck. Given the current dynamics on the pitch, Spain is struggling to assert control in midfield, and organizing an effective offensive through that area has proven nearly impossible. Therefore, it may be prudent to advance Lin Quan's position to maximize his impact, making their opponents wary. Moreover, unlike the other aging or underperforming players in the Spanish squad, Lin Quan is notably youthful. His recent bursts of speed indicate that he possesses the stamina necessary to challenge the opposing defense. However, would Spain resort to the simplistic and direct long ball strategy? Andy Gray expressed skepticism regarding this approach, which is often employed by lower-ranked teams in the Premier League. Compared to the more intricate and elegant possession-based tactics, long balls represent a rather rudimentary strategy that top-tier teams typically disdain. Furthermore, considering Lin Quan's stature, can he effectively engage in a long ball game? If the long ball strategy were to be employed as seen with mid-tier teams in the Premier League, Lin Quan would likely be at a disadvantage given his height and physicality. However, should he receive passes from a masterful playmaker, the scenario would undoubtedly shift. Lin Quan's positioning and aerial ability are rather lacking. Thus, it would be prudent to refrain from having him contest headers against opposing defenders. The Spanish team evidently devised a strategy in advance, consciously opting to pass the ball to Lin Quan while avoiding the opposing center-backs who lingered in a defensive posture, deliberately choosing to direct the ball towards the flanks. This maneuver rendered it impossible for the opposing defenders to immediately control the ball's landing spot. They were compelled to race alongside Lin Quan, for the one who sprinted faster and reached the desired position first would seize the ball. Spain's initial attempt was unsuccessful. Piqué's clearance was too forceful, bringing the ball closer to the opposing defenders. Despite Lin Quan's tireless sprint, the opposing defender managed to outpace him and clear the ball out of bounds. Although they did not gain possession, the Spanish fans in attendance still applauded both Lin Quan and Piqué for their efforts. They had at least earned a throw-in opportunity, which, amidst the suffocating pressure from the French offense, provided them a moment to breathe and alleviate their defensive burden. The French team had indeed pushed Spain to such a precarious position. Their strength was formidable. Indeed, Spain had nearly succumbed to the barrage of the French team's chaotic strikes. Had it not been for Lin Quan's astuteness in capitalizing on Piqué's powerful clearance to make a break, they might still be under relentless attack. One might ponder whether the French defender had been overly cautious. It seemed he could have controlled the ball rather than clearing it away. However, he had struck the ball with his left foot, leaving him unable to release it promptly, and Lin Quan's speed had already surged, affording him no time for adjustment. Thus, clearing the ball out of bounds was the most prudent course of action. After Varane sent the ball out of play, he retreated while casting a deep glance at Lin Quan. This fellow possessed remarkable stamina. After such an extended period of play, he still had the energy to sprint from such a distance. Remarkably, he seemed unfazed, while Varane, having sprinted a shorter distance, found himself slightly breathless. This led Varane to question whether Lin Quan was, in fact, an extraterrestrial, seemingly impervious to fatigue. No, that was implausible. No one is immune to exhaustion. Surely, he must be feigning it. He is the undeniable core of the Spanish team, a spirit-like presence. Should he exhibit signs of fatigue, it would profoundly impact the morale of his teammates. Thus, it is likely he is merely putting on a brave front. In reality, his energy reserves had probably been significantly depleted, particularly since he had been the most aggressive in attack during the first half. Varane's thoughts were understandable, yet they also indicated his lack of experience and insufficient familiarity with Lin Quan. If it were defenders from the Premier League, who frequently faced Lin Quan, they would undoubtedly not entertain such a sense of false hope. Lin Quan is a relentless force, the kind that simply does not tire. Given that most of the Spanish players were positioned in their own half, it was evident that Lin Quan alone could not execute the throw-in. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he had no intention of executing the throw-in himself. At this moment, the Spanish players were leisurely making their way towards the midfield, while Busquets was jogging along the sideline. Although it appeared as if he were running, his pace was actually slower than a walk. He was not foolish. With such a splendid opportunity to catch his breath and regain his stamina, he had no intention of squandering it. Furthermore, the French team was currently in excellent form. Should Spain resume play immediately, it would grant their opponents the chance to sustain their momentum. However, if they delayed for a moment longer, it was highly likely that the opposing team's fervor would dissipate. Therefore, Busquets was acutely aware of how to manage the situation to allow his side to rest while disrupting the rhythm of the French attack. Referee, they are wasting time. You must take action. The players of the French team could no longer tolerate the delay and rushed towards the main referee, urging him to promptly caution the Spanish players against their deliberate stalling. The referee, suspecting time wasting on the part of the opponents, cast a glance at Busquets, contemplating whether to issue a card. Understanding the referee's stance, Busquets, a clever strategist, immediately quickened his pace, ceasing his delay. Taking advantage of the moment when the opposing players approached the referee to protest, he swiftly picked up the ball and executed the throw-in. Busquets glanced towards his half, seemingly preparing to throw back, but then feigned in the opposite direction, launching the ball towards the French half. This maneuver completely deceived the French players, who, upon witnessing Busquets' action, began to press forward into the Spanish half. Consequently, they were caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. The reason Busquets refrained from throwing the ball back to his own half was due to the inherent risk involved. While it might appear more prudent to maintain possession close to him, the opposition had congregated a significant force nearby, facing the Spanish goal. Should the French team successfully intercept, they would pose an immediate threat to Spain's net. Thus, Busquets chose to act contrary to expectations, directing the ball into the opposing half. Although there was only one teammate in that area, he had faith in their synergy, confident that his partner would comprehend his intentions. Indeed, as Busquets glanced towards his own half, Lin Quan, positioned in the French half, suddenly accelerated, maneuvering past the defending players and charging towards the sideline diagonally. In that very moment of his movement, Busquets delivered the ball. The French players were utterly unprepared for Busquets to pass to Lin Quan. Coupled with Lin Quan's successful evasion of his marker, he effortlessly received the ball. Nearby French players were taken aback, sensing imminent danger and frantically rushing towards Lin Quan. At that moment, the French half was notably sparse, with very few defenders remaining and none positioned deeper than Lin Quan. Should Lin Quan manage to increase his speed, he would secure a one-on-one opportunity. This individual had maintained a perfect record with such chances, once granted a clear shot. The French team could very well resign themselves to defeat. At this juncture, relinquishing the third ball could undoubtedly be deemed a death sentence for them. Lin Quan was evidently aware of the rarity of such an opportunity. Thus, upon receiving the ball, he promptly directed it to the left, preparing to pivot and make an incisive cut. Regrettably, the execution of these maneuvers demanded time that the opponents were unwilling to concede. Umtiti and Hernandez simultaneously lunged in, and faced with such a dual assault, Lin Quan found himself unable to evade, succumbing to a fall at the hands of his adversaries. The referee immediately blew the whistle, approaching Umtiti to brandish a yellow card. Umtiti's challenge was perilously high, constituting a dangerous act, as he first made contact with Lin Quan before toppling the ball. Thus, a yellow card was entirely justified. Umtiti, fully cognizant of his actions, refrained from protest or complaint, accepting the decision with composure. Spain was granted yet another opportunity for a free kick in the attacking half. However, the position was far from ideal. Located perilously close to the touchline and over 40 meters from the goal, an unlikely prospect for success. Many speculated that Spain would not capitalize on this free kick. Yet, the reality proved otherwise. Lin Quan was not one to be choosy. If an opportunity arose, he would seize it, as per the pre-match directives from Bosque. So what if the position was poor and the distance daunting? Wasn't a free kick merely a gamble of fortune? With that in mind, why not take a shot? What if it went in? In a bid to prolong the moment and afford their teammates a brief respite, David Silva and Busquets feigned a tactical discussion with Lin Quan. In truth, the trio did not converse about tactics at all. While gesturing toward the French goal, their discourse bore no relevance to the matter at hand. Oh my goodness. Finally a chance to catch my breath. I was nearly suffocated back there. Busquets wiped his brow and lamented to his companions. Indeed, that previous wave of their attack was overwhelming. Our formation was severely compressed, placing us in a precarious position. Exactly, we must disrupt their attacking rhythm. Let us delay this kick and consume as much time as possible. Will this lead to a yellow card warning from the referee? Not a problem. Just take your time examining the pitch. Adjust the ball's placement meticulously. Whatever you do, don't let them perceive it as time wasting. Busquets, displaying his seasoned expertise, imparted his years of experience dealing with referees to his companions. The match's officiant, Nestor Pitana from Argentina, had previously officiated at the 2014 South Africa World Cup and last year's Confederations Cup, making him a familiar figure to the Spanish team. This conduct remained well within the bounds of the rules, proving to be relatively respectable compared to feigning injury or other unsportsmanlike behaviors. It appeared that Lin Quan was dissatisfied with the pitch, as he stomped several times beneath the ball, adjusting its position repeatedly. Perfectly normal, from such a distance. The execution is inherently difficult. Striving for precision is only natural. After all, they call Lin Quan the master of free kicks. Success is born from attention to detail. Although the ball was positioned quite far from the goal, French goalkeeper Hugo Lloris felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Initially, he may not have been tense, but upon witnessing Lin Quan's earnest preparation for the free kick, his nerves began to fray. That familiar feeling of tension. It was unbearable. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and Lin Quan commenced his run-up. With a thunderous strike, he swung his right foot forcefully against the ball. The sphere deformed under the impact, soaring into the sky, leaping over the French defensive wall, and hurtling towards the goal. Given the distance, Lloris had ample time to react. Thus, he correctly anticipated the direction and executed a precise save. The football was deftly tipped over the crossbar with one hand, eliciting a wave of applause from the stands. Some French fans, who had been quite terrified, could finally exhale in relief. To be honest, from such a distance, they shouldn't have been overly concerned. However, who could blame them? After all, their opponents had scored 2 free kicks in the first half. The mere sight of Lin Quan at the free kick spot sent their hearts racing. This was all due to Lin Quan's 2 goals in the first half. Although the free kick did not result in a goal, Lin Quan was not too disheartened. Such long-range free kicks were akin to a lottery. Scoring was akin to striking gold, while missing was the norm. Furthermore, the Spanish team was once again awarded a corner, allowing them to continue to waste time. The match had surpassed the 60-minute mark, and the French players appeared increasingly anxious, frequently glancing at the scoreboard. Their recent offensive surge had hinted at the possibility of a goal. If they could maintain their pressure, they might very well score their first. Unfortunately, the opposition's counterattack interrupted their momentum, forcing them to retreat into defense. It had now been 5 minutes since they had besieged the Spanish goal. Yet possession remained with their adversaries, amplifying the urgency among the French players. They were eager to seize the moment and launch an attack to equalize the score. Meanwhile, the Spanish team, much like during their previous free kick, deliberated their tactics in a leisurely manner. As for the strategy they devised, only they knew. However, based on their positioning on the field, it seemed they intended to execute a tactical play. In the corner area stood not Lin Quan, but David Silva. While the most threatening Lin Quan positioned himself near the right side of the penalty area. Given Lin Quan's significant threat, the French team assigned N'Golo Kanté to shadow him closely, meticulously monitoring his every movement. Meanwhile, within the penalty area, several tall French players withdrew, preparing to contest the aerial duel against the Spanish players. They feared that Lin Quan's presence outside was merely a decoy, and the true danger lay within the penalty area with these Spanish players. Their suspicions were not entirely unfounded. After David Silva took the corner, the ball was not directed towards Lin Quan, but rather lofted into the penalty area, targeting the back post. At the forefront, Peak and the opposing defender Varane fiercely contested for the aerial ball, yet neither succeeded in making contact. As the ball soared towards the back post, Ramos suddenly surged forward, overpowering Umtiti to seize the opportunity. Ultimately, Umtiti's disadvantage in height became evident. Standing at merely 182 meters, he fell short for a center back, with Ramos towering over him by an additional 2 centimeters. Additionally, Ramos's prowess in heading the ball is legendary. With a forceful downward strike, the football thundered towards the opposing goal like a cannonball. The header was exceptionally firm, packed with power and speed. Under normal circumstances, a goalkeeper would find it impossible to contend with such a header. Regrettably, however, Ramos directed his shot too centrally. The French goalkeeper did not even shift his position, as the ball almost directly collided into his embrace. Lloris, with remarkable reflexes, swiftly gathered the ball and dashed out of the small box, calling out to his teammates, before launching the ball with a powerful throw. France's rapid counterattack commenced. Chapter 301. The spectacle of two great stars. A miracle in the World Cup final. Mbappé, racing ahead, received the ball on the flank and accelerated like a luxury sports car, quickly reaching his maximum speed. Due to the preceding corner kick, most of the Spanish players had advanced into the opponent's half, leaving them unable to contain Mbappe's explosive surge down the wing. At this moment, Mbappé had reached peak velocity, and the gap between him and the retreating Spanish defenders widened rather than narrowed. Charge forth, Mbappé. The French fans in the stands were beside themselves with excitement, vociferously cheering him on. As Mbappé distanced himself from the defenders, he found himself in a clear and promising one-on-one scoring opportunity. The best chance for a goal in the second half. Mbappé sprinted with unyielding determination, leaving all pursuers in his wake. The Spanish goalkeeper De Gea had opted to abandon his goal. While rushing out was not his forte, he understood that remaining on the line would spell doom. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, Mbappé maintained his composure, initially feigning a direct shot at the goal. De Gea was momentarily deceived by his convincing feint, his body exhibiting a noticeable delay. Seizing the moment, Mbappé deftly maneuvered the ball to the side, attempting to bypass De Gea and slot it into the open net. De Gea, straining against his own momentum, barely lunged to the side in an effort to regain control of the ball. However, he was entirely unprepared for yet another of Mbappe's feints. The young star deftly shifted direction, advancing into the opposite space, leaving De Gea with no viable options. His body had fully committed in one direction, rendering him incapable of adjusting to the other side. Nevertheless, De Gea, a former recipient of the Premier League Golden Glove, instinctively swung his right leg in a rather unusual sliding motion as he fell, attempting to make a last-ditch effort. De Gea positioned his body as a barrier, hoping to thwart Mbappe's shot through this maneuver. Yet, amidst the gasps of the audience, Mbappé executed a third consecutive feint, evading De Gea's ploy, and effortlessly slotted the ball into the empty net. The stadium erupted with deafening cheers, igniting the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Countless fans were left in awe by Mbappe's extraordinary goal. How did he manage such a feat? How could he execute 3 swift changes of direction in a mere 2 seconds? Is he even human? This moment was so astonishing that commentators worldwide could only exclaim in disbelief. Lin Quan, who had just returned to the midfield, couldn't help but marvel after witnessing Mbappe's strike, exclaiming how truly formidable Mbappe's knees are. Such deft ball control would have surely tested the resilience of any weaker meniscus. However, for Mbappé, these challenges likely seemed trivial. Historically, during the dramatic final minute of the 2022 Qatar World Cup, after enduring 120 minutes of intense play, Mbappé still had the stamina to weave through the Argentine defenders, nearly crafting a miracle to secure victory for France. That moment was even more breathtaking. Yet, for the Spanish team, this goal seemed a harbinger of ill fortune. Lin Quan glanced at the scoreboard, which now read 2-1, with the clock showing 65 minutes. France still had approximately 30 minutes of attacking time, trailing by just 1 goal. Scoring within that time frame is hardly an insurmountable task for the French side in the second half. The situation for Spain appeared precarious. I told you, the French team would make a comeback. Gary Neville at the Sky Sports commentary booth remarked with evident pride. I can predict the unfolding drama, buoyed by their recent goal. France will launch a vigorous new offensive, quickly leveling the score, and then seize the opportunity presented by Spain's waning energy to take the lead. Although France is currently behind, Neville exuded confidence. The fans watching the Sky Sports broadcast seemed inclined to believe his predictions. It seems Spain's prospects are rather grim. Indeed, the French team in the second half has been relentless. They still have formidable players like Mbappé and Griezmann. Spain's defense may soon crumble. On the coaching side, Bosquet could no longer remain seated. He stood at the sidelines, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation of strategy. This goal from their opponents would undoubtedly elevate France's morale, indicating that the challenges Spain would face in the coming moments would be even greater. Should he substitute players in advance? Currently, the team enjoys a temporary advantage. If they adopt a more conservative strategy by substituting several attacking players for defenders, could they possibly maintain this 1-goal lead until the final whistle? Along the sidelines, the Spanish substitutes have already begun their warm-up routine. Since the commencement of the second half, every 5 minutes, the coaching staff of Spain has sent the substitutes out to run a few laps, preparing them for imminent substitutions. Deschamps seems to have anticipated the tactical adjustments Bosquet might employ, thus he stands on the sidelines, vociferously urging his players, do not celebrate. Seize the moment to attack and strive to equalize the score as soon as possible. Should the opposition resolutely decide to introduce 3 defensive players and adopt a more cautious approach, the French team may find it exceedingly challenging to penetrate their defenses. Furthermore, the morale boost from their recent goal is unlikely to endure for long. They must capitalize on their current momentum while the opponent has yet to make adjustments and strive to score again. As long as they can equalize before the match concludes, it would essentially equate to a victory for the French team. The longer the match drags on, the more favorable it becomes for them. Upon the resumption of play, the French team's offensive onslaught is as fierce as anticipated. The Spanish goal is precariously positioned, seemingly on the brink of conceding another goal. Throughout this process, Lin Quan has dropped deep into his own half, actively participating in the defense. While engaging in defensive duties, he meticulously observes the opponent's attacking strategies. In the positional play, the most dynamic player for the French side is Griezmann. Although he seldom advances for a shot, he orchestrates the French attack with remarkable precision. Wherever there is space or opportunity, his passes find their mark with uncanny accuracy. His decision to refrain from pressing forward significantly alleviates the defensive pressure he faces, allowing him to handle the ball with composure. Recognizing who the true linchpin of the opposing team is, Lin Quan proactively approaches, marking Griezmann. Initially, Griezmann does not take him seriously, thinking Lin Quan is merely an attacking player with limited defensive prowess. Since the opponent seems eager to provide him an opportunity, he decides to take advantage. However, it quickly becomes apparent that Griezmann is in for a challenge. Lin Quan's defensive skills and experience may not be particularly formidable, yet his unassuming stature belies an unexpected resilience. In physical confrontations, Griezmann finds himself at a distinct disadvantage, struggling to gain the upper hand. During yet another tussle, Griezmann ultimately succumbs to Lin Quan's physicality, losing his position and consequently, the ball. The Spanish counterattack ensues. After gaining possession, Lin Quan attempts to initiate a swift counter. But upon glancing ahead, he notices an alarming lack of supportive teammates in the forward line. With no other option, he must advance the ball himself. Given the team's disadvantage, Lin Quan cannot afford to remain invisible. As he carries the ball forward, Kanté, Pogba, and Matuidi converge upon him almost simultaneously. While they may find it challenging to dispossess Lin Quan in a one-on-one situation, they are brimming with confidence in their ability to overwhelm him in numbers. As they converged towards Lin Quan, a fleeting defensive vacuum inevitably emerged in the regions they previously controlled due to their movement. If Lin Quan could deliver the ball to these vacant spaces, the French team's pressing would naturally falter. However, the opposition was evidently aware of the gaps that would appear behind them after their advance, so they diligently sought to sever Lin Quan's passing lanes. Should Lin Quan dare to pass in their direction, they would not hesitate to intercept and seize the ball. Yet, they seemed to have overestimated their own position. Lin Quan had no intention of passing at all. Instead, he resolutely continued to advance with the ball, seemingly intent on single-handedly breaching the entire defensive line of the opponent. If it were anyone else, the French players would surely mock them for their audacity, but this was Lin Quan, and they could not afford to be complacent. At this moment, in addition to the 3 players, Antoine Griezmann and the French defender Raphael Varane joined in, forming a quintet of encirclement. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the moment during the European Championship when Italy encircled Andres Iniesta with 5 players. Sitting on the bench, Iniesta could no longer contain his anxiety, clenching his fists in anticipation for Lin Quan. No one understood better than Iniesta the formidable challenges posed by such a 5-man blockade. After all, he had regrettably failed to achieve the feat of overcoming 5 opponents in his own experience, and now he hoped to witness Lin Quan fulfill this aspiration. As Lin Quan faced the overwhelming 5-player encirclement without a shred of fear, instead charging forward, the spectators in the stadium and those watching on television erupted in fervor. Goodness! Taking on 5. Is Lin the Emperor about to perform a miracle in public? If he could truly accomplish this, it would undoubtedly be a classic moment in World Cup history. Yet, there were those who cautioned against harboring excessive hope. After all, this was a 5-man blockade, and even the esteemed Lin Emperor seemed unlikely to succeed. Indeed, he had no supportive teammates nearby, venturing alone into enemy territory while facing a tenfold ambush. Merely reaching this point was already a success, and the chances of progressing further appeared slim. Nevertheless, there lingered a glimmer of opportunity among the 5 opponents. Aside from N'Golo Kanté and Varane, who posed significant challenges, players like Paul Pogba and Griezmann seemed relatively easier to navigate, as they were not specialized defenders. Should Lin Quan choose to break through against them, there appeared to be a chance. Observing the encroaching circle of opponents, Lin Quan's feet moved ceaselessly, his mind racing with calculations. Among the 5 adversaries, Kanté was the most formidable to breach due to his exceptional grappling skills and rapid recovery. However, he was also the most manageable, as he was positioned directly in front and had not yet accelerated, providing Lin Quan an opportunity to evade him with speed. Moreover, Kanté bore a yellow card, a factor that rendered him cautious in his actions. Having discerned this, Lin Quan made a decisive choice to boldly challenge the very Kanté that many fans believed would be the hardest to overcome. He deftly nudged the ball to the right, seemingly intending to exploit the vulnerability of Pogba, the soft target. However, Pogba quickly positioned himself to block Lin Quan's route, and Kanté, influenced by this, shifted his weight slightly to the left, yet remained calm and refrained from committing. Lin Quan's reaction to Kanté seemed to be anticipated. If Kanté were so easily deceived, he would not be Kanté. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot, shifting the focus of his advance back to Kanté. Kanté had no choice but to respond, extending his leg to intercept while half-turning to prepare for a counter. However, Lin Quan showcased an impressive series of ball control, and upon noticing Kanté's movements, he again deftly redirected the ball, this time charging towards Pogba. Kanté was taken aback, hastily halting his turn and pivoting to use his left foot as a support, shifting his body to the right in preparation to confront Lin Quan's advance from that direction. Such physical confrontations, provided the opponent is not feeble, typically do not draw the referee's whistle. Nevertheless, this sudden application of force can disrupt the opponent's dribbling rhythm, creating opportunities for teammates to intercept. Yet, Kanté misjudged once more. At the moment he made his move, Lin Quan altered the ball's trajectory again, surging past Kanté's left side. Kanté's center of gravity was completely thrown off, and as Lin Quan successfully broke through, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. While on the ground, Kanté looked on in despair at Lin Quan's retreating figure. How could one possibly defend against such a monster? The spectators, who witnessed this spectacle firsthand, were left in awe. What had they just seen? It felt less like a game of football and more like a magic show. Poor Kanté was toyed with by Lin Quan, his body twisting in a futile dance. It was truly a dismal sight. Lin Quan successfully navigated through the encirclement of 5 opponents, but as Umtiti charged in, he too was swiftly bypassed. Such fluidity in dribbling, devoid of any extraneous movements, allowed Lin Quan to effortlessly glide past Umtiti with a swift and precise maneuver. The performance of this rising star in Barcelona's defense seemed to fall short of external expectations. Lin Quan seized the opportunity for a clear shot on goal. Loris chose to advance. Finally, Loris no longer had to worry about Lin Quan's free kicks, but the one-on-one situation posed an even greater sense of despair. As he approached, his only thought was, would Lin Quan bypass him as well? Fortunately, Lin Quan was not so ruthlessly ambitious. Loris had unfortunately exposed too many vulnerabilities. And taking advantage of this, Lin Quan aimed for the narrow opening and executed his shot. The ball found the net, bringing the score to 3-1, with the Spanish team extending their lead once more. Chapter end. Chapter 302. Lin Quan and Iniesta, unmatched in the world. Lin Quan's goal extinguished any hope for the match. The collective efforts of the French team over the past several minutes dissipated in the wake of his goal. Time was running short for the French side. Lin Quan's strike ignited the crowd, and commentators from various nations spoke at a rapid-fire pace, elucidating the significance of Lin Quan's goal to fans across the globe. With nearly 70 minutes of play elapsed, the French team, having managed to score a goal and regain some morale, now faced a setback as Lin Quan struck again, widening the score gap while leaving them with even less time than before. This significantly heightened their difficulty in recovering the score, especially considering that Spain's previously flagging momentum was revitalized by Lin Quan's goal. Conversely, the French team, having conceded this goal, saw their once unstoppable momentum dissipate entirely. In light of this shift, regaining their former state would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. This is precisely why so many commentators believe that Lin Quan's goal effectively sealed the fate of the match. The Spanish players, upon witnessing Lin Quan's breakthrough, surged forward in a frenzy of celebration, acutely aware of the goal's profound significance. Quick substitutions immediately. Yet, amidst the chaos, Bosquet's mind remained remarkably composed. Lin Quan's strike had restored stability to the Spanish side. However, the previous French offensive had already demonstrated that their current defensive structure could not withstand such attacks, necessitating an urgent enhancement of their defense. Thus, he opted to bring Thiago onto the field, substituting the fatigued David Silva. Thiago's exceptional physicality and dual-threat capability as a midfielder would effectively bolster Spain's defensive intensity, alleviating the threats posed by the French midfield. Simultaneously, the French side also enacted a substitution. Deschamps replaced the card-laden Kanté with Nzonzi. Kanté's failure to intercept Lin Quan during the earlier defense was a primary cause for France's concession. Consequently, as he realized he was being substituted, Kanté felt deeply frustrated and remorseful, his fists clenched, head bowed in silence as he trudged toward the sidelines. "Rest well, it is not your fault." Deschamps consoled him with an embrace, fully aware of Lin Quan's prowess. No one could guarantee the ability to neutralize such a player, especially since Kanté's yellow card precluded him from tactical fouls. Had someone else occupied Kanté's position, they might have halted Lin Quan's advance through a foul. Yet Kanté was unable to do so without risking expulsion. With France reduced to 10 men, even with a physical advantage, sustaining their previous offensive pressure would likely prove difficult, making it debatable whether sacrificing a red card for a single goal was worth it. However, the predicament facing the French team was dire, leaving Deschamps no choice but to withdraw Kanté, despite him being the most suitable candidate to counter Lin Quan. The prior goal had already illustrated that Lin Quan was acutely aware of Kanté's reservations due to his yellow card, deliberately targeting him for trouble while ignoring other players. If Deschamps remained indifferent to this, such scenarios would likely continue to unfold. By substituting Nzonzi, he aimed not only to fill the defensive void left by Kanté's card-induced decline, but also to leverage Nzonzi's height advantage to create opportunities during set pieces. With Spain beginning to bolster their defense through substitutions, the morale of the French side also faced significant repercussions, making it increasingly challenging to replicate their earlier attacking effectiveness. Thus, it became essential to adopt a different approach to alter the course of the game. Following the introduction of Enzo Zizi, the French team exhibited a marked transformation in their offensive strategy. Griezmann became increasingly proactive during attacks, amplifying both his runs into the box and attempts at shooting, while also intensifying his individual dribbling efforts to draw fouls from opponents, thereby earning set pieces. Once awarded a free kick, a cadre of towering French players surged into the Spanish penalty area, leveraging their height advantage to contend for aerial duels. This tactic effectively countered the Spanish team, as they boasted far fewer players of notable stature. After Enzo Zizi's entry, 4 of the 11 French players on the pitch exceeded 190 centimeters in height, while Spain could rely solely on peak. Such a stark disparity in height rendered Spain vulnerable during set pieces. Each of Griezmann's free kicks plunged the Spanish penalty area into chaos. Nevertheless, De Gea was in exceptional form, his timely interventions alleviating several crises and safeguarding the goal. As the clock approached the 75-minute mark, only 15 minutes of regular time remained, and even with stoppage time considered, France had a mere 20 minutes left to press for a goal. A palpable sense of urgency enveloped the French squad, as they sensed the looming threat of defeat. Even goalkeeper Loris rushed forward during set pieces, embodying a desperate determination to challenge the Spanish side. Both teams were anxious. Spain was clearly suffering under the relentless aerial bombardment, and the lack of another player exceeding 190 centimeters on their bench left Bosquet at a loss. Despite his desire to rectify the height disparity through substitutions, he found himself unable to do so. Deschamps was equally perturbed. Despite having a clear advantage in altitude and numerous set-piece opportunities, the elusive goal remained unattainable. As the match neared its conclusion, the French team was on the brink of despair. Players like Mbappé, Griezmann, and Giroud poured their hearts into the game, fully exhibiting their prowess. Yet fortune seemed to elude them, as they remained tantalizingly close to scoring. During this period, although Spain played a largely defensive game, their situation had improved considerably. The midfield pressure had lessened, particularly after Thiago's introduction, which allowed Spain to exploit counterattacks with his exceptional long-passing ability. Unfortunately, Lin Quan was tightly marked, often unable to receive Thiago's passes, which left Bosque contemplative on the sidelines. In the 78th minute, he made a second substitution, replacing Isco with Iniesta. Isco had become virtually invisible on the field, his physicality inadequate against the formidable French players, leading him to become lost in the opposing team's muscular forest. Furthermore, aside from Isco's insufficient physical prowess, his lack of speed also restricts his effectiveness during counterattacks. At this juncture, the Spanish team made the audacious decision to substitute in the veteran Iniesta. Iniesta is an offensive player, while the primary challenge confronting the Spanish squad lies in their defense. Would it not have been wiser to replace him with a defensive player? On the bench sat defenders such as Nacho, Azpilicueta, and Monreal, who could significantly bolster the defensive intensity, thereby providing greater assistance in repelling the opponent's attacks. Consequently, many are perplexed by Del Bosque's intentions. Rather than addressing the defensive issues, he opted to enhance the offense with an aging veteran. What could he possibly be thinking? Lin, the coach, instructed me to convey that after Iniesta took to the field, he found Lin Quan and whispered in his ear, elaborating on Del Bosque's tactical arrangements. Oh, I see. Lin Quan nodded earnestly after hearing Iniesta's recounting. Although the old man's tactics may seem eccentric, they are not devoid of potential for realization. At least from Lin Quan's perspective, the opportunities appear substantial, especially with the opponent launching relentless assaults. Del Bosque harbors high hopes for Iniesta, as do the Spanish fans in the stands. Iniesta is a distinguished veteran, a pivotal figure in securing Spain's triumph at the 2010 World Cup. Had it not been for his crucial goal in the final, Spain might never have lifted the coveted trophy, marking their first victory in history. With such a glorious past, and in light of the gradual exit of the golden generation from the national team, Iniesta has become one of the few remaining beloved veterans, embodying nostalgia for countless longtime fans. Thus, when Iniesta emerged onto the pitch, many Spanish supporters stood in ovation, offering him the warmest applause. They understood that this could very well be Iniesta's final match for the national team. After this, they would no longer witness the presence of Little White in international competitions. Yet, before Spain could fully capitalize on Iniesta's presence, the opponent found the net. In the 81st minute, Pogba's long-range effort was parried by the goalkeeper, granting France a corner. Griezmann took the corner, directing the ball towards the back post. Giroud and Nzonzi surged forward unexpectedly during Griezmann's kick, disrupting Piqué and Ramos's judgment. Meanwhile, Pogba, lurking at the back, seized the opportunity, heading the ball towards goal. The football soared into the net, leaving De Gea unable to intervene. And Spain watched helplessly as the score shifted to 3-2, with France narrowing the gap to a single goal once more. This goal was crucial for France. With nearly 15 minutes remaining, including stoppage time, and trailing by just one goal, they possessed every chance to equalize. After Pogba scored that crucial goal, the fans of the French national team erupted into a frenzy. The president of France, present at the match, stood up in exhilaration, clapping vigorously and making triumphant gestures. Meanwhile, Pogba, the hero of the moment, charged towards the sidelines, roaring with fervor and raising his fists, showcasing his might to the cameras. Indeed, he relished the adulation of the crowd, basking in the glory of being a savior admired by many. Should we make a substitution? Coach Tony glanced anxiously at Bosque, whispering his concern. Bosque, gritting his teeth, cast a sidelong glance at the ecstatic French coaching staff, but chose not to respond. The Spanish team still had one substitution left and was leading by a goal. Bringing on a defensive player could potentially shore up their faltering backline. However, Bosque refrained from taking that step. He was waiting, anticipating the moment when his tactics would bear fruit. Yet, with France's vital goal, the dynamics of the match shifted perilously. Spain found themselves with little room for error. Another conceded goal would be tantamount to disaster. A draw felt like a death sentence to them. Wait. Bosque's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Quan and Iniesta, as he clenched his teeth and uttered those three words. As Lin Quan stood in the center circle, preparing for the kickoff, he recalled Iniesta whispering to him, "Give me the ball, then find a safe space. I will deliver it to your feet." Lin Quan chose not to question how Iniesta would accomplish this. He opted instead to place his trust in him, for the name he relied upon was Iniesta. Upon resuming play, Diego Costa passed the ball to Lin Quan, who promptly returned it to the lateral position of Iniesta. He then accelerated towards the opponent's half, while the French team surged forward, eager to reclaim possession and launch an immediate attack to equalize or even take the lead. Matuidi and Nzonzi both closed in on Lin Quan. Even without the ball, they opted to double-team him. Observing this, Iniesta refrained from passing immediately, instead choosing to advance with the ball. As Giroud charged at him, he effortlessly evaded him with his signature move. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause as they witnessed Iniesta display his renowned skill. After bypassing Giroud, Iniesta found himself in an area devoid of other defenders, with Matuidi entangled with Lin Quan, forced to abandon him and rush towards Iniesta. As Matuidi moved away, Lin Quan swiftly followed suit, drifting towards the flank. Iniesta, understanding the situation, seized the opportunity created by Lin Quan's lateral movement and executed a diagonal pass, successfully delivering the ball to Lin Quan's feet. Nzonzi persistently pursued Lin Quan, while Matuidi tracked the advancing Iniesta. The opposing fullback, Lucas Hernandez, also surged forward. If we also consider the returning Giroud, the French team has formed a 4-against-2 advantage on the flanks, clearly demonstrating numerical superiority. In a typical wing combination, facing 4 defenders, one would likely resort to a backward pass. However, they are up against the duo of Lin Quan and Iniesta, the most adept pair in the world at executing intricate 1-2 plays in tight spaces, unmatched by any other. Under the watchful gaze of 80,000 spectators and millions of fans worldwide, Lin Quan and Iniesta, through a series of exquisite wall passes, managed to break free from the encirclement of 4 opponents, overcoming the odds of 2 against 4. This astonishing moment left the live audience and countless viewers at home in utter disbelief. The prowess of the Lin-Iniesta partnership proved to be remarkably formidable. In Chapter 303, we are the champions. The conclusion, the French team's 4-man blockade on the flanks faltered, allowing the opposing team to advance the ball dangerously close to their penalty area. The atmosphere on the field shifted abruptly. The once emboldened French players began to panic. They had finally managed to regain a point and could not afford to allow another goal. As Lin Quan maneuvered past Nzonzi, Pogba surged in from the side, crashing into Lin Quan and bringing him down with a tactical foul, thus halting Spain's ground attack. Naturally, Pogba had to face the consequences, as the referee promptly issued him a yellow card. It was evident that Pogba had targeted Lin Quan, and receiving a yellow card was entirely justified, perhaps even lenient. Lin Quan rubbed his shoulder. Pogba had been rather aggressive, seemingly intent on ensuring Lin Quan went down. Had it been another player, they might have sustained a shoulder injury, forcing them off the field. "Are you all right, Lin?" Iniesta, who was nearby, inquired with concern, fearing Lin Quan may have been hurt. "I'm fine. Should you take this free kick, or shall I?" Lin Quan suggested, considering Iniesta had yet to take a shot since entering the match and wished to offer him the opportunity. "I'll take it." Iniesta hesitated momentarily, but ultimately accepted Lin Quan's kind gesture. He genuinely desired to score in his farewell match for the national team, hoping to conclude his international career on a high note. "All right, I'll provide cover for you." Lin Quan nodded, positioning himself beside Iniesta, leaving the French players momentarily perplexed about who would actually take the free kick. Once again, Spain was awarded a free kick in the attacking third, with Lin Quan and Iniesta standing over the ball. In the commentary booth, the announcers were invigorated by Spain's opportunity for a free kick. In the first half, Lin Quan had netted 2 goals from free kicks. Could he achieve another miracle in the second half? If he scored again, he would set a historic record in the World Cup, becoming the only player to score 3 free kicks in the tournament and 4 goals in a World Cup final. Considering Lin Quan's remarkable performance in the first half, it seems evident that Iniesta was merely providing cover for him. The true penalty taker must undoubtedly be Lin Quan. Most commentators leaned towards Lin Quan, primarily due to his superior free kick skills and the collective desire to witness history in the making. At this moment, Loris was palpably anxious, his palms clammy with sweat, completely disregarding Iniesta standing beside Lin Quan, fixated solely on him. In Loris's mind, the only plausible penalty taker was Lin Quan. There was no room for anyone else. He silently admonished himself not to allow this player to score 3 free kicks under his watch. He had no intention of being hung out to dry in disgrace. In previous free kicks, Lin Quan had already showcased the entirety of his arsenal. Although Loris could not guarantee he would thwart the impending strike, his confidence had considerably risen compared to the initial uncertainty regarding the opponent's tactics. As Lin Quan began his run-up, Iniesta remained motionless, confirming his role as a decoy. Observing this, many spectators shared the same thought. However, Just as Loris had adequately prepared to thwart Lin Quan's free-kick threat, he suddenly witnessed Lin Quan effortlessly stride over the ball without making contact. "Oh no, I've been deceived." Loris gasped in surprise, urgently searching for Iniesta. Meanwhile, Iniesta had already drawn back, poised to strike. With a resounding thud, the ball soared into the sky, tracing a graceful arc reminiscent of a full moon, descending toward the French goal. Loris exerted every ounce of strength, barely managing to graze the ball with his fingertips. His touch slightly altered the ball's trajectory, causing it to ricochet off the crossbar and out of play. From a distance, Iniesta shook his head in dismay. Indeed, his free-kick prowess paled in comparison to Lin Quan's. "Bravo, little white. Your strike was splendid. I had no idea you possessed such skill. You truly are a hidden gem." Nevertheless, his teammates showered him with praise, offering no mockery or reproach. Iniesta, who rarely took free kicks, was not the primary set-piece taker for either Barcelona or the national team. For a player not known for his free-kick ability to execute such a standard, it was genuinely commendable. Loris's save was impressive. Had he been a fraction slower or less adept at high balls, it would have been an impossible task. "Thank you all. Thank you so much." A smile graced Iniesta's face. Though the ball did not find the net, he felt immensely satisfied. With such wonderful teammates, what was there to complain about? On the French side, having narrowly escaped disaster once again, the players were exuberant, rushing over to embrace Loris and high-five him. Though Loris had conceded 3 goals that day, he had also delivered several miraculous saves, leaving French fans with a love-hate relationship towards him. However, to be fair, the goals conceded by Loris could hardly have been prevented by other goalkeepers under the same circumstances. Therefore, he should not be blamed. It is not for lack of effort on their part, but rather due to the opponent's fortuitous advantage. The Spanish team once again earned a corner kick opportunity. Learning from the previous corner where they conceded a goal, this time, Spain strategically positioned several defensive players around the perimeter during the execution of the corner. Thus, even if possession was lost to the adversary, they would be able to intercept immediately during the counterattack. If interception proved impossible, tactical fouls could be employed. With the match nearing its conclusion, one could hardly argue against sacrificing a yellow card to thwart a potentially threatening counterattack. And even a red card would not be considered a loss in this context. Del Bosque still had one substitution available, and it would not be a great loss to replace Diego Costa with a more defensive player. The French players felt a mixture of tension and excitement, evidently recalling their first goal. It was proven that launching a swift counterattack while the opponent was pressing forward was the most efficient means of scoring. Hence, as long as they could deliver the ball to their attacking players, the likelihood of another goal was significantly heightened. At this juncture, France trailed by only 1 goal. If they could equalize, they would find themselves back on level terms. Given their current momentum, if they managed to level the score, they would likely emerge victorious. Lin Quan conferred with Iniesta and ultimately decided that Iniesta would take the corner kick, while Lin Quan positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area, ready to respond. Noticing the potential for a tactical corner from the opposition, France dispatched 2 players to mark them. However, Iniesta did not deliver the ball directly to Lin Quan. Instead, he passed it to his teammate, the fullback Carvajal. Carvajal's sudden advance created a 3-on-2 advantage for Spain on the flank. After receiving the ball, he feigned a run along the baseline towards the penalty area, drawing the opposition's fullback in, before returning the ball to Iniesta, who had moved out from the corner area. Iniesta then passed to Lin Quan, who sent a precise through ball to the edge of the penalty area without pausing. After the pass, Carvajal surged forward, arriving at the ball ahead of the opposing fullback and successfully penetrating the French penalty area. Alarm bells rang in front of the French goal as nearby players, including the goalkeeper, converged towards that side. Carvajal opted not to shoot directly, but intended to pass to his forward, Diego Costa. Costa was indeed in a more favorable position, having been left almost unmarked due to the defenders being drawn away. Had Carvajal's pass been successful, it would have presented a golden opportunity. Unfortunately, the density of players within the opponent's penalty area caused Carvajal's pass to deflect off an opposing player's leg, altering its trajectory significantly. Diego Costa sprinted with all his might, but his eventual sliding attempt fell short of making contact with the ball. The football barely grazed the goal line before rolling out. Nearby French players were left in a cold sweat, narrowly avoiding an own goal. However, as the last touch was made by a French player, the Spanish team was granted another corner kick opportunity. At this juncture, the match clock indicated the 86th minute, with precious little time remaining before the conclusion of the game. Should they alter their tactics and deliver the ball directly into the penalty area, or should they, as before, attempt to execute a coordinated play? Prior to taking the corner kick, Iniesta conferred with Lin Quan and Busquets among others. The previous attempt had not been directed straight into the box primarily due to the Spanish team's lack of height. Relying on headers to breach the opponent's goal was proving exceedingly challenging. Moreover, conceding a goal at this stage would be perilous, as a swift counterattack from the opponents could nullify all the efforts Spain had exerted throughout the match. Let us attempt another coordinated play. After some contemplation, Lin Quan resolved to play it safe. However, this time, he intended to handle the ball himself. This way, even if the attack faltered, he could maintain possession to waste time. As the match neared its end, France's pressing became increasingly ferocious, while the Spanish players were visibly fatigued, struggling to keep pace. Thus, aside from him, the other Spanish players were unable to retain possession. Good. Iniesta assented without hesitation, although he had more experience than Lin Quan. He regarded Lin Quan's words with utmost respect, treating him as the leader of the team. The French side, evidently having learned their lesson, recognized the improbability of Spain launching a direct corner into the box. Consequently, they dispatched more players to monitor the flanks. Observing this, Lin Quan slowly retreated while signaling to Iniesta, seemingly suggesting a tactical shift. The French players, witnessing Lin Quan's actions, were momentarily perplexed. However, seeing Lin Quan positioned in an area where he could not receive the ball, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, believing that as long as the ball was not passed to him, everything would be manageable. Yet, just as they relaxed, Lin Quan abruptly halted his retreat and surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The French players, caught unaware, found themselves at a disadvantage. Having positioned themselves in front of Lin Quan, their focus naturally shifted to Iniesta and the ball at his feet. Additionally, as their bodies followed Lin Quan's retreat, they struggled to accelerate and keep pace with him. This provided Lin Quan with the space and time he needed to receive the ball. Seizing the rare opportunity, Iniesta promptly passed the ball to the advancing Lin Quan. Without wasting a moment to dribble or turn, Lin Quan directed the ball toward the baseline. After executing the corner kick, Iniesta immediately sprinted toward this area, perfectly timing his reception of Lin Quan's pass. There was no verbal or even visual communication between them, yet their collaboration resembled that of seasoned comrades in arms, seamlessly synchronized. Approaching the baseline, Umtiti charged toward Iniesta, intent on intercepting him. However, Iniesta had already anticipated the play and passed the ball, while Lin Quan, who had just completed his turn after the pass, accelerated towards the goal. Receiving Iniesta's delivery within the penalty area, Umtiti lost his positioning, and Varane was obstructed by Peak in the aerial duel, granting Lin Quan a fleeting opportunity to shoot. Without hesitation, he struck the ball, but Nzozi, noticing Lin Quan's intent, lunged in to intercept. Had he been an average player, Lin Quan would likely have scored. Yet, Nzozi's height and long legs created an expansive reach, and before Lin Quan could execute his shot, he was brought down by Nzozi's challenge. The referee immediately blew the whistle, awarding a penalty and issuing a yellow card to Nzozi, thus delivering a yellow card package. In truth, the referee showed leniency. Had he been stricter, he could have issued a red card and expelled Nzozi from the match. The French players rushed to the referee to plead, not for Nzozi's sake, but in hopes of overturning the penalty decision. This ruling effectively sealed their fate. Granting a penalty to the opponent while they were trailing left them with little hope of recovery. However, the referee could not rescind the penalty, as doing so would surely invite allegations of bias. Xiaobai, you take the penalty. Lin Quan offered the opportunity to Iniesta, who hesitated momentarily but ultimately accepted Lin Quan's gracious gesture. In the face of the French goalkeeper, Iniesta remained remarkably composed, skillfully deceiving him with a change of rhythm before placing the ball into the bottom right corner of the net. The French goal was breached once more, elevating the score to 4-2. As the match approached the 87th minute, the French team suffered a devastating blow. Although they had celebrated 3 times already, the fervor of the Spanish supporters remained undiminished. Surely this time it was secure? The French could not possibly mount a comeback now, could they? With a maximum of 8 minutes left, was it conceivable for them to score 2 goals in such a brief span? Thus, for the Spanish fans, this moment was more than the joy of a goal. It was a prelude to their impending World Cup triumph. Some astute fans had even procured replica World Cup trophies from the market, hoisting them high in premature celebration. While popping champagne at halftime is often deemed ill-advised, with the match nearing its end, there seemed no harm in indulging now. The morale of the French team had truly been shattered. Why? Why was it that each time they managed to claw back a goal, reigniting a flicker of hope, that very hope was swiftly extinguished by their adversaries? This relentless cycle tortured them mercilessly. If your Spanish team is so adept at scoring, why not net 4 goals in the first half? At least then, our demise would be swift, devoid of the torturous cycle of hope and disillusionment, culminating in despair. Such a fate is far too cruel. After the Spanish team concluded their celebrations, the match clock had already ticked to 89 minutes. The French team, eager to mount an offensive, found their efforts thwarted by fouls committed by the Spanish side. With precious little time remaining, the players on Spain's side, who were not burdened by yellow cards, were emboldened to employ tactical fouls without hesitation. These infractions disrupted France's rhythm, rendering their attacks sporadic and devoid of the fluidity they had exhibited earlier in the match. Although they had garnered several free-kick opportunities due to their opponents' fouls, the absence of a premier free-kick specialist within their ranks, coupled with their anxious mindset, resulted in lackluster executions of these set pieces. The regulation time of 90 minutes swiftly came to a close, with an additional 6 minutes announced for stoppage time. This duration seemed somewhat excessive, prompting Bosque to protest to the fourth official, while the Spanish fans in the stands expressed their discontent with boos. Conversely, the French team felt that the allotted time was insufficient for their needs. Yet, even with the 6 minutes granted, they failed to find the back of the net. In a turn of events, Spain capitalized on France's evident anxiety and loss of composure, launching a counterattack. Unfortunately, a fatigued Diego Costa lacked the strength to continue, ultimately being brought down just outside the penalty area by a recovering defender, which awarded Spain another free-kick opportunity. The location of this set piece was particularly favorable, stirring anticipation among both sets of fans. The Spanish supporters were anxious to witness Lin Quan potentially achieve the remarkable feat of scoring 3 free kicks in a single match, while French fans were apprehensive, knowing that should their opponents score, it would break the record for the most goals in a World Cup final, casting them as mere background to this historic moment. As fate would have it, in a moment that would haunt Loris, Lin Quan effortlessly executed a simple yet sublime curling shot, lofting the ball into the top corner of the net. Loris had guessed the right direction, but the angle was simply too acute to defend against. The score transformed to 5-2, with Lin Quan completing a remarkable quadruple, thereby surpassing the World Cup final scoring record previously held in tandem with Hurst, becoming the only player in history to net 4 goals in a World Cup final. Moments later, the referee blew the final whistle, and in the presence of fans from around the globe, the Spanish national team once again lifted the coveted World Cup trophy, achieving the extraordinary feat of a three-peat. Lin Quan, through his stellar performances during the tournament, garnered the Golden Boot and the title of Most Valuable Player, among other honors. With the departure of legendary players such as Iniesta, Xavi, Alonso, and David Silva, the era of Spain's golden generation came to a definitive close. The dawn of a new era of brilliance is now entrusted to the young talents, including Lin Quan. The end. Final remarks. As I pen down the words "the end," it feels as though a monumental weight has been lifted from my shoulders, granting me a profound sense of relief. At the beginning of the year, I mentioned in our group that I would conclude the story by the time the World Cup arrived. Therefore, bringing this narrative to a close here is not done in haste, even though it leaves behind several regrets and unresolved plot points, for which I can only extend my apologies. Due to unforeseen family circumstances, the writing of this book has been fraught with challenges, and there were periods when I simply lacked the time to write. Thus, I am genuinely satisfied that I have managed to finish the book without leaving it incomplete or abandoned. Allow me to share some statistics. At one point, the average subscriptions for this book exceeded 200, but it has since declined. Last October, due to the need to provide intervention for Dodo and to accompany him, I could only write in the evenings, leaving me with very limited time. After being forced to reduce my updates, the numbers fell significantly, and they now hover around an average of 300 subscriptions. Fortunately, we have not dropped below the critical threshold of 3,000, which can be considered a modest success. Laughs through tears. To be honest, I never anticipated achieving such results when I embarked on this writing journey. Previously, I was engaged in writing military-themed works, but due to censorship, several of my books faced bans, leading me to transition to sports writing, making me somewhat of a latecomer in this domain. As a complete novice in sports literature, my initial expectations were quite low, so I am pleasantly surprised by the outcomes. Although my achievements pale in comparison to those of established authors on platforms like Qidian, I find great satisfaction in what I have accomplished. I am immensely grateful for everyone's support, especially during the most challenging periods of my life. Last year, when Dodo was diagnosed with autism and my mother was hospitalized due to heart disease, there were moments when I felt overwhelmed and unable to continue. During that time, many kind readers offered comfort and encouragement, with some even joining the group to connect me with specialists in autism, guiding me on how to effectively intervene at home. I bow in gratitude to all of you. Your support was invaluable in helping me navigate that difficult phase of my life. Now, let me provide an update on Dodo's condition. Since his diagnosis of autism in June of last year, he has been receiving intervention at the Demi Xiaomi Institution. He attends 4 classes each day, consisting of 2 sessions focused on sensory integration training and 2 on comprehensive training. The sensory integration courses primarily address his motor skills, as he has low muscle tone, which makes standing tiring for him. He often relies on furniture for support and has difficulty jumping or running swiftly. His balance and coordination are quite poor, and initially, he was even hesitant to swing. However, after nearly a year of intervention, he has made significant progress. His muscle tone has improved considerably, and I can feel more muscle strength when I hold him. He no longer feels as limp as before. In terms of physical activity, he can now jump, albeit just a little, and his jumping posture remains awkward, yet the strength in his legs is finally sufficient to lift him off the ground. His mother frequently engages him in jump rope games, and he has progressed from always stepping on the rope to now being able to jump into the center without stepping on it, which marks a notable improvement. Dodo has now learned to climb. He enjoys ascending the sloped, netted structure outside our community. Recently, when his mother took him to the amusement park, he surprisingly dared to scale the climbing wall, which truly astonished me. Additionally, during a recent spring outing at his kindergarten, I discovered that he was unable to catch a frisbee or kick a ball. Consequently, I have been taking him out to practice soccer. He initially hesitated to lift his foot for fear of falling, but has now progressed to the point where he can stand on one leg and kick the ball. Dodo has developed a fondness for soccer, pestering me daily to play. Whenever he has free time, he insists on kicking the ball, and I seize the opportunity to incorporate other exercises into our play, such as tossing the ball to him to enhance his anticipation and reaction skills. Initially, he struggled to catch the ball, but he is gradually improving. However, his reaction time and predictive ability remain quite poor if the ball is thrown slightly off target. He often fails to catch it, typically standing still rather than moving his feet. Nonetheless, compared to his earlier attempts, he has made considerable progress. In November of last year, Dodo began attending kindergarten. Although he is only in the toddler class, it is a positive beginning. I am uncertain if he will advance to the next class this year, as he is nearing 5 years old, while his classmates are mostly 2 years old or even younger, which may pose challenges for the teachers. Compared to typical children, even those as young as 2, Dodo exhibits notable differences in cognition, behavior, emotional regulation, and communication skills. However, he has made significant strides since last year. His mother and I have come to terms with the reality that our child, affected by this condition, is unlikely to return to a typical state. We do not dare to hope for miracles. We simply wish for him to acquire as many skills and knowledge as possible. This way, when his mother and I are no longer around, he will be able to navigate life independently. It may sound morbid, but my greatest concern lately has been what will happen to Dodo after I am gone. Recently, I watched Ocean Heaven, starring Jet Li and Wen Zhang, where the father made tremendous efforts to ensure his son could survive. For parents of children with autism, such sentiments likely resonate deeply with their own experiences. Dodo is quite busy now, waking up at 7:30 each morning to attend kindergarten and then going to an intervention center in the afternoon. It pains me to see him so occupied. Often, he becomes drowsy in the afternoons and exhibits emotional outbursts, but there is no choice. He must attend both the kindergarten and the intervention center. Interacting with other children at kindergarten helps him integrate into a group and allows him to mimic their behaviors, which is often more effective than what we can teach him at home. Naturally, he also picks up undesirable behaviors quickly. Moreover, with more children around, Dodo has fallen ill numerous times since starting kindergarten, catching colds repeatedly. I seem to have rambled on quite a bit before I realized it. It was nearly 2 in the morning. Regarding the new book, it should indeed revolve around football. I intend to delve into the backdrop of the 2005 World Youth Championship, and I am currently in the research phase. If all goes as planned, the book is expected to be published around May 15th. I sincerely hope for your support when the time comes, and I would like to express my gratitude in advance. The average intervention fee for Dodo is around $15,000 per month, considering mortgage, rent, living expenses, transportation costs, and kindergarten tuition. My monthly expenditure exceeds $250,000. It has become truly unsustainable. I have already depleted a portion of my savings from last year, and at this rate, I will have no funds remaining by next year. The new book, Football, starting from the 2005 World Youth Championship, has been published. I kindly ask for your support.